Chapter 29:13 Drifting away from the road, it was unknown what the doll was made of. When the gray dust fell away from it, it looked rather clean. The gem pendant on its chest looked even brighter. Tick. 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 Han-sen suddenly heard the doll make a strange sound. It sounded like a clock moving. The gem pendant stopped flickering and turned bright. Scanning. Scanning, the doll suddenly spoke. It kept repeating one word. That doll is a machine. I wonder what it is scanning. Han-sen and Bauer were very curious. 4 eyes were staring at that floating doll. The cloth doll spurted out a bunch of words. Ding. Scanning successful. Database broken. Identity cannot be confirmed. Cannot open the information system. System lacks energy. Going into sleep mode. Sleep mode countdown. 10. 9. Han-sen knew the cloth doll did not pose any threat to him, so he reached his hand out and grabbed it. Once it was in his hands, it felt like an ordinary cloth doll. When the countdown finished, the pendant on the cloth doll's chest stopped flickering. The doll stopped moving and speaking. This doll is interesting. Bauer looked at the female cloth doll with ardent curiosity. Han-sen checked it out for a while, but he did not find any weapons or such devices on the doll. With it being safe, he passed the doll to Bauer and allowed her to play with it. Bauer happily took the doll and started playing with it. Han-sen walked around the rest of the battleship's wreckage in search of anything else that might prove useful. Things inside the Big Baron system potentially had a connection to sacred. Thus, Han-sen was not going to leave a single stone unturned. Unfortunately, the area was too badly destroyed. There was nothing complete there anymore. Based on the broken machines and tools, there was enough to suggest that the place had been a laboratory at some point in time. Han-sen did not find any test subjects on the ship. He also did not encounter the remnants and remains of dead bodies. Perhaps whatever bad happened there had resulted in the creatures escaping. Or the place may have already been abandoned. I wonder where Little Flower is right now. After leaving the battleship, Han-sen looked around. He had no clue which way to go. He went back to where he had stopped and continued onward. While he was flying, a Xenogeniac jumped out of the wreckage. Han-sen did not actually see it coming. Its life force had been off the radar until he saw it. Still, Han-sen's reaction was fast. He teleported away before the Xenogeniac was able to reach him. He was non-far in space looking at the Xenogeniac. The Xenogeniac looked like a tiger, but its body was a few times bigger. Its body had metal and cogwheels on it while some parts of it were flesh. It looked very weird. The tiger did not speak. Its eyes were shining red. It was jumping toward Han-sen again. Its claws were like crystal steel. They were half-transparent. As it teleported before Han-sen, he saw that it had scary godlike claws. Dong! Han-sen lifted the shield of the Medusa's gaze. He used it to block the tiger's jumping attack. He used his other hand like a knife and slashed across the tiger's head. He cut half of the tiger's head clean off. The tiger still wasn't dead. Its brain contained lots of crystal and metal. They were all strangely flickering. The beast waved its claws at Han-sen to attack him again. Han-sen waved his knife a few times. He finally cut the tiger into pieces. Only then did the tiger stop moving. Deified Xenogeniac hunted, deified Xenogeniac gene found. This guy really is a Xenogeniac. I thought it was just a machine. Han-sen looked at the tiger's body in shock. Based on the tiger's power, it should have been just transmutation or larvae class at best. It was not useful for Senator Han-sen threw its body into Destiny's Tower. He was going to bring it back to Space Garden. He had a lot of pets to raise, so he had to save up as much as he was able to. All xenogenics here are deified class. If someone came here who was not already being deified, it would be a death wish for them. Han Sen was glad about the fact he was able to jump in and out of the sanctuaries. If he went to the universe via the Big Barren systems, he would likely not have survived. In the past, many powerful creatures were able to exit the Big Barren systems from the sanctuaries. They were now gone. They probably died in the Big Barren systems. There was no way they were able to live there. In the past, Han Sen saw a graveyard in the sanctuaries. Many powerful creatures had died there. It also had some geno-armaments. Due to the likeness to their blood, Little Gold and Little Angel received their geno-armaments there. After emerging from the sanctuaries, Han Sen was afraid all of the creatures there were dead. After thinking deeper, he did not think that was right. If those creatures had left the sanctuaries and met Big Barren systems xenogenics, they would not have even been able to run with the powers they had. How would they have been able to get back to the sanctuaries? Even if they were able to run, they would have already generated their geno-armaments. That means they would be kicked out of the sanctuaries. Han Sen was very confused. Han Sen was flying aimlessly when he suddenly heard a voice say, "Tick. Tick. Out of the trail. Out of the trail." It came from the doll Bauer was holding. The pendant was flickering with a weak, red light. The red light steadily grew weaker. It was like an electric doll without any batteries. Han Sen was shocked. He took the doll from Bauer and tried using it to fly. The cloth doll repeatedly reminded Han Sen that he was flying off course, but the voice was getting weaker. The red light on the pendant was also becoming weaker. It was like its energy was going to run out any second. Han Sen tried changing course a few times, but the doll stopped making a sound after a while. The pendant's red light also ceased its constant flicker. Han Sen did not know if he had decided to go in the right direction or if it was just the simple fact that the doll had run out of energy. After thinking about it, Han Sen tried venturing in a bunch of different directions. The doll still did not act. It seemed as if it really had just run out of energy. I do not know what the history of this doll is, but where does this trail lead to? I do not have any other predetermined way to go. Let's try my luck. Han Sen gave the doll back to Bauer. He turned in a direction the doll hadn't commented on and soon teleported that way. Han Sen did not know if he chose the correct path. He kept going for a long time. He did not encounter a single xenogeniac. In those Big Barren systems, that should have been impossible. Han Sen did not keep on teleporting. He slowly flew to check around. He quickly found out there were many remnants of past fights strewn about. Although the senses had been wiped away, the fragile items and rising white dust were not recovering. Han Sen was still able to see the trail. 2914 God Punishment Sword. It looks like other creatures have been here but not for long. Otherwise, even if they cleared the xenogeniacs, more xenogeniacs would be coming. Han Sen was becoming more curious. The ability to come to the Big Barren systems, kill xenogeniacs, and do the cleanup was not something an average deified could do. One of the cleaners must have been a true god elite and a strong one at that. Han Sen kept looking around as he flew forward. If other people had been there, it meant Han Sen was on the right path. Although he did not know if he could find Little Flower, he knew he was sure to find something. The gray dust was everywhere. The whole of space looked as if it was snowing. The scene was extremely weird. After flying for a short while, a giant planet appeared in front of him. That planet was like 3 Loga planets, but that planet had a big treasure sword going through it. The treasure sword was so big that one was unable to imagine it. It was like a fruit knife cutting through an apple. It cut through the whole planet. That is a big sword. What kind of creature can wield it? Why is the sword cutting through the planet? Why did the planet not explode? Han Sen was looking at the planet and big treasure sword. Because the area was covered in thick, white dust, the real appearance of the planet and big treasure sword were not visible. Han Sen was only able to see the shape of it. He could not make out the details. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to get a look at the planet and sword. He quickly realized that it was not an ordinary planet. It was a man-made planet. The structures inside were all man-made. It was no wonder a sword went through it without the planet exploding. Han Sen walked in front of the big treasure sword and reached out his hand. The big sword was covered with white dust. The dust quickly fell, revealing the sword's true appearance. Surprisingly, the big sword was a stone sword. It looked like granite. Han Sen reached out his hand and flicked the sword. He noted how hard its texture was. Han Sen's finger was unable to break the stone. He left a finger mark on it. Compared to the giant treasure sword, it was tiny. This feels like a rock for sure, but this rock is a bit too hard. Han Sen looked at the big treasure sword with shock. He tried to pull the big treasure sword away, but it felt extremely heavy. With his current power, he was unable to break it. It was like it was frozen in the air. It is no wonder it has been sticking in here. No one can move it. Han Sen was looking at the big treasure sword and thought, I suppose these things are the leftovers from the big fight that toppled Sacred. As for these things that have been left behind, did they belong to Sacred or the enemy? Han Sen was ready to keep on moving when he suddenly frowned. He flashed away and entered a hiding spot on the planet. Not long after, he saw some movement in space. 4 or 5 people broke space and arrived. They quickly approached the big treasure sword. Han Sen was looking at these people. He noticed the leader of the squad was Ancient Abyss Grandmaster from the Extreme King. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. Why is he here? Han Sen did not know the other people from the Extreme King. Judging from their presence, they were likely deified class. Their level was not low either. The Extreme King really does have many elites. I have never seen these guys before, yet they are already butterfly class. Why are they following Ancient Abyss Grandmaster into the Big Baron systems? What are they doing? Are these the people who have been clearing out the xenogeneics here? Han Sen was confused. The group of people did not go for the big treasure sword. It seemed as if they were just stopping by. They were headed in the same direction as Han Senator. An Extreme King deified elite looked at the big treasure sword and asked, Mr. Grandmaster, is this the God punishment sword from the legends? Ancient Abyss Grandmaster looked at the big treasure sword and said, yes. This is the God punishment sword. It is a weapon wielded by gods. It is a shame that it belongs to the gods. It is not very useful for Sacred, which was destroyed, but many gods died here. Whoever owned this God punishment sword was killed by a Sacred elite. Since nobody has been able to move it, the sword has stayed here for more than 1,000,000 years. The legends say that aside from the god spirits, no creature has been able to remove this sword, the deified elite said. Is that true? If one was able to move it, the sword would not have remained here for such a long time. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster paused and said, the dust was recently moved. It looks like there are some other elites ahead of us. Han Sen thought, he was examining the big treasure sword, but he's not interested in it. He is looking at the track I made. It is lucky I used the Dongxian aura to erase all evidence of my presence. I should not leave any trace of myself here. Would it be Sky Palace leader? The deified elite suggested. I do not think so. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster shook his head. He looked at the big treasure sword and said, let's go. We cannot get left behind. After Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others were gone, Han Sen exited the planet. The leader of Sky Palace. Is that the one we met in the sanctuary's door? The Extreme King and Sky Palace's people are here. What are they coming here for? Han Sen was a bit curious. Suddenly, Han Sen frowned. He looked into the distance and said, "If the Grand Master is here, I do not have to hide. I noticed you were hiding here. I thought you would not want to meet me, so I did not want to disturb you." In space, Ancient Abyss Grand Master's body slowly appeared. He was like an invisible man. "Grand Master, you are so caring. Well, I have to go now." Han Sen turned around and prepared to leave. "Please stay, Godfather Han," Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said. "Since you are here in the Big Baron systems, you must have a purpose. Can you tell me why you are here?" While the two were talking, the other four deified elites came flying back. They recognized Han Sen and were shocked to see Han Senator. The Han Sen they knew was the crystallizer Godfather Han, who killed destroyed leader. It was not the Han Sen that disguised himself as a prince of the Extreme King. Regarding Han Sen's disguise as an Extreme King prince, while they had heard about it before, they did not care about it much. They were going to surround Han Senator once they knew it was him. They hesitated. They decided against trying to surround him. If this was an ordinary deified elite, even a true god elite, they would not be afraid with Grandmaster's presence there. They knew that during a recent battle, Han Sen had turned Burning Lamp into dust. That scene had been shocking. Thus, they were quite afraid. They had practiced a long time to reach their current level, and they had experienced many difficult things along the way. They did not want to risk becoming weak again. Chapter 29:15 Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, why does it matter to you where I am going? Han Sen coldly asked. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster was not angry. He smiled and said, "You misunderstand. I only asked you to find out whether or not our target is one and the same. So, what if it is the same? Are you, Grandmaster, going to kill me first?" Han Sen raised his eyebrows and coldly grunted. He was not mad. He just wanted to see if Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and his people were willing to talk more. If our purpose is the same, why don't we cooperate? We can avoid conflict and risk less. What do you think? Ancient Abyss Grandmaster looked like he never became mad. He always spoke quietly. Cooperate? How would you like to cooperate, Grandmaster? Han Sen was shocked, but this was perfect for him. He did not know anything. If he was able to get some information from Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others, it was not a bad thing to pursue. It depends on what your purpose is. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster smiled. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster is such an old fox. Han Sen knew it would be impossible to get information out of him. He looked at the direction he wanted to go and said, "I do not know what Grandmaster's purpose is either. With things being that way, I believe we should just go our separate ways." After saying that, Han Sen turned around and started going in the direction he wanted to. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster did not stop him. He followed him, smiled, and said, "If we are sharing the same road, we should at least go together. We can look after each other. If something bad happens to us, perhaps we can cooperate in those moments. I do not own this path. If you want to go, Grandmaster, that is up to you." Han Sen ignored Ancient Abyss and the others. He took Bauer with him to fly away. Ancient Abyss and the four Extreme King deifieds followed. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster was a rare character. Even if the Extreme King and Han Sen were hostile, he was being surprisingly pleasant to Han Senator. It was not like Han Sen loved talking to him. It was just that Ancient Abyss Grandmaster was very intelligent and knew how to socialize with people. While he was talking to Han Sen, it was like he was talking to an old friend. It did not make him feel uncomfortable. The things he talked about, along with the way he spoke, made people very interested. When spoken by him, something that was very normal seemed very interesting. It propagated an allure and desire to hear more. On the road, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster introduced to him the things they encountered. Han Sen and Bauer found it very interesting. He could not avoid talking to him. The atmosphere was quite pleasant. It was like they were a bunch of friends going on a hike. The more Han Sen thought about it, the things Ancient Abyss Grandmaster discussed did not help him out at all. Han Sen really admired that. The more a person talked, the more at risk they were at leaking information they shouldn't. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, however, despite flapping his gums for the longest amount of time, did not let a single thing slip. It made people feel very comfortable and that he was not being pushy. That was not something normal people could do. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster is a very special character. Han Sen was now on higher alert. It was not scary to make enemies. It was scary when one had an enemy standing in front of them, but the enemy made them feel comfortable and at ease. Although he made it known he was the enemy, the hostile thoughts were less frequent. That was the scariest kind of enemy. The group of people flew for 10 days. Han Sen was given loads of universal knowledge from Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. He learned about the legends of sacred and many more myths. Han Sen suddenly saw an area that looked like a landfill. Many universal trash heaps were floating about. It was like an endless sea of trash. While overlooking the sea of trash, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said, "This place is very close to the sacred core area back then. If we keep going this way, time and space will be all messed up. All kinds of energies and chaotic forces swell here. Plus, all the xenogenics here are top class. Even a true god elite would feel under pressure in a place like this. If you want to proceed, you should be very careful. Plus, you are taking a child along with you. You should be doubly careful. All this time, we have yet to encounter a single xenogenic. I say this big barren system is not as scary as the legends claim." Han Sen only feigned his ignorance. With a serious look, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster reminded him, "Please, do not be so reckless. The reason why we can travel here safely is that an elite has come here before us. He has cleared the dangers that were here. It will not be the same if we proceed. Even the true God-class elite could not clear out all the dangers ahead." "Oh, really? Do you know who the elite ahead of us is, Grandmaster?" Han Sen asked. "I do not know." Ancient Abyss shook his head. "They have deliberately erased the traces of their coming. Although you can still follow a trail, you cannot identify whose it was. That is something to worry about. I hope you will be careful about all this and not bring harm to that child." "Thank you for the reminder, Grandmaster. If it is that dangerous, I will not proceed. I think I will go elsewhere." Han Sen bowed to Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. "Grandmaster, thank you for taking care of us. We appreciate it. I guess we will part ways here. Let's hope we meet again." After that, Han Sen carried Bauer and traveled to another side of the trash sea. He understood that Ancient Abyss Grandmaster had not only told him all he had as a simple reminder to be careful. It was a sign of refusal. It was supposed to mean that the way forward was too dangerous, and they should not have trusted each other. It was not very nice if they were to go on together. Han Sen understood what he meant, so he chose to leave. After Han Sen was gone, an extreme king deified elite looked toward where Han Sen departed and asked, "Mr. Grandmaster, do you think Han Sen is here for that?" Ancient Abyss Grandmaster shook his head. "It is hard to say, but where he is going is possibly where we are headed to." Another deified elite quietly asked, "Do you think we should take him out first?" "Not yet," Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said. "If we do not do it now and reach that place, he has a weird geno art that can prove troublesome to us," the deified elite said. "That is fine. Although his geno arts are strange, I have a way to break them. Do not worry. After pausing, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster looked in the direction Han Sen left and squinted his eyes. Maybe he will even be able to help us. Han Sen followed the outskirts of the trash sea for a while. He stopped when he was no longer able to see Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others. He looked around. The trash sea appeared endless. He had no idea how big it was. "Let's go in from here," Han Sen said to Bauer, who was perched on his shoulder. "Don't you run off." "Bauer has been good," Bauer said as she blinked her eyes. "I have not run off." Chapter 29:16 Trash Sea. Han Sen rubbed his cheeks and laughed. "Did you think I didn't know that when we were near the God Punishment Sword, you wanted to run off?" Bauer looked like she had been wronged and said, "I thought you were interested in the big treasure sword. I was going to pull it out and give it to you. Can you pull it out?" Han Sen looked at Bauer with shock. "I think I can," Bauer said with a nod. "Why did you not do it?" Han Sen was curious as to how and why Bauer would resist. That was not her usual way. It was because there were baddies. The bad guys Bauer was referring to were Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others with whom he traveled. "You are very smart." Han Sen rubbed Bauer on the head and said, "There is no rush. On the way back, we can pull out the big treasure sword." Now, Han Sen knew why Bauer was being so nice on the road. It was because of Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. They entered the sea of trash. Han Sen felt as if the radius of his Dongxian aura had been severely reduced. He found it much harder to sense things. The power of the sea of trash was messed up. Even Dongxian aura was difficult to cast. Dongxian aura was only able to scan up to 1 mile away. With the messed up energy present, it was too severely reduced. It is no wonder Ancient Abyss Grandmaster did not want to walk with me. In this place, no one wants to bring a ticking time bomb closer. Han Sen looked around and proceeded forward with care. There were broken pieces of metal, crystals, and materials strewn about everywhere. There were also big pieces of machines and broken buildings, as well as many small things. Han Sen did not know what most of the things were. After navigating around a broken giant stone pillar, Han Sen looked over the trash sea ahead of him. There was an energy ring that looked like a black hole. It was moving inside the trash sea. The black hole was bigger than the planet with the big treasure sword in it. As they passed by, the trash got sucked in. Although Han Sen was too far away from the energy vortex, he still felt the powerful suction. That's a very scary energy vortex. I am afraid if the true god elites were sucked up, they would be unable to escape it. Han Sen left the energy vortex. He did not dare get close to it. In this place, Han Sen wasn't about to use teleportation techniques. He was worried about entering some turbulent patch or another place like it. Boom! 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 Han Sen went around the black hole. He saw flickering fireworks coming out of the trash sea in front. It was like a light substance flickering. It looked colorful and pretty. The area with the light substance shining was where trash was getting ripped apart. It was not forced. It was like a robot breaking itself down into smaller parts. What the hell is this thing? Han Sen frowned. He saw some flickering universal cogwheels, but he did not know what those universal cogwheels were. While Han Sen was wondering that, he saw a river of flowers on the other side of the trash sea. It was a real river of flowers. There were all kinds of flowers with different colors growing amid the garbage. They coated a significant portion of the trash, creating a river of flowers that was 30 feet wide. It was impossible to tell how long it was. The flower river seemed to go on forever. This was not a realm with 0 atmospheres, but it also was not somewhere where a normal plant could grow. Plus, there was white dust everywhere. It did not look normal for flowers to be growing there. Han Sen looked closer. He saw a big red goldfish with the head of a lion swimming in front of the flower river. Wherever it went, a red light shone. The trash around it had flowers growing in it. The scene looked miraculous and beautiful. True God-class energenic. Han Sen frowned. He noticed the presence the goldfish released. It was scary. It was sure to make the hearts of all jump. There was an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance that it was a true God-class Xenogeniac. The goldfish Xenogeniac swung its tail. Wherever it went, a path was cleared in the rubble. No matter whether or not it was metal or stone, flowers would grow in its wake. It was swimming toward Hans Sr., good timing. If I kill this true God Xenogeniac, my deified genes will have almost filled up. Han Sen drew his causal karma knife and readied himself to fight the goldfish. When the goldfish drew a little closer, Han Sen discovered that the goldfish was very strange. Its scales were red. It was unknown what kind of metal they were made from, but inside it was flesh. It had the elemental powers of plants. It was really hard to tell what kind of Xenogeniac it was. As the goldfish got closer, Han Sen thought, the big barren systems are really weird. Why do the Xenogeniacs here have so many elements? Flowers were growing on top of the trash. The pale, white trash sea looked a whole lot livelier. Han Sen was ready to swing his knife and combat it, but the goldfish opened its mouth and spat out some bubbles. The bubbles were 30 feet long. They gently floated toward Han. Senator Han Sen's causal karma knife had purple air. He used Fang to slash the bubbles. The bubbles were very thin. It was like one touch could break them. When Han Sen slashed the bubbles, the knife air went inside. It seemed to be affected by some kind of power that spun around inside the bubbles. It was like he had fallen into a vortex. Does it have a water element power? Han Sen was shocked. He could not determine what the goldfish's element was. Seeing the bubbles float his way, Han Sen dodged them and lashed out at the goldfish. Before his knife air could get close to the goldfish spat out more bubbles. There were so many that they covered the entire area. Han Sen dodged twice. He noticed that the places where he had moved had been taken over by the bubbles. He was not able to dodge, so he pulled out the shield of the Medusa's gaze to shield his body. He also used Medusa's gaze. The weird woman on the face of the shield slowly opened her eyes. Some strange light came out from her eyes. When the weird light touched the bubbles, it was reflected. The light of Medusa's gaze kept being reflected in the bubbles. It created even more light. Han Sen almost had it on him, so it made him hurriedly dodge. Pop! The places around were taken over by the bubbles. Han Sen had only just moved a bit when he touched a bubble. The shield of the Medusa's gaze touched the bubble and went inside it. Han Sen and Bauer fell into the bubble too. Han Sen did not dare use the Medusa's gaze. If he used it inside the bubble, the reflection would have obliterated him and Bauer. Han Sen gathered up power. He clutched his shield with the hope to rush out of the bubble. He was only able to get close to the wall before he felt a spinning power make him and the shield slide away. It was like he was surfing. He kept sliding inside the bubble. Once Han Sen flashed away from the wall of water, it stopped. He frowned and said, "This Xenogeniac's power is so weird. It can deflect the power of the shield of the Medusa's gaze." Pang! 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 While Han Sen was thinking, the bubbles around broke open. Only the bubble left inside with them was still whole. The goldfish went in front of the bubble. Its eyes, which looked huge, were going to touch the bubble. Each eye was taller than Han Senator. The fish stared at Han Sen and Bauer inside the bubble. 2917 Tester 304 Han Sen watched as the big goldfish outside the bubble stared at them. He gathered up the Xian Yellow Sutra's power in his hand. He wanted to attack the fiend and see if he could downgrade its level. Before Han Sen struck, the big goldfish opened its mouth. There was a sudden, pop sound. Han Sen, Bauer, and the bubble were sucked inside the big goldfish. After the big goldfish sucked the bubble in, its butterfly-like big tail swung. It traveled through space and swam around. Han Sen and Bauer were inside the bubble that had been sucked into the belly of the big goldfish. Outside the bubble, everything was completely red. It was very bright. It was like they were inside a red mist. Beyond the red mist, Han Sen slightly saw copper-looking metal walls. The weirdest part was that the metal wall had strange symbols and text on it. It was obviously a man-made construct. Han Sen noticed that the bubble was not breaking, and the powers of the zone were not corroding their bodies. He was attracted by the text and symbols displayed on the metal wall. He was not in a rush to attack just yet. Are the xenogeneics inside the Big Barren systems all man-made? It is probably hard to make a true God-class xenogeneic. Even a God spirit cannot do it. Was sacred really that strong before? Han Sen was checking out the text and symbols on the metal walls. Han Sen did not know what the symbols meant. The scribe was in the universe's common language, so he could understand it perfectly fine. Tester number 304, Han Sen read it aloud. It was obviously a number. That was all he could see. Han Sen understood the words, but they meant nothing to him. The way the words were written did surprise him. He recognized the words. Back then, in the Tianxia system, Han Sen had entered Purple Fight's vision before jumping into the eyesight of another woman. It was the woman who was trapped in Two Worlds Mountain. Her handwriting was the same as the handwriting on that metal wall. It seems like I am correct. This goldfish must be a test subject of Sacred. The woman was a researcher for Sacred Leader. The goldfish must be one of her test subjects. Han Sen remembered that inside the black hole spider's belly, he had encountered the white tiger. It made people grow mushrooms on their heads. Although he knew more about the origin of the goldfish, it was useless information for Han Sen and Bauer. He did not know where the woman went. He wanted to find her and ask a bunch of questions, but he hadn't seen hide nor hair of her again. Han Sen wanted to break the bubble and rush out, but he noticed that the goldfish's direction was actually the direction he wanted to go. His heart jumped. He lessened the tightness of his fist. This fish is going in the direction I want to go to. Since we are in its belly, there is no danger. Let's take this for a ride. Perhaps it can save us a lot of trouble. After thinking about this, Han Sen did not move. Bauer jumped down from Han Sen's shoulders. She stepped onto the bubble's wall. She surfed around on the inside and was having a lot of fun. Han Sen thought it was weird. The goldfish had swallowed them, but it had not broken the bubble. With the bubble there, the power of the red mist was not hurting Han Sen or Bauer. It was hard to tell what the goldfish wanted. Does this mean the goldfish recognizes the relationship between me and Sacred Leader? Is that why it hasn't planned on killing us? Does it want to take us somewhere? After Han Sen thought of that, he had no qualm with staying still. He did not want to kill the fish. Because they were inside the goldfish, the Dongxian aura was blocked by the goldfish's body and its own power. Han Sen had a guess as to where the goldfish was headed, but he could not feel or see anything regarding where they were. All he could do was wait where he was. Did that woman go back to the Big Barren systems? Did she discover that I have come here? Is that why she commanded this big goldfish to come and collect me? Is it supposed to deliver me to her? Han Sen had nothing to do, so his mind kept thinking about what the goldfish's ultimate goal was. It had been a few days, yet the goldfish had yet to stop. Han Sen did not know where the goldfish was going, but there was one thing that was for sure. The goldfish did not want to kill them. At least, it didn't want to yet. If it harbored ill desires against Han Sen, it would not have kept the bubble active. The goldfish traveled for around 7 or 8 days. Bauer thought it was getting to be a bit too boring. She could not be bothered by playing surfing games any longer. She pulled out a chessboard and played chess with Han Senator. It was unknown how many matches the two had, but they eventually realized the goldfish had stopped moving. The bubble with Han Sen and Bauer inside suddenly flew out. Not long later, the goldfish spat out the bubble. Han Sen looked around. He noticed he was still in the sea of trash. Atop the trash, there was a countless number of flowers. It was like a lovely garden in space. There was a domed building full of fresh flowers. There was water inside it. The water came out from the building's gaps. The waterfalls were like descending silver dragons. They looked absolutely gorgeous. Inside the building, the water was like a lake. A smaller goldfish was parked at the water's edge. Its mouth was facing the sky. Its eyes were wide open. Its tail kept swinging, making waves in the water. The bubble Han Sen and Bauer were in headed for the little goldfish's mouth. It moved very swiftly. Han Sen was now able to understand what was going on. With a wry smile, he said, "It looks like I thought too much. The reason the goldfish did not want to kill us is that he was saving us to feed its child. This goldfish is quite professional. He knows its child likes to eat fresh food." Seeing the bubble move closer to the mouth of the little goldfish, Han Sen generated power. He was going to break the bubble. Great! I can get them all at once. Han Sen stared at the little goldfish. He did not strike yet. He wanted to draw some distance between him and the little goldfish. He wanted to take the little goldfish as a hostage. The big goldfish would certainly be afraid. Although it was a small goldfish, its head was as big as a killer whale. It would be easy for it to eat Han Sen and Bauer. Upon seeing the face of the little goldfish, one could tell it was quite different from the big goldfish. The big goldfish's scales were made of metal, and there was flesh below the scales. This little goldfish was made of metal too. From top to bottom and in and out, there was no flesh. It looked like a metallic fish statue. It looked weird. Seeing the bubble land before the little goldfish, Han Sen did not hesitate. He generated jade skin power and threw a punch at the bubble's wall. That punch was not enough to break the bubble's water power, but the ice power froze the bubble. It was now solid. Han Sen summoned his cold light sword. He slashed at the temporarily frozen bubble. The pink sword light shattered the ice and water bubble. Without any hesitation, the sword followed the person. The man and the sword were one. Han Sen was thrusting toward the little goldfish, which was eagerly awaiting its meal with its mouth wide open. Chapter 29:18 A fish hostage. Han Sen was too close to the small goldfish, so the big goldfish was unable to react. Han Sen turned so that his body was on the back of the small goldfish. He attacked the spine behind the goldfish's head with his cold light sword. That small goldfish was not as strong as the big goldfish. Still, it was born deified, so it was not weak. Han Sen used all of his power and the power of the cold light sword to thrust the blade deep into the small goldfish's back. The little goldfish immediately felt pain, but it kept moving. Its mouth spewed out numerous bubbles. Its wounds were like lava fissures that bled. Han Sen clutched the sword tightly and did not let go. He rode on the back of the little goldfish. No matter how much it struggled, he did not let go. Upon witnessing this scene, the big goldfish was angry. All of its metal scales straightened and turned into 10,000 gold-scaled god lights. It was like there was a sky full of knife lights heading for Han Senator. They were going to slice and dice him into little pieces. Han Sen was not worried, nor was he in a rush. He held onto the cold light sword's handle. He pulled it hard, which significantly hurt the little goldfish. The fish writhed around uncontrollably. The sword was still inside it, and its belly was now facing up. The 10,000 gold-scaled god lights that were heading for Han Sen suddenly went toward the belly of the small goldfish. The big goldfish was stunned and pulled its gold scales back. It stopped the gold-scaled god lights. They were only a few feet away from demolishing the small goldfish. Han Sen's hand holding the cold light sword started moving. The weapon had hurt the small goldfish, and it continued doing so. The small goldfish kept writhing around in the water with its mouth releasing countless bubbles. The big goldfish was furious as it watched, but it was unable to do anything. If it wanted to attack, Han Sen would have likely used the small goldfish like a shield. The big goldfish did not want that to happen. "You stupid fish. Don't you want to turn me into food? Come on," Han Sen kept waving the cold light sword. He was pointing at the big goldfish, trying to make it even angrier. The wounds on the small goldfish were bleeding, but the blood was strange. When the red blood came out and touched the water, it turned into a copper-like metal. Han Sen was deliberately trying to make the big goldfish mad. No matter what creature it was, even if it were a true god class, it would start showing its flaws when angered. Even if its power were unleashed at a more frightening and powerful level, its flaws would be exposed. Despite being stronger, no longer being careful meant it would be easier to kill. The method used was a bit cheap, but the rules of the big universe made it a dog-eat-dog world. It was survival of the fittest at all times. If Han Sen were not strong enough, he and Bauer would become food for the little goldfish. When it came to survival, it did not matter what method was used to deal with enemies. Although the big goldfish was being driven mad by Han Sen, it did not rush forward. It opened its eyes wide and straightened its scales. It simply stared at Han Senator Pop. 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 The big goldfish kept firing out a stream of bubbles. The bubbles were different compared to before. These bubbles did not fly toward Han Senator, instead, they just kept exploding around him. When those bubbles exploded, they created some high and low-tone sounds. Han Sen shockingly discovered that the bubble sounds were not just an explosion but a language. The big goldfish seemed as if it wanted to say something. While Han Sen understood it a bit, he did not understand it completely. He did not understand what the big goldfish was trying to communicate. Han Sen used his Dongxian Sutra to look into the big goldfish's mind. Although the big goldfish's mind was very powerful, Han Sen could still understand what it was thinking. "Let my child go. I am willing to give you treasure in exchange for the life of my child." Han Sen knew that was what the big goldfish was telling him. Han Sen's heart jumped. He looked at the big goldfish and asked, "What treasure?" He wasn't sure if it would understand. After all, every creature had its own language. The common tongue of the universe was used by most creatures, but not every creature could speak it. Han Sen did not expect the goldfish to understand, but it spat out more bubbles. The volume of its thoughts was even stronger. Very big. Very big treasure. Han Sen sensed that was what the big goldfish said, but he still wasn't exactly sure if that was what it meant. "What is that thing?" Han Sen asked. The thoughts of the big goldfish were too fast. There was too much it wanted to express. Han Sen's Dongxian Sutra could not just entirely read its mind. After half the day, he had yet to figure out what sort of treasure the big goldfish was talking about. Han Sen stopped moving the cold light sword, and the little goldfish eventually felt better. It stopped feeling pain and was able to roll around. It was then that the big goldfish started to calm down. Even so, Han Sen had yet to figure out what it was trying to say. It was only able to communicate some strong ideas, specifically that it was willing to give up the treasure to save the child's life. Han Sen still had no idea what sort of treasure it was. Bauer tried to understand. She told Han Sen, he said the treasure is very, very powerful. Having that treasure would make you fearless. You can hear what it is saying. Han Sen was happy. I can understand a little, Bauer said with a nod. Excellent. Can you help me ask it what use the treasure is and where it can be found? Han Sen asked. The big goldfish was able to understand what it was saying. It did not need Bauer to translate. After Han Sen said his piece, the goldfish heard him and spat out more bubbles in response. He said the treasure could save your life and is very powerful. With that treasure, you can travel here freely. Bauer paused and observed the bubbles again. She then said, he said the treasure is someplace far away, but he will instruct you on how to obtain the treasure. You go get me the treasure, and I will spare your child's life, Han Sen said to the big goldfish. The big goldfish sounded as if it was in a rush. It spat out a lot of bubbles. It went on like that for a while. It was like it was trying to explain something. Bauer watched it for a while. When the bubbles completely broke, she said, it said it could not take the treasure. It has to be us. Han Sen looked at the big goldfish and asked, are you trying to trick us? If there is no danger, why can you not go and get it? The big goldfish spat out a whole lot more bubbles. Bauer translated and said, he says the thing has a scary guy guarding it. If he goes, the scary thing will spot it from afar. He can't get close. Otherwise, everyone dies. If we go, he has a way for the monster to be unable to find us. That way, we can find the treasure. Really? Han Sen looked at the big goldfish. He was very suspicious about it. He then thought, with the big goldfish's brain and intelligence, it was unlikely it knew how to lie. Dad, I think this fish can be trusted. See how poor they are. Let the small goldfish go. Bauer begged him. Fine. If you can honestly tell me where to get the treasure, I will spare the life of your child, Han Sen said while coldly looking at the big goldfish. The small goldfish was only larva class. It was not useful for Han Sen anyway. He also did not think he had what it took to defeat the big goldfish. It was good enough to get some treasure out of the situation. 2919 Floating. The big goldfish was not able to explain what the treasure was like because there was no name for it. Bauer was also unable to guess what it was trying to describe. The way the big goldfish talked about how to get the treasure also seemed strange. Han Sen wondered if the big goldfish was trying to trick them. After considering the big goldfish's intelligence, the chance that it could make up a complicated story to fool someone was minimal. In the end, Han Sen decided to go and do what the big goldfish said. Han Sen did not let go of the small goldfish. He still took the small goldfish as a hostage and made the big goldfish lead the way. In that endless sea of trash, Han Sen and Bauer were hidden in an old, space cabinet. They had been looking around their environment. Han Sen regretted believing the big goldfish. It said he would only have to hide amidst the trash and follow the current of the sea of trash to reach the treasure's location. Han Sen and Bauer had not been in the broken space cabinet for long when they saw the sky flash with some purple light substances. They reduced the size of the trash. Han Sen watched all the purple light substances flicker as they decomposed metal, stone, and plastic. He was afraid he and Bauer would end up decomposed with the cabinet. I hope the big goldfish did not lie to me. Otherwise, I will go back and cook his entire family. I will put in some extra chili when I cook them. After Han Sen pulled the string of the bow, there was no turning back. Although he was furious, he had no choice but to trust that big goldfish. He was holding a fire-looking red scale that the big goldfish had given it to him. He was told to hold it to go through the magnetic stream safely. There were more purple light substances. They were like a bunch of fireflies flickering in the sky. They made their way onto other substances. When those had enough purple light substances on them, they decomposed and fell apart. The broken cabinet had quite a lot of purple light substances on it. Han Sen hesitated and wondered if he should use some form of defense. The big goldfish had said that he should not make use of powers and reveal himself. Otherwise, the xenogeniac that guarded the treasure would find him. If that happened, he would have no chance of obtaining the treasure. If the big goldfish was lying to Han Sen, and he did not use defensive powers now, only God knew what would happen if the purple light substance touched them. While Han Sen hesitated, a red light formed on the red scales in his hands. The red light was in the space cabinet, creating a layer of red. Perhaps it was because of the red layer's protection, but the space cabinet did not decompose like the other space trash even though the space cabinet was filled with purple light substances. Seeing the big goldfish scale working, Han Sen felt much safer. The father and daughter hid in the space cabinet. While the magnetic light stream kept floating, they saw more space trash being decomposed. There was a small mountain-looking stone palace under the purple light substances. It broke and created numerous big rocks. When the big rocks had a huge amount of purple light substances on them, they became even smaller rocks. The process happened again and again. Everything was becoming decomposed. Finally, the small mountain-looking stone palace decomposed into the big barren system's white dust that was everywhere. This process only lasted 4 or 5 days, yet a big palace had been reduced to dust. In the time they were floating, Han Sen and Bauer had seen too much of this scene. Han Sen felt numb to it. Fortunately, the scale kept releasing its weak, red light. It protected the space cabinet and stopped the space cabinet from being decomposed. In the beginning, there were not many purple light substances. Now, the purple light substances had created a sea of purple light. Aside from purple, there was nothing else. In the space cabinet, a purple light kept rolling by. Fortunately, Han Sen's Dongxian aura was very good at space and universe location. Otherwise, they would not have known which direction they were headed. Bauer looked out the window of the space cabinet and asked with shock, "What is that? Have we arrived?" Han Sen moved closer to the window. He saw the purple light stream was like an ocean. It was not where the big goldfish had told them to go. According to the big goldfish, when the purple light stream disappeared, then they would have arrived. It was still purple outside. Han Sen was not able to see more than 9 feet away. This could not have been the place yet. In the purple light stream, Han Sen saw a blurry shadow. It was like some purple light was going up and down. The thing was a bit far away. Although Han Sen was barely able to see it, he was shocked. The father and daughter had been floating for almost 15 days. Everything they had seen was decomposed by the purple light stream. During the past few days, the purple light stream had become extremely thick. There was no more trash. Aside from the space cabinet, everything that entered the purple light stream had decomposed into the white dust. Now, that thing outside was like the space cabinet and had not been decomposed. It was going up and down in the purple light stream. It followed Han Sen in the purple light stream. What is that thing? Han Sen and Bauer were in front of the window. They kept watching the thing outside. They wished it was closer to the space cabinet so that they could see what it was. It seemed as if their prayers reached the god spirits. For a while, the purple light stream waved. The thing was getting closer to Han Sr., closer. Closer. I can almost see it now, Han Sen was excited. After all, they had been inside the space cabinet for many days and were bored. They needed something interesting to do. Bauer was also excited. She looked at the window and asked, "Dad, do you think that is a truck that sells ice cream?" "Selling ice cream in this place? You are quite imaginative." Han Sen wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. He knew Bauer had been trapped there for many days and had not eaten much food. She wanted to eat good food. Suddenly, That thing was nearly right in front of them. It was only 6 feet away. Han Sen inspected the part that was closest to them. Holy sh*t. It is a dead body. Han Sen clearly saw the body. It looked like a man who was sitting cross-legged. His clothes were still whole, but his face and hands were skeletal. There was no flesh. In that very bright, purple light stream, the skeleton looked like jade. Its eyes were purple. The scene was quite bizarre. His body and bones did not get decomposed. It does not look normal. Han Sen was used to dead people, so he was not afraid. He was more focused on the dead body's clothes. 2920 sunglasses. There were many races in the universe, and there were many different kinds of clothes. They mostly saw protective clothing and armor. That was especially true of the Big Baron system. To venture there, they wore xenogenic armor or self-geno armor. The skeleton's clothing was a little bit different. It looked more like ordinary cloth or silk, and the style did not look protective. It was more like a simple fashion style. The clothes were loose like a robe and mostly blue. The sides of the clothing had black flowers for decoration. They looked loose yet somber. The purple light substances kept jumping across the clothing. It made the clothes shine brightly. The clothing was not decomposing, and the skeleton was not breaking. Han Sen thought, to be able to be unharmed by the purple light stream, those clothes and the skeleton must be special. It is a shame I cannot use power. If I could, I would probably take the clothes for myself. Perhaps it is a high-level treasure. The skeleton was close to them, bobbing up and down. It was within the purple light stream and kept moving through the purple light substances. It almost hit the space cabinet a couple of times. Han Sen was tempted to bring it inside. The space cabinet was only big enough to fit one person inside. It was quite tight for him and Bauer to be in there. There was no room for the skeleton to squeeze inside too. Plus, the big goldfish said they had to hide and not show themselves. Otherwise, it would have all been for nothing. Han Sen kept thinking about it, but he eventually gave up on the idea. The space cabinet kept moving with the purple light stream. Han Sen had no idea they were anymore. The skeleton was still wrapped up by the purple light stream. It occasionally drifted away from the space cabinet but never went too far. After a few more days, the red light on the scale started to become weaker. It seemed as if its energy was running out. The red light in the space cabinet had also dimmed. One was able to hear the space cabinet make some tsitsia noises. It sounded as if it was going to fall apart. This scale is not going to last. What if the big goldfish was wrong? Han Sen looked outside. The purple light was still flickering. Pang! Both Han Sen and Bauer shook. It felt like the space cabinet hit something and was rolling like a ball. When the space cabinet stopped, Han Sen and Bauer noticed there was no more purple light trying to assault them. Han Sen looked outside the window. He did not see any more purple light. It was actually snow white outside. It was different from the white dust. The snow there was not dust. It was actually snow. Han Sen saw a land of ice and snow. We are here. Han Sen was happy. He suddenly heard a "catcha" sound. The space cabinet could not stay together any longer. It shattered and broke into pieces all over the snow. Han Sen and Bauer were exposed to the snow. The fish scale Han Sen held shattered like a crumbling rock. It was all over the floor. This place is just as the big goldfish said. They had been inside the space cabinet for many days. Bauer was happy to be freed from the cramped space. Pang! The two of them looked around the snowy field of ice. They wanted to locate the place the goldfish had talked to them about. Something suddenly fell from the sky and landed right next to them. Han Sen and Bauer turned their heads. It was the skeleton. It had dropped right into the snow near them. Dad, it is that skeleton. Bauer ran over to the skeleton and squatted down next to it. She used her finger to poke the skeleton's brain. The skeleton's brain suddenly turned. There was no more movement. Han Sen walked over and smiled. His clothes must be good stuff. There is no point in him holding on to them. He should do something nice and give them to us. We can bury him in exchange. We all benefit that way. After Han Sen said that, he started prodding the skeleton. He wanted to see if, aside from the clothes, there was another treasure inside the pockets. He did not find any treasures. Inside one of the pockets, he saw something. He could not tell what it was. He put his hand inside and pulled the thing out. It is a pair of glasses. These cannot be the same glasses the crystallizers had. Han Sen was looking at the glasses. The glasses kind of looked like Toad's sunglasses, but the lenses were black. They were not transparent. They were as solid as ink. Han Sen put the glasses on. The moment he did that, the glasses displayed a weird sort of power. The power only spread onto Han Sen and did not go anywhere else. Oh. Dad. Why did you turn into a big ape? Bauer's eyes were opened wide as she looked at Han Sen. The sunglasses were not transparent, but Han Sen could see everything. He looked at himself and realized he had been turned into a big ape. He was shocked. He took off the sunglasses, and his body returned to normal. This is a God personality armament. Han Sen looked at the sunglasses in his hands. His heart jumped. The sunglasses vanished. They appeared in the Sea of Soul. This was different from the Sky Vine Radish God Lance. After killing the God Spirit, that God personality armament should have been one used to make the other God personality armament. It was just like the Sky Armor Scabbard. It was not a God personality armament one collected right away. Dad, let me try it. I want to be a big ape. Bauer approached Han Sen with a look of excitement. Han Sen gave Bauer the sunglasses. She put them on, and her body changed. Her face changed, but she did not become a big ape. She became a bee that was the size of a fist. She flapped her wings and buzzed in Han Sen's ears. Dad, I became a little bee, Bauer said while happily flying. These glasses can change people's bodies. That is fairly amazing, Han Sen thought. Bauer, who was a little bee, landed on the floor. She then turned into a white rabbit. Dad, I became a white rabbit. Bauer was very excited. She kept jumping. She suddenly turned into a pigeon in the air. In a short amount of time, Bauer was able to turn into many different things. Han Sen was frozen. He said, "Holy crap. This thing is like the Monkey King that can change 72 times." After watching her for a while, Han Sen got bored. He squatted down and tried to take off the skeleton's robes. The robes had been able to survive the purple light stream, so they had to be made with some good stuff. This cannot be another God personality armament, can it? Han Sen took off the robe. He did not put it on yet. He looked at the skeleton and started digging a hole in the ice. He put the skeleton inside. He closed his hands and said, "I put you in the soil." "No, I put you in the ice so that you do not have to be exposed. Thanks for the items you have given us, but now we no longer know each other." 2921 Statue on the mountain path. After burying the skeleton, Han Sen put on the robe-like clothing. He was not afraid of dead people's things. Plus, the clothes did not look dirty. They actually looked rather new. Things such as bacteria had been decomposed by the purple light substances, so nothing dirty was left. When Han Sen put the clothes on, he tried using power to activate the clothing's power. He thought if it was not a God personality armament, it had to at least be a treasure. No matter how much Han Sen tried to activate it, the blue and black robe did not move. It was like something normal without any energy. This thing cannot be a treasure. It did not get decomposed in the purple light stream, so it is at least deified. Why does it not have any reaction? Han Sen thought it was strange, but there was nothing he could do if the clothes did not do anything. He tried to tear the clothing up, but they were too tough. Even with Han Sen's power, he was unable to shred the clothing. Han Sen thought, never mind. I will wear them like armor. With this robe, power like wind, fire, thunder, and lightning cannot come to me. Han Sen looked around. He saw 3 black stone mountains far away across the ice fields. Those 3 stone mountains looked very unique. They were different from the ice mountains and snow mountains. The ice mountain was like a blade, and the snow mountain was like a ring-shaped volcano. Only the black stone mountain looked like the petals of a lotus flower. The 3 mountains looked like the Chinese character for pin. This should be the place. Han Sen picked up Bauer. He stepped on the snow and walked toward the 3 black stone mountains. According to the big goldfish, after arriving, they had to walk across the snow. They were not able to fly or teleport. Otherwise, they would not get their treasure and likely be attacked by scary xenogeniacs. The big goldfish was a top-class xenogeniac. If it was afraid of these xenogeniacs, so they had to be extraordinarily powerful. Han Sen did not want to risk it. This place is very bright. If we fly, we will be seen. But won't we also be seen while we walk? Han Sen felt rather suspicious about all of it. Since they were already there, no matter whether it was true or false, he had to give it a shot. On the road, it was just like the big goldfish said. It was just ice and snow around. There were no creatures. There were no xenogeniacs either. Everything around just seemed dead. The father and daughter did not face any danger. They only wasted some time by walking to the 3 black stone mountains. At the foothills, they looked up at the 3 mountains. They were very big and pretty. The 3 stone mountains were each about 30,000 feet tall. They were all lined up together. In the center of the hills they were on, the 3 mountains spread out. It was like a lotus flower that had just opened. Following the mountain crags, they went the 7 or 8 miles the big goldfish had told them to travel. They stopped at stone stairs, which would take them up the mountain. They followed the mountain wall. It was like one long staircase ascending to heaven. After they arrived, Han Sen did not go up straight away. He looked at the stone staircase. His heart was racing. According to what the big goldfish said, he and Bauer had to face away from the stairs and close their eyes. To go up, they had to blindly feel their way up. They could not use any powers either. They could not even use powers like area casts or anything of the sort. The big goldfish also reminded them that while they walked up the stone staircase, no matter what noise they heard behind them, they could not look away and open their eyes. They had to keep going no matter what. When their hands felt as if they were running across a stone carving, they could keep feeling their way forward until they found the treasure. After they found the treasure, they still couldn't open their eyes. They had to keep their eyes shut and go back the way they came. If they descended the mountain, they still would have only succeeded halfway. With that goldfish's intelligence, I do not think it could compose such a complicated plan to trick us. Han Sen froze. He picked up Bauer, put her in his arms, and smiled. The big goldfish told you what I heard too. When we are on the mountain, we cannot open our eyes. If you really cannot help but open your eyes, you must tell me. Bauer was in Han Sen's arms. She closed her eyes and excitedly said, "Dad, I am ready. Let's go up the mountain." Han Sen closed his eyes. He used one hand to touch the wall and went up the stone staircase backward. He could not use his Dongxian aura as an aid or use his eyes. He had to use his ears, so he focused on listening. Aside from the wind, he did not hear anything strange. The stone staircase was not difficult to ascend. With the power Han Sen's body had, he could shut his eyes and easily walk backward. It was like an ordinary thing. He was still afraid there might be some trick on the road. He did not go fast. He kept walking and listening. Han Sen kept on walking, but he did not hear anything weird. It was quiet the entire time. Suddenly, Han Sen's fingers felt the stone wall was a bit different. The very smooth stone wall had some cracks in it. Han Sen moved his fingers. He noticed the markings were deep, light, straight, and curly. He could not tell what the carvings were about. If he used his Dongxian aura, he would not even have to use his eyes to look at what they were. Right now, he was only able to guess. Han Sen touched the markings and kept on going. His fingers kept touching the stone. Because he could not touch more of it, he was unable to tell what it was. While he was walking, Han Sen suddenly heard something strange from behind. It sounded like a snake hissing. It was very quiet, but it made one's head itch and body flare up with goosebumps. The sound was getting closer to Han Senator. It felt like a toxic snake was approaching him from behind. Very quickly, it was almost on his back. What the F***ck? Han Sen could not do it anymore. If he had to compare himself to the big goldfish, he trusted himself more. He would rather face the danger and fight for the treasure than put his life at risk by believing the big goldfish. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura. He opened his eyes and looked up the stairs. He was shocked. There was no toxic snake behind him. The path was completely the same. It was still leading up the mountain. There was nothing on the stone stairs. There were lots of carvings on the wall, which led up and up. One could not see how long they went. Han Sen was unable to understand the things carved on the wall. That was because Han Sen only saw a part of it. Seeing the one part he was ascending, he guessed it might have been a large snake. Han Sen saw part of a snake statue. Han Sen looked at the carving and snake body that was moving. Although it had just been stone, it came alive. The black scales smelled like blood. Han Sen looked over at it. The stone statue turned into living flesh. The black scales were moving. A scary presence was all over the place. That goldfish didn't lie. I should not have opened my eyes. Although Han Sen knew the goldfish had not lied to him, he did not regret it. Han Sen needed to control his own fate. He could not expect to keep meeting good people all the time. Chapter 29-22 Fighting the Dragon. The mountain shook. Rocks were falling. Suddenly, the whole ground was tremoring. The stone wall statue had come to life. It was a giant snake. One was even able to see its tail. Based on what Han Sen saw, the black scale big snake's body was at least 36 feet high. It was like a wall that was impossible to truly measure. Feeling the black scales possess a scary presence, Han Sen knew that the black-scaled snake was bigger than the big goldfish. Since he had already made this happen, he could not do anything to reverse the events. He flew up to the sky and looked at the three black stone mountains from space. He saw a large xenogeniac coiled around the three lotus-like mountains. Its body had black scales, and it was dark in color. Its head was around the three lotus mountains. When the xenogeniac raised its head, Han Sen discovered that it was not actually a black-scaled big snake. It was a real black dragon. The dragon head, horn, and beard all rose as the dragon moaned. Its voice pierced through the universe and space. It made the snow mountain and ice mountain collapse. The ice fields broke. Han Sen was hanging in space. He used all of his power with the Dongxian aura to suppress the dragon's cry. His body was shaken. He felt as if he would fall apart any second. That's a very powerful xenogenic. Han Sen grabbed the shield of the Medusa's gaze and blocked the dragon's sprinting cry. He activated the image on the face of the shield of the Medusa's gaze. The pretty lady's eye had some weird, cold light. It landed on the black-scaled dragon. Han Sen wanted to strike first. He wanted the black-scaled dragon to freeze on the stone mountain. The dragon's eyes were like bottomless black holes. It looked into the weird eyes of the Medusa. It looked like two black holes were creating a vortex that sucked the Medusa's eyes into them. The body of the creature did not get frozen. Han Sen wanted to start the Medusa's gaze again because the black-scaled dragon's eyes could absorb the staring light. Other bodies would not have been able to block the light. Before Han Sen activated the Medusa's gaze, the black-scaled dragon's head raised. Its body kicked up a black cloud of smoke. The dragon's mouth opened and spat something out. Han Sen had the traditional culture's effect. He thought the black dragon would be spitting out some dragon ball to play with him, but the dragon's mouth did not spit out a dragon ball. It was a lantern. It was a black stone lantern. Based on its appearance, it looked like a Geno Hall race lantern. But the lantern did not have a race mark. The lantern was burning with a fire that possessed a holy white color. The white flame was glowing brightly. It made the old stone lantern more mysterious and serious. Han Sen instantly reacted. When the big goldfish described the treasure, it mentioned something about stone and fire. Han Sen had no idea what that meant. Now that he saw the stone lantern, he realized what it was. The treasure the big goldfish spoke about was this lantern, but the stone lantern is inside the dragon's mouth. Even if I closed my eyes and walked there, how was I supposed to retrieve the lantern from the dragon's mouth? Han Sen did not understand, but things were already in motion. He could not waste time thinking about things like that. To freely collect the stone lantern, he needed to kill this xenogenic. Afterward, he would get the black-scaled dragon's xenogenic genes. That was like killing two birds with one stone. Han Sen thought about that before doing anything. The stone lantern flew out of the dragon's mouth. The black-scaled dragon reached a claw out. It put the stone lantern in front of its dragon mouth and blew fire into it. As the black dragon presence went through the flame, it turned white. It was like a tide going for Han Senator. The dragon presence covered the entire area. Unless Han Sen risked teleporting to unknown space, he could not evade that scary dragon presence. Han Sen gathered up all his power. He held Bauer and placed her behind the shield of the Medusa's gaze. He used the shield to block the dragon presence that came with the lantern fire. Pang! Han Sen felt a scary power strike his shield. His arm almost broke. The shield hit his body, which sent him flying. He flew through space for what seemed like forever. As the dragon presence messed with his senses, he kept his body tight to stabilize himself. Han Sen felt as if his body had been shattered, but he still had the shield in his hands. He was shocked. The surface of the shield was burning with a holy white flame. It was just like the flame on the stone lantern. The white flame had no heat, so it did not burn the shield of the Medusa's gaze. The white flame was quickly spreading across the shield. It seemed as if it was going to be devoured in no time at all. Han Sen used his Dongxian powers. He tried to put out the fire on the shield, but he could not stop it. He watched the shield become surrounded by a white flame. He did not want it to spread onto his hands, so he had to let the shield go. As Han Sen let go of the shield of the Medusa's gaze, the shield was surrounded by white flame. The purple, metal-looking shield looked like it was surrounded by a holy white flame. It actually looked holy. The black-scaled big dragon's talons suddenly moved. Han still did not have complete control of the shield of the Medusa's gaze. It was flying toward the black-scaled dragon. Once it got closer, the dragon grabbed it with its talons. Han Sen saw that the big dragon's eyes were full of disdain. With the talons wrapped around the shield of the Medusa's gaze, the weird woman on the front opened her eyes. She fired out a weird light. How is that possible? Han Sen's face suddenly changed. The shield of the Medusa's gaze was not normally something a stranger could take and use, but the black-scaled dragon was somehow able to do so. That was a bit difficult to believe. The shield of the Medusa's gaze could only be used by the Gana's special element power. Han Sen used the Dongxian Sutra to simulate Gana powers. That was how he was able to make use of the shield of the Medusa's gaze. The black-scaled snake dragon had a different element from the Gana. Han Sen was certain about that. So, how was it able to activate the shield? Time did not grant Han Sen the chance to think about it too much. Seeing the Medusa's gaze light about to land on him, he flashed away. He teleported out to dodge the light emitted by the shield. Han Sen understood the Medusa's gaze quite well. The black-scaled dragon kept on firing Medusa's gaze like bullets. All of those kept being launched, but not a single one was able to harm Han Senator now. Han Sen's teleport skill could have him teleport away in the galaxy. The Medusa's gaze light could not keep up with his teleportation speed. The black-scaled dragon continuously attacked and repeatedly failed. It seemed to lose patience. It opened its mouth wide and spat out some dragon presence. This time, the dragon presence did not go through the stone lantern's flame. It was like a black cloud covering the sky and ground. It did not allow Han Sen to move. Han Sen looked at it. There were waving watermarks on his body. The dragon's presence covered the sky and earth. It looked extremely murderous, but it could not get close to Han Sen's body. His time ghost beast soul delayed time in the area. It made the dragon presence unable to reach Han Sen. Chapter 29-23 Stone Lantern. Without true god elite powers, it would have been very difficult to survive. Luckily, he had a skill like Under the Sky Knife. The black-scaled dragon's power was mighty, but it was not so strong that it didn't show any weaknesses. It did not perform perfectly. Its strength would eventually wane and flow down the long river of time. Unless the black-scaled dragon's power was able to rip the time area right away, and its speed was fast enough to ignore the time delay and bolt through the time area, it did not matter how ferociously it attacked. It was not able to harm Han Senator. Time Ghost was one of the top-class true god xenogeneics in the universe. The power of its beast soul was like a true god treasure. It did not matter how strong the black-scale true dragon was. It was not fast enough to tear through the Time Ghost area. Han Sen dared to visit the Big Barren systems for an adventure. The time area was one of his trump cards. When he had met the big goldfish, he hadn't tried using any of his tricks. He had not used the time area. Now that the shield of the Medusa's gaze had been taken away by the black dragon, Han Sen was not going to keep his true strength concealed any longer. He had no qualms about using the time ghost beast souls. Han Sen stepped through space, running toward the black-scaled dragon. The dragon's mouth fired draconic presence at him, and the shield of the Medusa's gaze fired its staring lights. When the dragon presence and stare lights entered the time area, they were severely delayed. Even the staring lights, which normally traveled at the speed of light, took a whole light year to travel just a few feet. They disappeared before they reached Han Senator. The black-scaled dragon realized that its dragon presence was not having much of an effect, which completely shocked the beast. Still, the shock only lasted a split second. In the next moment, the black-scaled dragon used its other talon to hold the stone lantern in front of itself. It then blew on the lantern. The black-scaled dragon's presence went through the lantern and was enveloped by the white flame. It went hovering toward Han Senator. Han Sen felt a chill, but he did not dare underestimate his enemy. He knew the stone lantern's power was nothing ordinary. The black-scaled dragon was still able to use the shield of the Medusa's gaze and fire the staring lights. It was probably all because of what the stone lantern was able to imbue. Now, the dragon presence had flames. It was heading straight for Han's Senator. He was staring at it. When the dragon presence entered the time area, it was not affected by the time delay. It was still quickly headed for Han Sr. This stone lantern really is evil. Han Sen's eyes were on fire. He stared at the stone lantern and dragon presence, which was not entwined with the white fire. He was not freaking out. Han Sen wanted to make a move, but Bauer, who was on his back, suddenly jumped up. She was wearing sunglasses. While she was in space, her body exhibited some changes. She suddenly looked like the big, black-scaled dragon. After Bauer turned into a black-scaled dragon and opened her wide mouth, a tide of black dragon presence was fired out. It struck the dragon presence with the white fire. The two dragon presences kept colliding with each other. The universe around was shaking. The ice fields were suddenly exploding. Han Sen was shocked and happy. This is so weird. The sunglasses can turn Bauer into a black-scaled dragon, and she can use the black-scaled dragon's dragon presence. The two dragon presences kept striking each other. They then suddenly vanished. Seeing the same black-scaled dragon in front of it, the original black-scaled dragon froze. After that, the black dragon was extremely angry. It looked at Bauer and let out a dragon cry that could go through the clouds and break rocks. The dragon cry became a natural shockwave going toward Bauer. Bauer unleashed a dragon cry of her own. It went right back at the black-scaled dragon. Two scary shockwaves were striking each other in space. There were many sounds like things being broken. After they collided, the result of the fight was a tie. The black-scaled dragon was furious. As it made another dragon cry and unleashed more dragon presence, the dragon scales shone with a strange light. All kinds of powers were headed toward Bauer. It was insane. It covered the sky and ground. Bauer was not weak. She also used many powers. The fight between her and the black-scaled dragon was a tie. Aside from the shield of the Medusa's gaze and the stone lantern, whatever power the black-scaled dragon used could also be used by Bauer. Her power was on par with the black-scaled dragon. The sunglasses are a very powerful god personality armament. I do not know which god spirit's god personality made it. Han Sen was shocked by what he was witnessing. Seeing its power being completely blocked by Bauer, the black-scaled dragon was shocked and scared. It madly roared and raised its stone lantern again. Its dragon eyes were as deep as a black hole as it stared at the stone lantern's flames and fired two black lights. When the black light went past the flame, it turned white. Bauer was not going to look weak to her adversary. Her eyes became dragon eyes. She opened them wide and fired out two black lights, but she did not have a lantern to dye it. Bauer's light was still pitch black. The black and white lights shot into the air. They were different from the dragon's presence. This time, when they struck each other, Bauer's black light was broken by the white light with ease. The white light was going toward Bauer. Bauer was shocked. Her body rolled. Her giant, black-scaled dragon body turned a very small bee. The white light missed her and struck the ice and snow instead. The ice and snowfields vanished when they were hit by the white light. It was like it had all turned into nothing. The little bee Bauer had flew back to Han. Senator Bauer recovered her body and snuggled into Han Sen's chest. She patted herself on the chest and said, "That stone lantern is so strong. You just watch for now. See how Dad will get rid of it." After Han Sen said that, he picked Bauer up and put her behind him. He then went toward the black-scaled dragon. With a simple teleport, Han Sen was directly in front of the black-scaled dragon. The dragon spat out some dragon presence. It hurriedly did it, so it did not have time to collect the ravaging light. Han Sen did not have his time area active. He used all of his power and put it into the jade skin. Both of his fists were like tsunamis going toward the dragon presence. When it met the jade skin power, the dragon presence froze in the air. But the dragon presence was too strong. It was only able to freeze by a single layer. The dragon presence kept coming from behind. It broke the ice and landed on Han Senator Boom. Han Sen was flushed away by the dragon presence. He was like an ant in a tsunami. The jade skin power was not enough to fight the dragon presence. Han Sen's true god power was like paper in front of the black-scaled dragon's dragon presence. Blurg. After the dragon presence weakened, Han Sen's body flew away. He coughed up blood, but he was not injured. His clothes were not harmed. He had hurt an organ but not by much. Why am I not injured badly? Han Sen thought he would be badly wounded, but his wound was very small. He looked at himself. It was the effect of the blue and black robe. The black dragon saw it worked and got excited. The dragon cries and dragon presence were all beckoning Han Senator. The dragon was not in a rush to use the stone lantern. Han Sen's heart jumped. He raised his hand and pulled the black and blue robe out. He threw it to Bauer. He waved his fist toward the black dragon's dragon presence and shouted, "Hold on to my clothes. Watch how Daddy kills the black dragon." Chapter 29-24 Killing the Black Dragon. Pang. Pang! Pang! Han Sen's body kept shaking in space. The dragon presence, dragon eye lights, dragon scales, and many other dragon different powers were hitting him. Although Han Sen tried his best to block them, because of the difference in power levels, he was getting more wounded with every second. Blood that looked like crystals was coming out of all of his wounds. God only knew how many bones had been broken in his body. It made Han Sen's entire presence look terrible. The black-scaled dragon was very excited. It kept firing dragon breath. All its dragon scales cut across Han Sen's body. The beast really enjoyed killing, and it was not in a rush to use the stone lantern to get rid of Han Senator Pang. Han Sen's shoulder was struck by the dragon eye light. His left shoulder bone totally vanished. It was like he had been bitten by an invisible monster. The wound shone with blood crystals. Han Sen was in extreme pain. He frowned, but his expression did not change. He coldly looked at the black dragon and said, "Are you having fun?" Han Sen's body was now riddled with 1,000 holes. There was no telling how many times the black dragon had hit him. If Han Sen had been an ordinary true god xenogeniac, he would have died. Luckily, Han Sen's body had been reinforced 4 times. That was what had enabled him to survive up until now. Of course, he had deliberately done that. Otherwise, half of the wounds on his body could have been avoided. Han Sen had not planned on dodging. He even deliberately used his body to make sure he got hit. The only attacks he evaded were the ones that would have surely killed him. Roar! The black dragon did not care about any of that. It released some dragon cries. It wanted to hurt Han Sen again. This time, Han Sen did not allow his body to take the hit. He pulled out a Buddha light, which was shaped like a moon, from his waist. It was a very thin knife. The moment Han Sen pulled out the knife, the Buddha light covered his body. Han Sen's wounds almost instantly disappeared. His body was back in tip-top condition. The cause karma knife unleashed the Buddha light on his aggressor. It was like a sun flooding the universe in bright light. Han Sen did not say anything. He slashed toward the black-scaled dragon's dragon cry attack. The scary knife light was like a blade that tore through the sky. It broke the dragon cry's shockwaves and proceeded toward the black dragon. He used the cause karma knife for this attack because it had the ability to absorb all the damage he had just endured. The power that had accumulated was almost equal to all of the attacks Han Sen had accepted. With Han Sen's own power, along with the powerful knife skills, even a true god top-class xenogeneics like the black-scaled dragon was shocked. It did not dare accept such an attack. It twisted its body. It was like a dragon in space trying to escape. It was a shame it had underestimated the cause karma and knife power so much. The cause was already there, and the karma would come. The black-scaled dragon had to use its own power to block it. It could not escape the light. The dragon saw the knife light coming right for it. It was tearing through space. No matter what the beast tried to do, it could not establish a distance between it. It lowered its head, wanting to blow the stone lantern in its hands. It wanted to use the stone lantern's fire power to break this attack. The dragon breath came out from its mouth as if it was miles away. It was unable to blow the lantern flame in front of him. Han Sen's time area could not affect the stone lantern, but it was able to affect the black dragon. Han Sen used a time area to limit the dragon from emitting its dragon presence. He delayed his opponent to buy time. The dragon presence could not reach the flame of the lantern, which was actually quite close to it. When the dragon realized what was going on, it was too late. At that moment, the knife light came down. It struck the black dragon's forehead. The black dragon was past the point of no return. It did not plan on doing anything else. It gathered up power and used its head to take the hit. Catcha! Dragon blood came out like a spring of water. The dragon's head was cut open by Han Sen's knife. It was cut clean through the center. The purple knife light also traveled through it with a scary ripping power. The way the power went forward was like it was splitting bamboo. It cut open half of the black dragon's big body. Han Sen did not have time to see if the black dragon was dead or not. His body flashed and teleported directly before the black dragon. He took the stone lantern. If it was not for the stone lantern, even though it was a true god elite, Han Sen would not have had so much trouble eliminating the fiend. Han Sen grabbed the stone lantern and teleported away. He teleported to another of the dragon's talons. He wanted to retrieve the shield of the Medusa's gaze. Before his fingers touched the shield, the black dragon's claws swept backward. Its body, which had been cut in half, was combined again. The wounds instantly recovered like it had not been injured before. That's a very powerful body recovery power, Han Sen complimentarily said. The body recovery power of dragon xenogeneics was strong. This black dragon, in particular, was quite outstanding. It was like it had an immortal body. The black-scale dragon saw the stone lantern being taken and he was furious. Black clouds rose and carried endless suppression on its way toward Han Sr., ignorant little dragon. How dare you offend God's father? If you do not stop, I am going to kill you. Han Sen was holding the stone lantern. He generated his Xian Yellow Sutra power. He pointed at the flame and pierced it. When the Xian Yellow power went through the flame, it touched the white flame. It made the Xian Yellow power turn white. It was headed for the Black Scales dragon. Han Sen felt like the stone lantern was something of a booster. After the Xian Yellow Sutra was cast through the lantern, the power had been increased by a great magnitude. Buzz! The Xian Yellow Sutra broke the dragon presence and landed on the black-scaled dragon. Han Sen saw the dragon's giant black self-cogwheel get pushed by the Xian Yellow power. It was spinning backward. The black-scaled dragon's face changed as its body began to twitch and transform. It tried to fight the Xian Yellow power, but nothing worked. Its body quickly devolved, and its power went weak. He went from true god to butterfly class. Han Sen was happy. With the power he had, it should have been hard to turn the black-scaled dragon's self-cogwheel. Now, he had the stone lantern to close the gap. He made the big, black-scaled dragon turn into butterfly class. It didn't take long, but it was still very shocking. This is a very good stone lantern. It is so powerful. I am afraid this is stronger than a god personality armament like Sky Vine Radish. Han Sen was elated. Now, he did not have the time to admire his handiwork. He pulled out his knife and slashed toward the black-scaled dragon. The dragon had been true god class, so Han Sen was unable to beat it. Now that it was butterfly class, Han Sen could easily beat the black-scaled dragon. Using the time area, the black-scaled dragon was unable to escape. It slashed like mad, cutting the black-scaled dragon into pieces. The black-scaled dragon was not dead yet. Han Sen used his under-the-sky knife skill. It made countless knife lights cross each other. It cut the dragon's body to pieces. The dragon's body was becoming true god class again. It was going to put its body back together again after it had been sliced into pieces. Han Sen saw something shining inside the dragon's mouth. He slashed and broke the shiny thing. Blurg! The dragon's dead body was like a leaking balloon. It quickly deflated. Dragon blood started to gush out. Han Sen was covered with dragon blood. Chapter 29-25 Sacred Ruin, Xenogenic Deified Hunted. Dead Area Demon Dragon, Deified Xenogenic Gene Found. The announcement played in Han Sen's head. He felt a bit disappointed. It was such a powerful xenogenic, but it did not leave behind a beast soul. That was a shame. I am afraid that in this universe, it might be difficult to find another dead area demon dragon. Han Sen licked his lips and felt a bit disheartened. He spoke to himself sadly. The ability to get a beast soul or not was something Han Sen could not control. As for what the chances were, he did not know yet. According to what God told him, God's spirits and beast souls had to have been composed of the spirits of creatures. Every creature had a spirit, so why was it that one could only get beast souls by killing xenogenics in the universe? Why was a beast soul not given every time? Han Sen did not understand the reasons behind all of that. If every xenogenic had a spirit, then killing a xenogenic should have definitely yielded a beast soul. But it wasn't like that. This dead area demon dragon's deified xenogenic gene should be enough to get my deified gene tally up to 100, but this guy is too big. I do not know how long it will take me to eat it all. Han Sen looked at the dragon's body, which looked like a giant rock. It made a wry smile develop on his face. Although his consume was at the highest level, swallowing such a big dragon body would still take a long time. He would have to spend 10 days to half a month eating it. The black dragon is dead. I wonder if there are any other treasures to find on the 3 black mountains. Han Sen raised his hand and held the stone lantern high. He was still feeling a bit greedy. He called Bauer and put her in a blanket. The two of them headed up the 3 black stone mountains. They did not find any treasure. In the center of the 3 mountains, there was a circular valley. At the bottom of the valley was an old teleporter. It was unknown where it led. Han Sen did not know where the teleporter went, so he did not want to try it. He had to leave the valley and play with the stone lantern he had. The stone lantern was strange. Han Sen could not activate its power and/or control it. If he put his power through the fire, the flames imbued strength into the power he passed through it. It did not matter what power went through the flames. Any power was boosted. That was true for anyone who used it. What is this stone lantern? It does not look like a god personality armament, and it does not look like a xenogenic treasure. It kind of looks like a race lantern from the Geno Hall, but it is not quite the same as them either. Han Sen studied the lantern for a while. He was still unable to find out what the stone lantern was. If it was safe to use, Han Sen was not going to research it too much. He put it inside Destiny's Tower and went to start eating the dead area demon dragon's flesh. After he took a few bites, he saw a gold and red light appear in the sky. The big goldfish was flying toward him. It had brought the little goldfish along. Because the big goldfish had not lied, and Han Sen had maxed out his genes after eating the dead area demon dragon, he was not planning on killing either goldfish. When it saw the body of the dead area demon dragon, the big goldfish looked very excited. It brought the little goldfish before Han Sen and kept firing bubbles as if it was trying to say something. Bauer translated the bubbles. It says thank you for killing the dead area demon dragon for it. He and his child appreciate it a lot. If the chance ever arises, it wants to return the favor someday. Of course, you need to pay me back. Just show up whenever I need you, Han Sen said to the goldfish and its kid. The goldfish family seemed to understand Han Sen's words and nodded. The big goldfish spat out many bubbles at Han Senator. After that, it swam to the top of the 3 black mountains. It turned its head and fired many more bubbles to Han Sr. It said the dead area demon dragon is dead, Bauer said. Now, the child can finally be returned home. It wants to invite us to its house. Han Sen looked at the big goldfish with curiosity and asked, your home would not happen to reside on the other side of the teleporter, would it? The big goldfish nodded. It spat out many bubbles. Bauer tried to explain. It said its home is on the other side of the teleporter. Something that happened many years ago was the whole reason it teleported to this place. Then, the dead area demon dragon took over the teleporter. They have been unable to go back. Now that you have killed the dead area demon dragon, they are finally able to go home. So, they are really grateful. They want you to go and visit them. They will also reward you with some more treasures too. Sure. I don't mind going there. Upon hearing there was treasure to be found, Han Sen stopped hesitating. He put the dead area demon dragon meat inside Destiny's tower and followed the big goldfish into the teleporter. He now understood it completely. People said fish only had a 7-second memory. Whether or not it was true was unknown. This big goldfish was a top-class deified xenogenic. Its intelligence and memory were not so good. Han Sen estimated its intelligence and did not think it was able to lie to people. So, he was not too worried. He held on to Bauer and followed after the big and small goldfishes to the teleporter. The big goldfish's body released a red light. The light went into the teleporter. The teleporter was activated. It started to glow. Han Sen felt as if his eyes had gone black. When his vision returned to normal, he was no longer in the snowfields. It was all dark up front. There was no space. There was no hint of the universe around. There was no land, and there were no mountains. It was like nothing. It was just a pitch-black void. In front of that black nothingness, there was a broken stone door. That door only had 2 broken stone pillars left. The stone of the roof was broken. He saw half of a sign hanging on the broken roof. There was a lamp in front of the door. It was releasing some obscenely dim yellow light. Han Sen only saw half of the sign, which said the word, holy. Is this place a ruin that belonged to sacred? Han Sen was shocked. He was not able to think of any other race that would dare use the word, holy, aside from sacred. The big goldfish led the small goldfish toward the broken door. The big goldfish looked very confused. It seemed as if it did not recognize the place. Han Sen held Bauer and followed. Before the big goldfish walked in front of the door, it saw the door released some cold light. The big goldfish was not prepared. It was shot in the forehead. Blood was everywhere. It was like a very sharp arrow pierced into the big goldfish's forehead. Although the arrowhead did not go deep, it broke the big goldfish's protective substance chains. That arrow was very strong. How dare you come to sacred? Do you guys want to die? A very dim voice came from the left side of the stone pillar. They then saw someone walk out from behind the stone pillar. That someone, who had a human body and a dog face, was holding a teethy bow. There were 3 teethy arrows on the person's back. The person reached out a hand. The teeth arrow lodged in the big goldfish's head flew back into the person's hands. The wound on the big goldfish ripped. Blood came out with the arrow. It could not be stopped. Chapter 29-26 Dog Hybrid. The big goldfish was very angry. All of its red scales straightened up. Many red scale blades came out from his body. It was like there was a sky full of light heading for the dog-faced man. The dog-faced man coldly grunted. He took 2 steps back. He went behind the stone pillar. There were 10,000 red scale lights landing on the door. The broken pillar next to the door had a space swirl generate. The red scale lights landed on it, and it vanished. It was like it had absorbed the door. Very good, sacred. The door is broken and only 2 pillars remain, but it can still hold firm against an attack delivered by a true god creature. It is no wonder why they were the scariest existence in the universe. Han Sen sighed. The dog-faced man stood behind the stone pillar. While the big goldfish power was absorbed by the door, he quickly fired another 2 arrows. He rapidly fired at the goldfish family. The big goldfish fired a barrage of bubbles. He did it to prohibit the flight of the 2 arrows. The 2 teeth arrows were still able to pierce the bubbles and not get caught by them. The big goldfish was shocked and angry, but it was too late for it to block. The big goldfish moved and dodged the 2 teeth arrows. The little goldfish was not able to move so quickly. It was going to be shot in the head. The teeth arrows were able to damage the big goldfish, but the little goldfish was only larva class. The arrow was going to pierce through its head and body. Dong! Seeing the teeth arrow was going to perforate the head of the small goldfish, a knife suddenly slashed against the teeth arrow. The teeth arrow flew away. The small goldfish went behind the big goldfish. Han Sen was holding the cause karma knife. He was just standing there looking at the dog-faced man. He asked, "What is your name? Who from sacred are you?" The dog-faced man should have been a Xenogeniac, as well as true god class. He must have been quite famous in the sacred leagues. "You are just a crystallizer, a servant of sacred, yet you don't know my name." The dog-faced man grabbed the teeth arrow that had flown back. His eyes looked very evil. He drew the bowstring again and aimed at Han Senator. When the bowstring was pulled, Han Sen felt a huge amount of power go into that draw. It made people feel very scared. It was like some toxic snake was ready to launch itself at any second. As Han Sen stared at the bow, he thought, this dog-faced man's power is average for a true god. He is not as strong as me, but his bow is a bit weird. The dog-faced man smiled. The teeth arrow in his hands was launched. The teeth arrow disappeared in space. It was like it could teleport through space to land on Han Sr. Ha! You have a death wish. Upon seeing Han Sen get shot, the dog-faced man let out a cruel laugh. In the next second, the dog-faced man saw Han Sen appear in front of him. The area on Han Sen's body that had been hit with the arrow was fading. Pat! Han Sen slapped the dog-faced man in the face. The dog-faced man went flying back against the stone pillar. Han Sen took his bow away. You are very cheap, and your arrow skills are bad. Let me teach you how to really use a bow. Han Sen was holding the bow. He pulled the string back and aimed at the dog-faced man, who was stumbling back onto his feet and crawling closer. The dog-faced man wanted to shout so badly, but he saw the arrow was being aimed at him. He was shocked. The cold sweat that had developed on his brow was starting to soak his entire body. It was like someone was strangling him, making it difficult to breathe. The dog-faced man had a weird feeling. He felt that if he moved an inch, the teeth arrow was going to break his brain. So, the dog-faced man stood where he was and did not dare to move. He continued to sweat. How is that possible? He is just a crystallizer servant. How is he so powerful? The dog-faced man was sweating profusely, but he did not move. He was shocked. Han Sen was getting ready to shoot the dog-faced man when he suddenly felt the teleporter move. He saw a few people appear at the teleporter. It was Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster was shocked to see Han Sen there. They had not stopped in their journey and had traveled at a blistering pace. Yet, Han Sen had already reached the sacred ruin before them. Upon seeing more creatures appear, the big goldfish swam toward Han Sen with the little goldfish. He was looking at them. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster looked at Han Sen and the big goldfish. He then glanced at the dog-faced man with a bow aiming right at him. He smiled as he asked, Han Godfather, what is the situation here? Han Sen said, I do not know what this xenogenic is. He was hiding behind the pillar firing arrows. Give me a minute, Grandmaster. Let me get rid of this xenogenic, and I will talk to you. You are just a crystallizer servant, the dog-faced man said while gnashing his teeth. How dare you say that? If you dare touch me, my mother will kill you so badly that you won't even have a body left to bury. Oh, and who is your mother? Han Sen looked at the dog-faced man. The dog-faced man gnashed his teeth and said, my mother is Moon Shadow God. If you touch me, she will rip you to shreds. Moon Shadow God. Does someone like that belong in sacred? I have never heard of them before. Han Sen had a long think about it. Out of the 10 generals and 4 sacred beasts, there was no one with that name. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster looked surprised. He looked at the dog-faced man and asked, is your mother Moon Shadow God? Yes. My mother is Moon Shadow God. My name is Chiga. If you know how powerful my mother is, then give me back the dog crow bow. Otherwise, you are all dead. For someone to know his mother's name, it made the dog-faced man very cocky. Han Sen looked at Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. He was not afraid of anyone. He just wanted to know who Moon Shadow God was. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster smiled and spoke to Han Sr., haven't you heard about Moon Shadow God? You must have surely heard about Crow Sky Dog. One of Sacred's 10 generals. Han Sen asked. He is the one called Crow Sky Dog. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster looked at Chiga as he said, yes. Crow Sky God was one of Sacred's generals who guarded the door. Moon Shadow God was his wife. He was a true god xenogenic, but they were not of the same race. Judging from this guy's face, he does look like Crow Sky Dog and Moon Shadow God's hybrid child. You are right. He is the dog hybrid from Crow Sky Dog and Moon Shadow God. A voice came out from Sacred's door. Someone soon walked out. Han Sen, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, and all the others looked towards there. They saw the person walk out of the dark. He was wearing a gold robe. He had white hair and a white beard. He was an old man, but his bones were very strong. He looked very powerful. Although he was walking alone, he seemed like a king coming forth. He was so powerful that one could not describe it. 9,000 King. When Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and a few of the Extreme King deified elite saw the gold-robed elder, their expressions changed. One of the deified elites screamed. I did not expect that in this universe, there are some who still remember me, 9,000 King coldly said. Chapter 29-27 Worse than animals. When Chiga saw 9,000 King, his expression changed. Han Sen was aiming the bow at his face. He didn't dare to move, but his face kept changing. Han Sen frowned and looked at 9,000 King. He did not know who he was. Han Sen did not know much about sacred, and he had never heard of this person. 9000 King looked at Han Senator. He then glanced at Chiga and quietly said, "This dog hybrid is not important to me." After that, 9000 King walked over to Chiga. It was like he did not even notice Han Sen was standing there holding the bow. Han Sen kept the bow trained on Chiga. He coldly shouted, "Did I agree to hand him over to you? If there is something I want, I do not require the approval of anyone to take it." 9000 King did not look at Han Senator. He continued walking over to Chiga. Han Sen's eyes were locked on his target. The bow in his hands released a scary power. It was going to fire the teeth arrow. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster suddenly said, "Brother Han, Chiga's father is Sacred's door guard general. Maybe he knows about the sacred inside. Perhaps we should just keep him alive." Han Sen knew he was saying that to smooth the tension that had arisen between him and 9000 King. "Thank you for reminding me, but this is my prey. No one else can touch him." Han Sen did not move. The power in the bow was becoming stronger. Chiga sensed that if Han Sen let go of the teeth arrow, he would be killed. He would not even be able to dodge it. His body was full of cold sweat. He rolled his eyes before looking at 9000 King and begging, 9000 King, I am willing to lead the way for you. Please help me." 9000 King turned around and looked at Han Senator. He coldly said, "Do not think you can be bossy to me just because you have the dog crow bow in your hands. Try shooting me if you have the balls to do so." Han Sen did not speak. He let his fingers go, allowing the teeth arrow to fly toward Chiga. There was a buzzing noise, resulting in the dog teeth arrow disappearing midair. The dog crow bow was able to rip space. The arrows fired from it had teleportation powers. Ordinary creatures could not dodge them. Chiga was shocked and tried retreating. Although he had the dog crow bow, it was a relic that belonged to his father. He knew he could not dodge the teeth arrow. Being shot by an ordinary arrow was fine, but the teeth arrow had rabid power. If he was shot by a teeth arrow, the rabid power would invade his body. It would turn him into a mad dog that would try biting everyone. He would not be able to think anymore and would become worse than an animal. As Chiga was falling back in shock, a hand appeared in front of him. It held the teeth arrow that was in the air. It was 9000 King's hand. 9000 King, save me, please. I am willing to be your cow. I will be your horse. I will be your servant and slave. I can lead you to sacred. Chiga was crawling before 9000 King, begging and pleading. 9000 King ignored Chiga, who was at his feet. He held the arrow and coldly looked at Han Sr. "It looks like I have not been out for too long. The universe has mostly forgotten my name." While they were talking, 9000 King made the teeth arrow in his hands flicker with a weird kind of power. It was like smoke and fire. A gold power seemed to cover the entire arrow. Buzz! Suddenly, 9000 King fired the teeth arrow back at Han Senator. Although there was no dog crow bow buff or rip space power, the teeth arrow was just as fast as teleporting. Han Sen saw a gold light flash as the teeth arrow came right before his throat. The sweat on his skin could feel the sharpness of the arrowhead. Han Sen did not move. He did not want to dodge. He waved his sleeves. The sleeves of the blue robe wrapped around the flickering teeth arrow. He pulled it down and put it in his hands. The gold light on the arrow was gone. 9000 King frowned. He looked at Han Sen with an even colder look. To establish peace, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said, "Sacred is a very dangerous place. Why are you two trying to kill each other over something so petty? If things are like that, you will be giving an advantage to the elites inside Sacred." After pausing, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster looked at Chiga and said, "Plus, although this guy is the child of Crow Sky Dog, after Sacred changed, it is different now. It is not just him. Even if his father came, he might not be able to show us Sacred. It is useless. It does not matter if he is useful or not. Whoever goes against me should die. 9000 King coldly looked at Han. Senator Han Sen icily responded, "You're right. His usefulness does not matter. He is my prey. I will not let anyone else touch him." The two of them stared at each other. Their bodies simmered with a scary presence. Neither one of them wanted to take a step back. Suddenly, a shadow flashed near the door. Someone else had arrived. This time, it was a pretty woman in black clothing. Chiga saw the black-clothed pretty woman and crawled over to her. "Mother, save me, Moon Shadow God, stay out of this," 9000 King said. He reached out his hand to pull back Chiga, who was in the process of running over to the black-clothed pretty woman. Some invisible power drew Chiga back. He was rolling back to 9000 King's hands. Moon Shadow God's expression changed. Her body turned into a shadow. She appeared in 9000 King's shadow. A black shadow knife came thrusting toward 9 Shadow King. 9 Shadow King shone with a bright, gold light. It melted the knife shadow. The countless knife lights were headed for Moon Shadow God, which forced her to retreat. At this time, Chiga was sucked into 9000 King's hands. He was grabbed by the throat, so he started to cry. Moon Shadow God's face looked angry as she shouted, 9000 King, let go of my child. I can let him go. If you listen to me, he can be half my son. I would not hurt him then. 9000 King looked evil as he checked out Moon Shadow God. How dare you? Moon Shadow God was furious. She was shaking. A shadow flickered on her body. It turned into a night blade that covered the sky. It went straight for 9000 King. 9000 King did not move. He grabbed Chiga and released 1000 lights. All those knives cut Chiga and made his body bleed as he screamed. What do you want from me? Moon Shadow God had to stop the assault of her night blades. If she kept going, Chiga would be killed first. Back then, you were stolen by that bastard evil sky dog. I am going to take you back. You just follow me, and I will treat you guys nicely. When I get Sacred Leader's relic, you will be rewarded by it. 9000 King flashed an evil smile. Moon Shadow God looked frightened. Before she spoke, Chiga was getting cut by the gold light. He was screaming and crying, "Dad. You will be my dad. We will follow you. It is our pleasure to follow you. Mother. Dad is very strong. To be able to follow him. It is our pleasure. Just agree with him." Upon seeing this, Han Sen and the Extreme King's deified elites present were frozen. They had never seen such an obscene creature before. He was a true god creature, yet he behaved like that. He was already worse than an animal. Chapter 29-28 Going to Sacred. Moon Shadow God was so angry that she was shaking. She shouted, "Shut up." 9000 King laughed and let go of Chiga. He let him land next to his feet. He touched his face and laughed. "Good. You are a good boy." Chiga quickly said, "To have a powerful father like you, I must have fulfilled a few lifetimes of good deeds to be rewarded so handsomely. I don't just have to be your child either. I can be your cow. I can be your horse. I can be your servant and slave. It would be my pleasure. I never dreamed of being able to have such an amazing, invincible father like you before." Han Sen and the Extreme King could not watch this anymore. After all, this was a child of the 10 generals. They did not expect him to behave like this. When 9000 King heard what was said, he smiled. He squinted his eyes and placed his hand on Chiga's head. He looked at Moon Shadow God with a cocky expression. Moon Shadow, now that your son has agreed, you should be fine with this too. Moon Shadow God was furious. She also knew that regardless of how much Chiga begged, if she did not agree, 9,000 King would crush Chiga's head. No matter how much she did not want to, Chiga was still her son. She didn't have an option to say no. She did not want to see her son die in front of her. While 9,000 King, Moon Shadow God, and her son were entangled with their own matters, Han Sen went over to Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and asked, "Who is this 9,000 King? I have never heard of someone like that in Sacred before." Ancient Abyss Grandmaster did not immediately say anything. A voice soon sounded in Han Sen's ear. Although 9,000 King was not one of the top 10 generals, he was an officer of Sacred. Although he was not as famous as the 10 generals, he is not someone ordinary. After Sacred was destroyed, people assumed he was dead. I did not expect to find him alive. While the Big Baron power was the weakest, he came to the Sacred ruins. It looks like he wants that thing from Sacred. Han Sen nodded. He knew many scary people were going to the ruins, so this could not have been a coincidence. Han Sen did not say anything. Besides, he did not know much about the topic. It was just a coincidence that he was there. The more he spoke, the more wrong he was. He preferred not to say anything. Moon Shadow, have you thought about it? There is not much time, so stop delaying your son's business. 9,000 King looked evil as he patted Chiga on the head. Moon Shadow God replied, 9,000 King, let go of my son. If you do, I will let you do anything. Although she really wanted to kill him, she had to think about her son with Evil Sky Dog. He was the only connection they had now, and she did not want to see it severed. Ha! Ha! 9,000 Kind looked at the sky and laughed. Moon Shadow, do not worry. Why would I do anything bad to our son? He is such a good son. I will be happy to accept him. I will reward him and not hurt him. Chiga was very happy. He kowtowed as he shared his gratitude. Thanks, Dad. 9,000 King was still acting cocky. He patted Chiga on the head and smiled. Good, son. Very good, son. I really should reward you. Chiga rolled his eyes. He stared at Han Sen and said, to be your son is the greatest reward. I would not dare try and take your rewards, but that crystallizer slave dared to disrespect you. He deserves to die. I am not strong enough to fight him. Otherwise, I would skin him alive in the name of avenging you. As for the dog Crow Bao, I want to retrieve it so I can give it to you. It will be a gift for the gratitude I feel for you. Han Sen looked at Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. They thought that guy was the ultimate rare thing. He was like an extreme animal. Even now, he still wanted to bite Han Sr. Good, son, that is not so hard. 9,000 King looked at Han Sen and quietly asked, did you hear him? Give the dog Crow Bao back to my son. Chiga shouted, Dad, stop talking crap with him. Just kill him. Han Sen looked at Chiga. He raised the dog Crow Bao again and coldly said, I said the life of my prey is decided by me. The bao was being pointed at Chiga. He was shocked, but he saw that 9,000 King was right next to him. He had the courage again to mock Han Sr. How dare you to misbehave before my father? You have a death wish. Han Sen ignored him. He thought Chiga was a mad dog and stupid. 9,000 King must have been worried about something. Otherwise, he would have already attacked. There should have been no need for simple provocation. Even 9,000 King did not dare do anything. He was a fox trying to prove that he was a tiger. Buzz! Han Sen let an arrow loose. The teeth arrow was gone. It was clearly going for Chiga. Chiga's expression changed, but it quickly returned to normal. He saw 9000 King raise his hand again. He thought 9000 King would catch the teeth arrow just like before. Suddenly, the teeth arrow pierced through Chiga's head and came out the other side. Chiga's eyes were wide open. He could not believe he was about to die like that. Time power. 9000 King's expression changed too. His hand only reached out a short distance, so he was unable to catch the arrow. Moon Shadow God looked shocked and very conflicted. She ran to hold Chiga's dead body. She gnashed her teeth, looked at Han Sen, and screamed, "I will kill you." After that, she turned into a shadow. She blended in with the darkness and disappeared. 9000 King steadily stared at Han Senator. His power seemed red. He was suppressing Han Sen, who was just standing there. He looked like he was going to kill Han Sen any second, but he had yet to do anything. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster asked, "If you guys fight here before entering Sacred, are you not going to benefit other people? I will let you live a bit longer." 9000 King coldly grunted. He turned around and fled through the door. He vanished into the darkness. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster turned to Han Sen and said, "Brother Han, you really should not have killed Chiga. Now, we have offended two scary elites at once. That mad dog was worse than an animal. He bit whoever he saw. It was better to just kill him." Han Sen did not care. He planned on going to Sacred to save Little Flower. Even if Sacred's 10 generals or 4 holy beasts were there, they would not stop him. Besides, Chiga was just a dog hybrid with a bark worse than his bite. Right, never mind then. Let's go to Sacred. Otherwise, they will have the chance first. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster paused. He smiled at Han Sr., "If you do not mind, why don't you come with me? Then, we will all have backup. If you don't mind our presence, of course, we will come." Han Sen called Bauer, who was riding atop the big goldfish. They followed Ancient Abyss Grandmaster through the door. As for Chiga's dead body, Han Sen did not bother looking at it. There was only a killing announcement in his head and no mention of beast souls. There wasn't even a xenogenic gene. Chiga was obviously useless rubbish. Chapter 29 Long Bright Lantern. It was completely dark behind the broken door. Aside from a long, bright lantern that shone on a part of the area, nothing else could be seen. After Han Sen stepped past the stone pillar, he realized that behind every pillar there was a long, bright lantern. They looked like street lamps that went all the way into the darkness. Aside from the very dim, long bright lanterns that shone, every other area around them was pitch black. Even with the Dongxian Sutra's feeling power, one could not go into the darkness. Han Sen saw many broken universal cogwheels on the edge of the darkness. Everyone was shocked by the scene. What kind of fight took place here? Even the most basic universal cogwheels that built the foundation of the universe are broken. Han Sen felt a chill. He did not dare be reckless. The darkness was like a silent big beast. It was open like a scary and bloody maw. If anyone entered the darkness, the big beast would consume them. That was a feeling that struck everyone's mind. Even the extreme king deified elites felt very serious about the situation they were in. They looked into the darkness with proper nervousness. "Brother Han, the darkness down that way is very dangerous," Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said. Even if a true god elite was to fall into the darkness, he would not live. Therefore, we have to follow the long, bright lanterns. We cannot leave the radius of light cast by the lanterns. "Thank you for telling me, Grandmaster." After Han Sen said thank you, he looked at the big goldfish. It had been hurt by the dog teeth arrows earlier, and the wound had not yet been fixed. The fish was still bleeding. Although it did not bleed much, the big goldfish did not look too good. Its face was a bit twisted, and its eyes did not look too well. The life force of the creature was fine, but Han Sen did not think its body was. Did that arrow have a poison power? Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to scan the big goldfish's wound. He soon found a red substance. It was drilling through the big goldfish's wound. It was like there were many small bugs inside the wound that could not be seen. Han Sen used a few healing Geno arts, but they were not working on the red bugs inside the wound. Han Sen had a closer inspection. He noticed that the big goldfish's eyes had a lot of blood in them. The blood was actually those red bugs. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster took notice of Han Sen's situation. He came closer and said, "If I am not mistaken, the wound your pet suffered has inflicted it with rabid powers." Han Sen quickly asked, "What is rabid power? Do you know how to fix it, Grandmaster?" Ancient Abyss looked at the teeth arrow in Han Sen's hand. He said, "Rabid power is Crow Sky Dog's power. If someone is inflicted with rabid power, that creature will lose their mind. They will go crazy and try to attack every monster they come across until they become exhausted and die. Seeing what has happened, I suspect this is indeed rabid powers. I would guess that there is an 80% to 90% out of 100% chance that the teeth of the teeth arrow you have belong to Crow Sky Dog. That is why it has rabid power." After pausing, Ancient Abyss said, "Rabid powers are strange. In the legends, only the fourth holy beast Holy Kirin can fix it. I am not sure if there is another way to fix it." When Han Sen heard what he had to say, he frowned. He had visited Holy Kirin's garden once, but the Holy Kirin was dead. It had been buried in the gardens. It could not heal the big goldfish anymore. Plus, Han Sen did not know where East Holy Garden was from his current location. There was also no way of getting there even if he wanted to go. Han Sen used some healing Geno arts on the big goldfish's wounds. He managed to stop the bleeding and make the wounds start to recover, but the blood in the big goldfish's eyes steadily grew. It looked scarier and scarier. Han Sen could tell the emotions of the big goldfish were becoming more negative. Han Sen frowned. He knew that was not the way. He hesitated a moment before he summoned spell guns. He fired a few bullets at the big goldfish's body. The bullets went into the big goldfish's scales. Because of a lack of power, they were locked into the scales. Perhaps it was because of the rabid power, but the goldfish did not feel any pain or resist. Han Sen fired 100 bullets from top to bottom. Every now and again, a bullet fired into the big goldfish's flesh. The bullets had a forever solid power. That power made the goldfish's body solid. Although it could not get rid of the rabid power ceased spreading across the big goldfish's body. He watched it for a while. The blood bugs inside the big goldfish's eyes did not increase in their numbers, so Han Sen felt relieved. Han Sen did not have a better way to solve the predicament. For now, that was going to have to do. The big goldfish was like a patient with some slight mental issues. Its face was twisted next to Han Senator. Fortunately, it was not completely controlled by the rabid power. It still had some of its mind. That is a very powerful rabid power and Crow Sky Dog. It is just an arrow made out of teeth, yet it can turn a true god Xenogeniac into this. I wonder how scary it would be if the felon was still alive. Han Sen was shocked. Crow Sky Dog, who was a door guard, was quite scary. Han Sen could not imagine what things must have been like in Sacred back then. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others were also shocked. Han Sen was able to suppress rabid powers. They had not expected that outcome. The lights of the long, bright lanterns were dim. They could only see the lanterns on the stone pillars. All of the stone pillars looked extremely old. There were many cracks and signs of damage. They looked as if they were going to collapse into rubble at any moment. The light was just enough for them to reach the next long, bright lantern. All they could see was a radius of about 30 feet. The floor was a gray stone plain. Most of the bricks were broken or lifted. It was hard to find a complete stone brick. Han-sen thought there must have been a fight there before. Suddenly, there was one long, bright lantern missing. Han-sen saw the darkness ahead of them still had long, bright lanterns. In the center, one of the long, bright lanterns had not been lit up for some reason. That area was completely dark. One was unable to see anything. This section doesn't have a long, bright lantern, an extreme king deified said. I do not think it will be easy to get past this. Han-sen stopped and looked into the darkness ahead. The universal cogwheels had not been broken there, but most of the universe there was broken. The universe's rules there were breaking. Do you think we can collect a long, bright lantern and just take it with us? The deified extreme king asked. He was looking at the long, bright lantern ahead of them. Don't do that, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said with a shake of his head. The lights of these long, bright lanterns can expel the darkness, but their power does not stem from the lantern itself. It comes from the pillar that connects to the earth. If the long, bright lantern leaves the pillar or the pillar is destroyed, there will be no energy source for the lantern. They would be put out immediately. Chapter 29:30 A dark place. Yang Yunsheng, an extreme king deified elite, looked around and said, how did 9,000 king and moon shadow god go through this? The long, bright lanterns only led in a singular direction. They had been traveling all that time but had yet to see hide nor hair of 9,000 king or moon shadow god. It meant they had to have gone that way. Moon Shadow God was the wife of Crow Sky Dog, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said. She must know quite a few of sacred secrets. It is not surprising that she was able to go through this. If they were able to through this way, there is no reason why we cannot do the same, Yang Yunsheng said. We should just push on and brute force our way through. I agree, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said. Forcing our way forward is the only way, but we should ensure we are prepared. He waved his sleeves and took out a white umbrella that looked like a jade bone. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster opened the umbrella. The umbrella started to drop white holy light. It covered approximately 30 feet of the area around them. This is called Shining Umbrella, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said. It has light by Sema power. Perhaps it will work against the pervasive dark. Why don't you guys come with us under the umbrella? He looked at the big and small goldfish and said, these two goldfish are too big. The shining umbrella won't cover them. Why don't we just leave them here and go on ahead? Thank you for your good intention, Grandmaster. Since I brought them this far, I cannot just leave them behind. Grandmaster, you can go on ahead. I will search for another way through this mess. Han-sen was not willing to let go of the goldfish family just yet. It was not like Han-sen had a strong bond with them. It was because they were creatures that belonged to sacred. They likely knew more about sacred than anyone else present. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster tried to convince him. Han-sen kept insisting on bringing the goldfish family, so there was nothing else he could say. He raised the shining umbrella and went into the darkness with Yang Yunsheng and the others. Han-sen saw the shining umbrellas by Sema keep colliding with the darkness. The light of the umbrella was fairly suppressed. There were only 6 more feet of the radius left for them. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others were all squeezed together. It barely kept them all protected on the inside. The Sema kept quivering in the dark like it was going to fall apart at any second. It was unknown whether or not they would make it through to reach the next long, bright lantern. The distance between the 2 bright lanterns was 60 to 90 feet. After Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others walked a few steps into the dark, they were gone. It was like they had been consumed by the darkness. Han-sen looked at the other side with the next bright lantern. As he gazed upon it, he likened it to a firefly. Yet, he was not able to see what was under the lantern. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others barely attempted it. They just walked into the dark. They were clearly prepared for this. How can I get the goldfish through it though? Han Sen was not going to be like Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and just make use of a treasure to walk right in. Han Sen hesitated a moment before he brought out his cold light sword. He walked in front of the darkness and slashed out some pink sword lights through the darkness. The sword lights ran out into the darkness, but they vanished within a second. They did not create anything. There was no reaction. Han Sen frowned. He slowly put the cold light sword's tip into the darkness. The sword barely touched the darkness. Han Sen felt the tip of the cold light sword being twisted by some sort of power. He almost lost his grip on the blade. Han Sen quickly removed the cold light sword from the dark. The cold light sword light had a few cracks in it. That is very scary darkness. Han Sen gasped. He was shocked that the cold light sword, which was almost as good as a true god weapon, had been affected like that. If that dark power was applied to his body, it was difficult to imagine what might happen. Han Sen was a bit annoyed. He did not know how to get through the dark zone. Bauer, who was on his shoulder, asked, "Dad, didn't you get a stone lantern before? Can you light up this place with that?" "I can try to." Han Sen had already been thinking about making use of the stone lantern, but the stone lantern's lantern flame was different from the flame that adorned the long, bright lanterns around. He did not know if it would work, but he resolved to give it a go. Han Sen took the stone lantern out of Destiny's tower. The stone lantern was the same as before. The flame was about the size of a thumb. It was not very bright. Holding the stone lantern, Han Sen tiptoed closer to the darkness. Where the light shone, the darkness melted and fell back. It carved out a lit area. It really does work. Han Sen was extremely happy. He held the stone lantern and kept moving forward. Large amounts of darkness were chased away. The stone lantern did not look very bright, but in the dark, it was able to light up an area that was several dozen feet wide. In the radius of the stone lantern, the universal cogwheels returned to normal. They did not break again. It looks like this stone lantern is better than these long, light lanterns. I do not know what this stone lantern is, but it is very weird. Han Sen stroked the stone lantern hard. He really loved it. A significant portion of the zone was lit up. It was not difficult to bring the goldfish family through with him. Han Sen held Bauer and sat atop the big goldfish's back. He enabled the big goldfish to lead them. Han Sen held the stone lantern to keep the area bright. The big goldfish's rabid powers did not advance any further, but the fish had not recovered either. It still seemed as if it had some clarity even though its reaction was a bit slow. Fortunately, the fish was still able to understand Han Sen's words. It kept following Han Sen's direction. The small goldfish followed next to them. It seemed to be scared while venturing through the dark. While they were traveling, Han Sen thought he heard a woman wailing in the dark. It was a sorrowful sound, and it seemed rather close to them. The crying voice was more than spooky. It was very sad as it rang out from the silence. It made people feel a chill. "Dad, it looks like someone is crying," Bao said while looking into the dark area. "It does not matter. Just ignore it." Han Sen continued to hold the lantern. He made the big goldfish carry on toward the next long, light lantern. The lantern was not too far away. It was just 120 to 150 feet away, but they had been traveling a few hundred miles. They had yet to reach the long, bright lantern. Han Sen thought, "Sacred is so weird. When I walked past the long, bright lantern, both of the distances seemed 90 to 120 feet apart from each other. Even if there was a long, bright lantern missing, it would only be 210 to 240 feet away. Now, we have walked a few hundred miles and have yet to reach the next lantern. Clearly, there is some problem with the space in this area. The darkness around was suddenly filled with a countless number of sharp blades. They were headed for Han Sen from every angle. Moon Shadow God. Han Sen recognized who the black blades belonged to. I will make you pay for my son's death. Moon Shadow God's angry voice sounded out from the dark. She was able to travel through the darkness, and she seemed to be able to control it. 2931 Death Angel Han Sen frowned. His time area was instantly activated. The shadow blades, which had almost descended onto the big goldfish, were suddenly stopped. They were proceeding very slowly. Moon Shadow God could saw that her shadow blades weren't working, so she revealed herself from out of the darkness. She was floating behind the shadow blades. She looked at Han Sen madly and said, "No matter how strong you are, you must die because of what you did to my son." Han Sen coldly said, "Moon Shadow God, I pity you. I do not want to kill you. You should just go." Go? Of course, I will not go. If I cannot kill you, you are not going to escape. Moon Shadow God said something that did not make any sense. Her shadow blades quickly blended into the dark and disappeared. Han Sen saw Moon Shadow God leave. He enabled the big goldfish to carry on leading the way. They did not travel for long when they saw a crack in the ground. It was unknown how wide the crack was, but the stone lantern's light could not reveal the other side of it. There was only darkness. Han Sen looked deeper. It was just darkness. He did not know how deep the crack was. Han Sen did not want to fly in that place. The danger meter was too high, so he looked to his left. He then looked to his right and decided to walk along the left side of the crack. He wanted to see if he could go around it. He walked 10 miles, and the crack next to him had still not ended. It looked like a bottomless abyss. He did not know how far it went. Weird. Why do I not see Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others? Han Sen frowned. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster had not arrived there too long before them. Yet, all this way, he had not seen Ancient Abyss Grandmaster or his friends. That was not right. While he was thinking, Han Sen's eyes froze. He saw a creature at the edge of the big crack. The creature was dressed in black armor. It was like European, medieval heavy armor. The creature was sitting at the edge of the crack. It lowered its head and peered into the crack. "My name is Han Sen," Han Sen said while looking at the armored creature. "I am just walking past here. I apologize if I am disturbing you. I hope you will not take offense." The armored creature gave no response. It just continued to sit where it was with its head lowered. "Is it dead?" Han Sen used Dongxian aura to check the armored creature's presence. Who would have thought that when Dongxian aura touched down on the creature's armor, the black armor would suddenly shine. It displayed many light symbols across it. When the light symbols flickered, the area around was covered with the light symbol and a bysema. Han Sen and the others were locked into that bysema. The armor's light symbol grew brighter. There was some air coming out of the armored creature. It looked like it was there, but it was not there. That air was so strong that it made Han Sen feel scared. Han Sen clutched the stone lantern and fell back. He threw a punch at the bysema, but the power he unleashed was repelled by it. It almost resulted in Han Sen being thrown off the back of the big goldfish. The Death Angel is activated. You are dead. Moon Shadow God was outside the bysema. She looked at Han Sen with rage in her eyes. Are you saying the Death Angel was your work? Han Sen looked at Moon Shadow God. I would not dare touch the Death Angel, Moon Shadow God coldly said. It was the work of Sacred Leader. It is a scary machine that guards the Holy Garden. I just played a trick to have you stumble into it. A machine. It has such a big life force. How can it be a machine? It is a living thing. Han Sen looked at the armored creature in shock. That mysterious armored creature was now called a death angel. The life force of the being was very strong. It did not look like a machine at all. You do not know anything. Sacred leader knows everything. You will never understand that. It is not just a living machine. If sacred leader wants to, he can turn a stone into a living thing. Moon Shadow God sounded angry. She went on to say, I just wish I could avenge the death of my son through my own hands. Why would you risk so much for that kind of son? Han Sen sighed. No matter how bad he was my son. You killed him, so you have to pay. Moon Shadow God's expression looked a little conflicted as she tried to force a look of true decision. Han Sen wished to say something more, but he saw that the death angel's back was gleaming with light. Suddenly, giant, big light wings appeared. When the light wings spread, the death angel's body started to float. It was now facing Han Senator. The eye of the helmet had two light beams. They were like spotlights shining on Han Senator. The light symbols on the armor made it look half transparent. With the light wings, it made the death angel look like an angel descending to earth. That scary presence made people feel a chill. It was like if the death angel moved its light wings, space and darkness would instantly rip. Whoever comes to the holy garden. Die. The death angel sounded emotionless. It was like a cold and emotionless machine. While it was talking, the death angel rose its right arm above its head. Its arm was like a blade rising. The flames were like they were blowing into the sky. It was like a burning flame slashing a sky-light sword, and it was coming down on Han Sr. This place does not look like the holy garden. Han Sen looked around. Aside from the big crack, all he saw were broken rocks. He did not see any buildings, and there was certainly no garden. Even though the garden was broken, he should have still been able to see the ruins of it. There was nothing of the sort anywhere to be seen. Upon hearing what Han Sen said, the death angel appeared to be shocked. It lowered its head and thought. This cannot be a machine. It must be a creature. Han Sen did not think the death angel was a machine. No machine was able to think the way it did. Moon Shadow God coldly laughed as she said, You are happy too soon. That big crack was supposed to be in the holy garden. Where you are standing is the entrance of the holy garden. Of course, the death angel only thought for a moment before saying, This place is the holy garden. You entered the holy garden, so you should die. After that, the death angel's armor carried a strong flame. It was headed toward Han Sr. Dad, let me do this. Han Sen wanted to move, but Bauer suddenly spoke. She jumped off of his back. She was in the air. Her sunglasses flashed. Bauer's body started to change. She suddenly looked just like the death angel. The armor on her was very bright, and the light wings were big and white. Pang! Bauer raised her arm too. She was learning Death Angel's position of attack. Two powers collided in midair, which created a big explosion. It blew open the Death Angel's bysema. They actually tied, and neither of them was hurt. How is that possible? Who is this girl? How was she able to turn into the Death Angel? Moon Shadow God looked at Bauer. She was in shock. Han Sen knew it was the power of the sunglasses, but the sunglasses could only morph a person into the shape of a creature. Once the creature was scanned, one could adopt the appearance of the creature. Then, one would also have the power of that creature. Unfortunately, the sunglasses scan speed was not fast. It required time, and the scanning changes required a lot of power and energy. It was not just limited by time. One was not able to change into anything one wanted to. There were a lot of limitations. Chapter 29-32 Holy Garden. The sunglasses scan turned Bauer into the Death Angel. Most parts of her were the same as the Death Angel. The fight was very hard, so it was difficult to tell if either one of them was going to triumph before the end. Han Sen did not watch Bauer and the Death Angel fight. He sat on the back of the big goldfish and held the stone lantern. He was holding his cause karma knife and slashing toward Moon Shadow God. Moon Shadow God wanted to retreat into the darkness. Han Sen realized she was very nimble, but her moving distance with each evasion was very short. It was like she hadn't moved at all. The radius of the time area was very small. Unless the enemy was at a close distance, it was very difficult to restrict and restrain the movements of an opponent. Earlier, Moon Shadow God thought Han Sen would be killed by the Death Angel. There was also a Bisema to keep them apart. That was why she stood so close to Han Senator. Only the Bisema kept them apart. She wanted to watch Han Sen get killed at close range. But Bauer had turned into Death Angel. After hitting the Death Angel, the Bisema broke. Moon Shadow God was exposed and directly in front of Han Senator. Time area was able to touch Moon Shadow God. Moon Shadow God could not move by much, but Han Sen's knife air hit Moon Shadow God like it was hitting a shadow. It went right through her image. He was unable to damage her. Han Sen slashed a few times, but it was the same result each time. He was not able to touch Moon Shadow God's body. Moon Shadow God coldly laughed and said, "Time area is such a strong power. How long are you going to last? When the time area disappears, it will be time for me to avenge the death of my son." "I am afraid you will never have that chance," Han Sen coldly replied. He put the stone lantern in front of him and brought out the shield of the Medusa's gaze. He activated Medusa's gaze. Two weird lights went through the flame, which was dyed white. When the gaze went toward Moon Shadow God, she was trapped by the time area. She was unable to move. She had to generate Moon Shadow power to fight it. Medusa's gaze, which had been boosted by the fire, froze Moon Shadow God's body. It made her freeze in the air. Medusa's gaze was a true god weapon, and it was reinforced by the lantern. Even a true god would not be able to block it. She was frozen. She was like a dead person. Han Sen ignored Moon Shadow God. He looked at Bauer, who was still fighting the Death Angel. He noticed Bauer had an advantage on the enemy, and she was able to keep suppressing the Death Angel. When the power and Geno arts were in the same situation, Bauer's power and Geno arts had the Han family legacy. Her timing and understanding of combat were impeccable. At the very least, it far exceeded the Death Angel. She was beating the Death Angel, which had the same level of power as her. Dong! Bauer was slashing on the Death Angel's chest. She cut open its chest armor. Han Sen noticed that the Death Angel's armor did not show flesh beyond. There was only white light. "It really isn't a living thing," Han Sen complimentarily said. "Everything Sacred Leader does is a bit beyond belief. I cannot believe he made such a powerful machine. If he was able to make many Death Angels, it would be easy for him to conquer the world." The Death Angel kept getting injured, but it refused to concede. It was like it did not know about pain or fear. It continued to fight Bauer. Catcha! The Death Angel's head was cut off by Han Senator. It didn't die though. The fire from its neck continued to burn, and it was still headed for Bauer. Bauer's body flashed. She slashed open the Death Angel's chest piece, revealing a white-colored crystal inside. Bauer flew right at her enemy. She grabbed hold of the crystal. Suddenly, the white light of the Death Angel's body was gone, which led to the armor crumbling into itself. "Dad!" Bauer flew back and returned to her true self. She looked very tired. It looked as if she had used the sunglasses too much. Han Sen quickly held her. Bauer was like a cat in Han Sen's arms. She looked super tired. She almost immediately fell asleep in Han Sen's arms. Han Sen rarely saw Bauer tired. He thought, using the sunglasses is quite the drain of energy. Even Bauer was unable to last long. He picked up the Death Angel's crystal, which was in Bauer's hands. There were a lot of sides to the crystal. The shape of it was rather oval. It was shiny on the inside, and it released a scary power. I wonder what this thing is made of. If there are no announcements for its killing, I presume it cannot be a xenogenic gene. Han Sen did not understand what the crystal was for, so he put it away. Han Sen was going to exit the area, but he suddenly thought about Moon Shadow God. Next to the big crack was the Death Angel and the entrance to the Holy Garden. Han Sen thought, I do not know what sort of place the Holy Garden is. If Sacred Leader wanted the Death Angel to guard there, that means there must be something important worth guarding. If the Death Angel that guards the door is dead, maybe I should go into the garden and see what is there. Perhaps I will find something. He had entered Sacred to find Little Flower. He also wanted to learn more about Sacred. This was a very important place, so he had to explore it. Han Sen was holding the stone lantern. He shone its light below the big crack. It was very dark. There did not seem to be a bottom. It was unknown how deep it was. Han Sen held the stone lantern and carefully entered the crack. After he flew down for a short amount of time, he was able to confirm that there was no danger. He then allowed the big goldfish and little goldfish to fly in. Han Sen held the still sleeping Bauer as he descended atop the big goldfish's back. It was pitch black down there, so Han Sen did not dare allow the big goldfish to fly down too quickly. He went down slowly. After an hour, he saw something flickered down below. A long, bright lantern. Han Sen stared at it for a while. He suddenly noticed a door by the long, bright lantern. He let the big goldfish go toward the long, bright lantern. The closer he got to the long, bright lantern, the more he used its light to highlight the stone door. The door was not as powerful as the sacred door. It was just a very small stone door. It looked like the entrance to a garden. After he got close enough, he saw the sign above the door, which said, Holy Garden. The door was open, but it looked as if what lay beyond was not in ruins. The conditions of it were still quite good. As Han Sen stood in front of the door, he could see the view beyond it. He saw the Holy Garden had many long, bright lanterns there. They lit up the entire place. When Han Sen had been above, he had not seen any lights. The Holy Garden had a pavilion and some buildings. There were fake mountains, flowers, and grass. It looked very elegant. The combat had not reached and destroyed that place. Its condition was remarkably fine. When Han Sen looked at one of the pavilions, his expression changed. Someone was sitting in the pavilion. 2933 pavilion. That person was facing away from Han Senator. He was leaning against the railing of the pavilion. It looked as if he was admiring the flowers and the grass around. My name is Han Sen said while squeezing his fists. I have wandered into this place by accident. If I have offended you, please forgive me. After his encounter with the Death Angel, Han Sen did not dare use his Dongxian aura to peep into people in case something happened. In a hellhole like that, it was best for him not to do anything he was uncertain about. The person was still sitting where he was not doing anything. It was like he had not heard Han Senator. Han Sen shouted a few times, but the man did not respond. He thought it was weird, so he walked into the garden and asked, Are you in some kind of trouble? Do you require my help? He was in sacred. He was not going to walk around willy-nilly. He had to explore that holy garden. Han Sen thought the holy garden's trees, flowers, grasses, and woods were special. When he looked closer, he realized they were just plants that could not have been any more ordinary. They were not even xenogenic plants. Han Sen walked around to confirm that was the case. The holy garden was very elegant, but the things inside it were very normal. It was not like the secret garden Han Sen's mind had been imagining all that time. Sacred leader made that scary thing, the death angel, to protect this place. How can it be so normal? Han Sen looked at the man in the pavilion again. The man did not say anything. He just sat where he was, leaning against the railing. He was admiring the view. He did not care for Han Sen's presence there. Isn't it boring to just drink and watch flowers all alone? How about I provide you some company? Han Sen walked to the pavilion. It was then he realized the person was a woman. The clothes she wore were quite loose, which was why Han Sen had not realized it before. There was a stone table inside the pavilion. There was also a thing that looked like a stone pot. The pot was cooking meat, and the fire was burning. The soup inside the pot was bubbling. When he got closer, he was able to smell the aroma of the meat. It smelled good. Han Sen could not help but start leaking saliva from his gaping mouth. Aside from that pot of meat, there was some wine. There were no cups. Being happy alone. Why not be happy together? We, a father and daughter who are meeting you, is surely an encounter that was destined to be. Why don't you and I share a drink? Han Sen could see the woman was still not responding, so he left the big goldfish and little goldfish outside. He held Bauer and carefully entered the pavilion. The father and daughter both looked at the meat intently with their eyes. It was unknown what sort of meat it was, but it smelled delicious. Even Bauer, who was asleep, was woken up by it. Traveling all that way had cost a lot of energy. They had been fighting for a long time. Their bellies were a bit empty. Facing all that meat, she could not hold it. Although the father and daughter wanted to eat the meat, they were not the owners of the upcoming dish. They would not just boldly eat it, but the woman was still not talking. Han Sen faced Bauer away from the stuff. They turned toward the woman, wanting to learn more about who she was. When Han Sen saw her front side, he immediately took notice of her face. He could not help but utter, "Arg." He looked confused. The woman was not alive. It was just a statue, but the statue seemed to be very real. It was like it was alive. It was wearing ordinary clothing. If one did not see its face, one would not tell it was a statue. It wasn't because the woman was a statue that Han Sen was shocked. It was because the statue's face looked like the blonde Wanner. It was totally in the shape of Wanner. Sacred Leader's holy garden has a statue of Wanner. Does that mean Wanner is related to Sacred Leader? Does that mean Wanner's brother is Sacred Leader? Han Sen looked at the statue in shock. He thought of many things. He looked at the Wanner statue and saw her holding a cup. The cup still had wine in it. He could smell it. Wait a minute, Han Sen's heart suddenly jumped. The wine cup was a part of the statue, but the wine was on the table and meat was cooking. The water in the pot kept bubbling. This is not right. If it is just a statue, where did the wine and meat come from? Is someone already here in the holy garden? Did he put down the wine and the meat here? Han Sen looked around and used his Dongxian aura. The name of the holy garden was famous, but the actual place was not very big. Han Sen saw through everything. With the Dongxian aura, not a portion of the place was missing. He did not spot a life force there. Did the people who come here notice we were here and left via the back door? Han Sen wondered. Bauer ran in front of the stone table and took a seat atop one of the stone chairs. She pulled a spoon out of nowhere, put it into the pot, and started eating the meat. It tastes so good. Bauer bit into the meat. She looked very happy. It seemed to be very good. Han Sen was going to eat some as well. He sat down in front of the stone table. Bao used her spoons to pick up meat from the pot and bring it up to Han Sen's mouth. She said, "Dad, you should try it. It tastes so good. This is so much better than the food Mom makes. Let me try some." Han Sen knew that Bao loved to eat, but she would not eat just anything. If there was an issue with a meal, Bao would be the first to raise a complaint. Thus, Han Sen did not have to worry about there being a problem with the food. Han Sen took a bite of the meat with the spoon. It tasted very tender. It was fatty, but it was not greasy. It melted yet was crispy. It really is not bad. Han Sen had to compliment it too. This was the first time Han Sen had eaten meat this good. Deified Gene 1, while Han Sen was complimenting it, he suddenly heard the sounds of his genes increasing. Holy **T. Does the pot contain meat of a creature that was true God class? Who was this generous to cook some true God class xenogenic meat and just leave it here? Han Sen did not feel this was right. Even powerful people like Very High Leader and Sky Palace Leader would not have been this lavish. They would not cook true God xenogenic meat and just hand it out to people. Even if they were going to leave, they would take the meat. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to have a look around. He had yet to find anything else. Aside from them, there was only the statue of Wanner in the garden. Bao did not mind. She kept eating the meat and drinking the wine. The wine was her beverage. Han Sen did not see any danger in it. Although it was weird that the meat could increase his deified genes, it was a good thing for him. The black dragon's body was too big. Han Sen was worried about how long it would take for him to earn a deified gene after killing it. Thanks to this pot of meat, however, all he needed was to take one bite for a whole deified gene. This was perfect for him. Chapter 29:34 Meat in the Pa. Han Sen saw Bao was biting the meat and drinking the wine. Her face was full of food and wine stains, so he said, "Save me 2 pieces. I will keep this big piece for you, Dad." Bao picked up a big chunk of meat and raised it to Han Sen's mouth. "Bao, you are a nice child." Han Sen used his hands to accept the meat. It smelled so delicious that Han Sen almost bit his tongue off. "Dad, you should drink some wine. It tastes so good, too." Bao put the wine bottle next to Han Sen's mouth. Han Sen had a sip. He felt it erupt in his mouth like a spring. It was very sweet. The wine was not excellent, but it was more than suitable to enjoy with a good meal. Han Sen's head made an announcement. Deified Gene +1. Holy **T. Can this wine increase my deified genes too? Han Sen was shocked. After he ate the piece of meat, there hadn't been that announcement. Now that he had taken a sip of the wine, he received the announcement. That wine was something special. I leveled up. It really did make me level up. Han Sen was very happy. The father and daughter merrily drank their wine and ate their meat. Not long later, they had consumed all of the meat in the pot and the wine in the bottle. Bao picked up the whole stone pot and drank the leftover soup in one large gulp without stopping. She pulled out her tongue and licked up all the remaining juices that had messed up her face. It looked as if she wanted more. Although Han Sen had not eaten enough, his deified genes had already reached the max. There was no need for him to be greedy. Han Sen felt quite satisfied as he sat against the railing. Bao was holding her full belly and leaning next to him. The father and the daughter both looked satisfied. This wine and meat were really, really good, but I do not know how to make it myself, Han Sen said. If I could, I would make it myself. We could eat it every day. If I can eat meat that nice and drink such nice wine every day here, would be willing to stay here forever. Bao looked very hopeful for that to come true. There is no rush. I remember the taste, Han Sen said. When we go back, we can try to replicate it in our kitchen. I can get that same taste back. He thought that even if one chef could not replicate that taste, he could surely get the best chef in the alliance to bring back that same taste. Yes, and I am going to eat meat and drink wine every day. She was really happy about the prospect. Han Sen was thinking about the good life to come. The father and daughter were sitting against the rail thinking about the future days of eating meat and drinking wine. At the same time, they were resting. They did not know what they might encounter later, and there was no telling if they would receive another moment of rest. It was very rare to find a safe place like that. It was a good thing for them to gain as much energy as they could before hitting the road again. That was especially true for Bauer. The sunglasses had cost her so much energy to use. It was good for her to be able to take a break. After she ate the meat, she seemed to be in a much better condition and have a lot more energy. She did not look as tired as before. Han Sen closed his eyes while he leaned against the rail. Bauer was sleeping against Han Sen's legs. She was rubbing her belly. She seemed to be very full. The big goldfish and small goldfish had been waiting outside the pavilion the entire time. Although the small goldfish loved to eat a lot of food, the stone pot was too small to share with everyone. Besides, there was only one pot of food. Bauer and Han Sen had eaten it all, but it was still not enough. The big goldfish had a big head. If it gave some to the small goldfish, it would not have been enough to fill its belly. Thus, Han Sen did not give it anything. Suddenly, Han Sen's nose smelled another nice meat. He thought, this meat really is excellent. We finished it so long ago, but the aroma is still there. It did not take long for Han Sen's expression to change. He heard the distinct sound of water boiling. Although it was quiet, it was certainly there. Han Sen opened his eyes wide and looked at the stone pot atop the stone table. He saw that the stone pot, which Bauer had completely drunk all the soup out of, had another tub of meat. Another pot of meat. Bauer was as much shocked as she was happy. She stared at the meat inside the pot. Han Sen was not as happy. Although this was not very normal, the stone pot was right next to them. How could there be another pot of meat? Han Sen's heart jumped. He quickly picked up the wine from the table. His expression changed again. Of course, the wine bottle that the father and the daughter had been drinking out of had more wine in it. What is this? Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to scan the holy garden a few times. He had yet to learn anything. Han Sen's vision landed on Wanner's jade statue. She was still sitting there in the same position. She looked at the garden outside as she held the wine cup. There had been no changes. This is so weird. Who is able to do this without me seeing? Han Sen frowned but did not speak. Bauer was already in front of the stone table collecting more meat to munch on. Han Sen wanted to stop Bauer and ask her not to eat yet, but he heard a familiar voice sound from the holy garden's entrance. Han Sen, why are you here? Han Sen saw a person walk into the holy garden. Han Sen turned his head. The person who had come to the holy garden was one of the extreme king deified elites that followed ancient abyss. His name was Yang Yunsheng. Why are you here? Where is ancient abyss grandmaster? Han Sen looked at Yang Yunsheng with confusion. There was no one else out there. Yang Yunsheng looked bitter as he said, I do not want to talk about it. The grandmaster brought us into the darkness. We thought we could reach the long, bright lantern ahead, but we walked a few hundred miles only to remain in the darkness. We then heard something get closer in the dark. Something attacked the shining umbrella. The grandmaster allowed us to keep the umbrella and proceed while he ran out of the umbrella's safety to confront the enemy. Han Sen did not speak. He knew something else must have happened. Otherwise, Yang Yunsheng would not have come there alone. Yang Yunsheng went on to say, the four of us were holding the shining umbrella as we kept going for the light. We did not get very far before something else sought to attack the shining umbrella. After a few hits, the shining umbrella was destroyed. I did not see what the monster looked like, but I was hit away by it. I fell into the darkness and kept on falling. It was like I was plummeting into an abyss. The power of that darkness was like a grinding machine. I tried my hardest, but I could not block it. Even the protective treasures have been broken. As I was thinking about how I was going to die, I landed in a place with a long, bright lantern. I stood inside the lantern's glow to survive. With the long, bright lantern there, the creatures of the dark did not show up again. Even so, I could feel something watching me in the dark. It did not dare enter the light though. As he spoke, Yang Yunxing felt a chill. He looked outside the holy garden and could still feel a monster watching him. Chapter 29:35 Holy Garden Phi, did the long, bright lanterns lead you here? Han Sen asked. No, there was only one long, bright lantern, Yang Yunxing said. Around it was all dark. I thought I was going to die down there, but something weird happened. What weird thing? Han Sen looked at him with interest. Yang Yunxing had a wry smile as he said, in the dark, I heard a woman crying. A woman crying? Han Sen was shocked. He himself had heard a woman crying once before, but then Moon Shadow God appeared. Han Sen believed it to be Moon Shadow God's voice. Now, with Yang Yunxing having heard the crying sound too, it was weird. Yang Yunxing said, you will probably laugh when I tell you this, but at the time I was trapped there and feeling hopeless, hearing the crying sound actually made me incredibly angry. I thought I was going to die anyway, but if I was going to be trapped and die, I preferred dying quickly. So, I ran toward the crying sound. I was going to fight that thing in the dark without caring about whether I lived or died. It was so strange. I thought I was going to be killed in the dark. I chased the crying noises with the dark power still around me, but it was not as strong as before. My power was able to withstand the oppression of the dark. As I went, I stumbled across here and one long, bright lantern. When I arrived here, the sound of the woman crying was gone. Yang Yunxing tried to explain what had happened to him. Was Yang Yunxing following Moon Shadow God to get here? No way. Moon Shadow God was above the crack. If Yang Yunxing had chased Moon Shadow God, he would be above the crack as well. He also would have reached here a long time ago. He wouldn't have just arrived now. Han Sen looked at Yang Yunxing and asked, when was the last time you heard the woman cry? Not long ago, Yang Yunxing replied. Han Sen thought, that cannot be right. It seems like the woman crying wasn't Moon Shadow God. While they were talking, the sound of a woman crying was suddenly heard again outside the holy garden. It sounded as if it was there, but it wasn't there. It sounded very depressed. The sobbing almost made one's head itch. Here it comes again, Yang Yunxing said. It's that sound. Han Sen looked outside the holy garden. The two long, bright lanterns outside the door were not very illuminated. Outside the garden was pretty much just darkness. One was not able to see anything. Everyone held their breaths for a while. Eventually, the crying sound disappeared. It was like the crying person had walked away. Yang Yunxing pointed at the meat in the stone pot and said, "Did you guys make this meat? Can I have some? I do not want to starve to death." That place was quite scary, so he felt as if he could die any second. Therefore, he did not mind eating something. "The meat is mine." Bauer jumped in front of the stone table and used her hands to protect the stone pot. Han Sen wished to say something, but he heard someone else coming from outside the holy garden. Someone else had arrived. They saw an old man wearing a gold robe walk into the holy garden. It was 9000 King. This is the holy garden. You outsiders cannot just enter here. 9,000 King looked at Han Sen and the others. He looked angry. He was checking out Han Sen and the others as if to discover something. Yang Yunsheng looked fairly worried. They had just come to a place that was a bit safer and not life-threatening, yet it was where they again met 9,000 King. Yang Yunsheng knew 9,000 King was not as nice as Han. Senator 9,000 King quickly looked at the stone pot and Wanner statue inside the pavilion. He looked excited, but it was just for one moment. It could not escape Han Sen's eye though. Are you not going to walk away? Do you want to die? 9,000 King stared at Han Sen and walked closer to the pavilion. His body had dark gold markings on it. He looked strange. It was as if many weird centipedes were surrounding him. Han Sen did not speak. He stood in front of the pavilion and did not do anything. Yang Yunsheng was scared. Although he was a butterfly deified elite, 9,000 King was an old monster who hailed from Sacred's era. One was not able to tell how much he had evolved in all that time. He could have been one of the top true gods in existence. No matter, he was not able to beat him. Seeing 9,000 King approaching, Yang Yunsheng appeared as if he was facing off a big enemy. 9,000 King did not even look at him. He looked at Han Sen, showing no care for him. 9,000 King's body was becoming stronger. From what Yang Yunsheng saw, it was like a giant monster that could break the sky and could not be beaten. He thought 9,000 King was going to perform a strong attack on Han Senator. Instead, 9,000 King walked right before the pavilion without making an attack. He used his power to suppress Han Sen and the others. He said, I am afraid to damage the leader's legacy. Do not make me break anything. Bauer laughed out loud and said, You are just afraid of my father hurting you. You make it sound so nice. 9,000 King's face did not move. He coldly laughed and said, I have traveled across the universe following sacred leader and slaughtering countless true gods. Your ancestors, at the time, were probably drinking milk from nowhere. Killing you guys will be easy. I just want to earn some karma by letting you go. Do not misunderstand. Han Sen smiled at 9,000 King, but he did not speak. Bauer ignored 9,000 King too. She used her spoon to pick up more meat from the stone pot. Stop. 9,000 King's expression changed. He madly shouted and rushed toward the stone pavilion. He reached his hands out at Bauer. The air on his body turned into the aura of a dark gold centipede. He was coming for her. Han Sen jumped before the pavilion, clutching the shield of the Medusa's gaze. He activated Medusa's gaze. A weird light shone against the dark gold centipede air. It trapped them all in the air. Freezing skills are strong, but to me, the king, they are trifling tricks and nothing more. 9,000 King's eyes looked cold as he drew a blade from his waist. The sword looked extremely weird. Han Sen had seen many rare swords before, but he had never seen a sword this weird. The sword was 2 fingers wide and 4 feet long. It looked to have been crafted from blood jade. The weirdest thing was that the sword had eyes. From the tip to the handle, there were some weird eyes all across it. Some of them were open. Some of them were shut. Some of them were half open. They all looked different from each other. They all lined up and looked extremely weird and disgusting. They made people feel very uncomfortable. It gave people goosebumps. 9,000 King said, 9 eyes go through 1,000 ancients. 1 sword slashes the underworld. Under my 9-eyed sword, nothing can survive. I, the king, believe in good morals. I was going to let you guys go, but if you guys want to die, then it is not my fault. He then raised the 9-eyed sword. Chapter 29:36 3 questions 9,000 King raised his jade sword. The 9 eyes on the sword were all open. The pupils flickered, emitting some evil light. One easily saw it spread. The Medusa's gaze touched the lights from the eyes on the sword. It was as if it had been hypnotized. The once open eyes shut. No matter how many times or ways Han Sen tried to make use of Medusa's gaze, Medusa's eyes would not open. The scariest thing was that Han Sen slowly noticed that his own eyes were shutting too. It was as if he was becoming extremely tired. He was not able to open his eyes anymore. No matter how much he struggled and tried to open his eyes, nothing seemed to work. His eyelids refused to open. They just wanted to close. Stop resisting. It is useless. The sword lights of the nine-eyed sword can rob the vision of every being in this universe. When facing the nine-eyed sword, no creature has an eye. 9,000 King raised his nine-eyed sword. He looked evil as he said, "It is not just that either. When you see the eyes on the nine-eyed sword, you are almost dead." As Han Sen listened to 9,000 King's voice, he was still unable to open his eyes. They were closing completely. He felt as if something was moving in his eyes. It felt as if it was going to blow up his eyeballs and emerge. "Arg!" Yang Yunsheng screamed. He held his eyes and screamed like crazy. Somehow, his eyes exploded. They had become two gaping and bloody holes. "I gave you the chance to leave, but you did not want to." 9,000 King coldly looked at Yang Yunsheng. He then turned his gaze toward Han Senator. He was hoping to see the moment Han Sen's eyes exploded. Han Sen felt like all of the blood in his body going toward his eyes, preparing to pop them out. He knew the nine-eyed sword was weird, but he had no idea he was actually being dealt damage by it. The big goldfish and small goldfish kept their eyes closed. Their eyes were swollen like balloons with a maximum amount of air put into them. They were going to blow up any second. Although Han Sen could not see, in the Dongxian Sutra, he still felt everything. The only person who had not been affected was Bauer, who happened to be wearing her sunglasses. 9,000 King coldly looked at Han Senator. He was waiting for Han Sen's eyes to explode. The nine-eyed sword power not only exploded eyes. When the eyes exploded, all blood and the life force would seep out of that wound until the person was a dried husk. The person would be dead. Feeling that his eyes about to blow up, Han Sen suddenly pulled the string of the dog crow bow. He fired an arrow at the nine-eyed sword. 9,000 King immediately saw his action. He swung his nine-eyed sword at the teeth arrow that was coming toward him. The dog crow bow was very famous, but that was only when it was in Crow Sky Dog's hands. In ordinary people's hands, 9,000 King did not really care. 9,000 King knew Crow Sky Dog very well. He knew the dog crow bow's power very well too. Dong! It traveled through space. The teeth arrow behaved as it teleported. The nine-eyed sword slashed it away. It did not harm 9,000 King in the least. In the next second, Han Sen's body weirdly appeared behind 9,000 King. He swung his knife toward 9,000 King. 9,000 King's expression changed. Han Sen teleported quickly, faster than he could have possibly imagined. It was too late for him to evade, so he waved the nine-eyed sword to block Han Sen's knife. How is that possible? When the knife and sword collided, his nine-eyed sword was broken by Han Senator. The nine-eyed sword was dead, and the lights were extinguished. When the nine-eyed sword was broken, Han Sen's knife light was still going toward 9,000 King's back. Dong! A metallic sound rang out. Han Sen had cut open the gold robe. Inside the gold robe, there was a dark green armor. Han Sen's slash was able to break the nine-eyed sword, but it did not leave a mark on the dark green armor. 9,000 King waved his right arm. It struck Han Sen's Karma knife. It made Han Sen and his knife fly back. Han Sen's body hit the pillar of the pavilion. The stone pillar looked ordinary. Once he hit it, Han Sen was unable to break it. He bounced back onto the floor. Blood was pouring out of his mouth. The blood inside his chest was thrashing around like a stormy sea. God personality armament. Han Sen stood back up. He stared at the dark green armor inside the gold robe. You have good eyesight. 9000 King ripped off his gold robe. He revealed the splendor of his dark green armor. Aside from his head and neck, every inch of him was covered in the dark green armor. The dark green armor was tightly wound around the body. It looked very powerful. There was a small gap on the plate of the armor. Han Sen looked closer. He saw a closed eye. It made people feel a chill. This is the God Personality Armament Thousand-Eye Battle Armor. This nine-eyed sword was just one of the toys I built to try and copy the Thousand-Eye Battle Armor. The power it has is not half as strong as the Thousand-Eye Battle Armor. 9000 King looked very menacing as he said, "Since you have seen my Thousand-Eye Battle Armor, I will not let you live anymore. It is too late now, even if you want to live and leave." Han Sen did not budge an inch. He held the cause karma knife and coldly said, "You can put your God Personality Armament Thousand-Eye Battle Armor to the test. See if it can kill me." 9000 King frowned. He looked at the God list fights before. He knew the power of the cause karma knife. He had learned the power of the cause karma knife. The nine-eyed sword's damage to Han Sen had been completely absorbed. The cause karma knife was much stronger than 9000 King had imagined. If I cannot kill him with one hit, it will be annoying to have him use the cause karma knife power, 9000 King thought. Han Sen suddenly said, 9000 King, what you want is the item in the pavilion. We don't have to keep fighting. If you can answer me a few questions, I can give you the treasure inside this pavilion. Are you serious? 9000 King looked at Han Sen with curiosity. He had not expected Han Sen to say something like that. I am serious, Han Sen said. If you cannot answer me, then it does not count. If you deliberately give me questions that I don't know the answer to, how am I supposed to answer you? 9000 King coldly laughed. If you are here for the treasure in the pavilion, you must know what it is, Han Sen said. If I answer the question, will you give me the item? 9000 King did not answer the question. He coldly smiled at Han Sr., that is one of the questions. I will only ask you a few questions. Han Sen did not hesitate. He spoke straightforwardly. What questions? Let me hear them first. 9000 King's eyes shone. He was not in a rush. That was the first question. I have 4 other questions to ask. Who is the lady depicted in the statue? What is her relationship with Sacred Leader? How many elites are there in Sacred, and where are they? Han Sen asked all he wanted to know. Chapter 29:37 Sacred Leader's Sister 9000 King's eyes were shining. It was unknown what he was thinking about. He went silent for a while before saying, "These questions you ask are all related to Sacred Leader. They are all secrets. Even the 10 generals would not know the answers to all of them. Does that mean you are not willing to conduct a trade with me?" Han Sen coldly asked. It is not like that. I know some of these secrets. If I tell you and you are not satisfied, what will happen then? 9000 King's eyes looking shiny. If it comes to that, we will resume our combat. Han Sen lifted his lips. 9000 King was scary, and he had a God personality armament. In this universe, he was a top-class elite. He could not change his mind. He could not deny the fact he was a slave. He was not kind, and he was very stingy. He would not take any loss. 9000 King's personality was very suspicious. Seeing Han Sen so determined made him worry even more. He was not going to attack just yet. 9000 King thought, although this Han Sen is only butterfly class, the treasure and geno arts of his body are very weird. He has a geno art that can make a true god level down. He hasn't used it yet. He looks so calm. Is he so confident he can destroy my 1000 battle armor? It had to be said that in the Geno God list fights, Han Sen had become famous in the whole universe. Many antique elites were afraid of Han Sen's Xian Yellow Sutra. 9000 King laughed weirdly and said, "This place is the leader's dear garden. It is bad to destroy it." "Fine, I can answer these questions you have asked. If you still aren't going to behave after I tell you the secrets, you cannot take it out on me for attacking you." When Han Sen heard 9000 King say that, he did not feel weird. He casually said, "If you are not going to answer me some random thing, I can give you the treasure inside." When Han Sen said that, he was actually thinking, this holy garden is so weird. The meat we just ate reappeared in the pot. The wine we drank is back in the bottle. That is so weird. In fact, what shocked Han Sen the most was when he saw his deified genes. He noticed that after eating the meat in the pot, which filled up his deified genes, he was missing the 6 he required again. He returned to how he was before he ate the meat. That was not normal. If he could not figure out what was going on, Han Sen was not going to feel safe about it. Plus, there were other important questions. These were questions that had been on Han Sen's mind for a long time. 9000 King went silent a bit. He pointed at the stone pot and said, "This stone pot is the item sacred leader used to eat from. It is not some famous treasure, but it has a treasure that not even true god-class elites have. If you put the flesh of a xenogeneic inside to cook, it can turn the xenogeneic genes into a sort of power we can absorb. It can make creatures evolve easier than if they were to consume a vat of geno fluid." Just that. Han Sen looked at 9000 King. 9000 King laughed and said, "It is just a dining apparatus. It is not bad for it to have that function. What makes it important is the meat in the pot. If I have seen it right, inside this pot is the flesh of one of the 4 holy beasts. It is Holy Kirin's xenogeneic genes." "What? That is the flesh of the Holy Kirin inside the pot?" Han Sen was shocked. He did not rightly believe the claim. "Yes, it is the Holy Kirin's flesh," 9000 King confidently said. "No way. I have been to East Holy Kirin Garden. Holy Kirin's flesh is there in the garden, and the flesh of the Kirin is bad. How are you able to cook it?" Han Sen frowned. He thought 9000 King was trying to trick him. Upon hearing Han Sen say that the Holy Kirin's flesh was inside the East Holy Kirin Garden, 9000 King was just as much shocked. He thought for a moment and said, "I did not expect the Holy Kirin to survive the disaster, but don't worry. Listen to me, and you will know that I am not lying." "I am listening," Han Sen said. 9000 King looked at the pavilion statue, which looked like Wanner, and said, "This thing is related to your second question. It is related to the owner of the statue." "Oh? Who is this person depicted in the statue?" Han Sen asked. "The person in the statue is the leader's little sister," 9000 King said. "In regard to her name, I do not know the answer to that. If it is Sacred Leader's sister, she must be someone special within the ranks of Sacred. How can you not know her name?" Han Sen really didn't believe it. 9000 King sighed and said, "The leader really loved his little sister. Her body was always very weak. Sacred Leader was worried someone might hurt her, so he placed her in the Holy Garden to allow the Death Angel to protect her. Even the 10 generals of the 4 holy beasts were unable to gain access. No one really knew Sacred Leader had a little sister. The leader was really nice to his little sister. No matter what she requested, even if it was the head of a god, she would get it. He would do anything to ensure a smile would adorn his sister's face. The only reason I know about her is because she snuck out of the holy garden. She happened to bump into me. She said she wanted to walk around, but then something happened. That is why I know her. Regarding her name, I did not dare ask her for it. I see, Han-sen said. What was her connection to the meat in the pot? 9,000 King sighed and said, our leader was very nice to this little sister, but she was sick. She could not live for long. Our king tried his best, but she could not keep on living. The time she snuck out of the holy garden, sacred leader immediately knew. He followed her and showed up when she passed out. He took her away and put her back. What did he say? Han-sen asked. Our leader said it seemed like only the flesh of the holy Kirin would extend her life, but even that was for only a few years. 9,000 King looked at the flesh that was bubbling in the stone pot. He went on to say, God knows how many years have gone by, but ever since then, the meat has still been cooking. Meat that can be cooked inside a stone pot for so long must be something special. That is why I presumed it to be the flesh of the holy Kirin. After Han-sen heard that, he thought, that means Wana really is sacred leader's little sister. If that is true, why did she end up in a tree hole? In the sacred era, her lifespan was almost all gone. She required the flesh of the holy Kirin to extend her life by a few years. It has been billions of years since then. She is still alive. What is that all about? And then? Han-sen asked. There is no more. I only saw her once. I never saw her after that. Ever since then, Sacred started to have many problems. Not many years later, there were many big changes. I was on a business trip for the leader, which is how I survived. As to what happened in Sacred, I have no idea. 9,000 King shook his head. 2938 Sacred leader that cannot be replaced. Han-sen looked at 9,000 King and asked, if you don't know what happened to Sacred in the past, how were you able to answer my last question? 9,000 King coldly laughed. I actually don't know how many scary existences still remain with Sacred. If they are still alive, they will be in that place. Only by being there could they stay out of the fight. Han-sen looked at 9,000 King and did not say anything. If Sacred really did have such a place, even a scary fight like that could not be held at bay. If so, Sacred would not have disappeared down the river of time. 9,000 King had an expression that implied he understood what Han-sen was thinking. He coldly laughed. This place is where the sacred people lived. Even God's spirits cannot access that place. For Sacred to rule the whole world and kill countless God spirits and remain standing for billions of years, it was all because of that palace. Even God's spirits could do nothing more than look at it. If the elites in Sacred were still there back then, they would be in that palace even now. The race called Sacred, aside from Sacred leader and his sister, who else is still there? Han-sen asked. I have answered your questions, 9,000 King said. You still have not told me where this sacred palace is, so you have not answered me, Han-sen said. Right now, Sacred is already like this. It is already messed up. How am I supposed to know where the palace is? 9,000 King coldly grunted. That means you did not really answer all of my questions, so it does not matter if you answered any of them. Han-sen frowned. Do you want to break your promise to me? 9,000 King's face grew dim. Indeed, I am. You don't know if the flesh is truly holy Kirin's. You don't know the name of Sacred leader's sister, and you don't know where the race palace is. What is the point of you giving me useless answers? Han-sen and 9,000 King had a staring contest. Neither of them relented. It looks like you weren't committed to upholding the promise whatsoever. 9,000 King was a bit angry. The eye of the dark green armor was starting to open. The outline of the eye was glowing with a weird green light. It is not like that. The answers you gave me are useless. I am sure you are aware of that. How about this? If you answer a question about sacred, then this is yours. Han Sen pointed at the pavilion while he spoke. 9,000 King's eyes were flickering. He looked murderous. He stared at Han Sen for a while and coldly said, "If I answer this question and you're still yanking my chain, even at the risk of destroying this garden, I am going to mop the floor with you." "We crystallizers keep our promises," Han Sen said. "All you have to do is answer me. The sacred race only has sacred leader. There was nobody else. Are you happy now?" 9,000 King walked toward the pavilion. "Hang on. That's not right," Han Sen said as he stopped 9,000 King's advance. "Sacred leader had a little sister. How can the sacred race only have one person? Your answer is hilariously fake. Who said sacred leader's little sister was from the sacred race?" 9,000 King coldly laughed before saying, "Sacred leader is a unique existence in this universe. The sole being of his kind. Another does not exist that can be considered a part of the sacred race. What you say is very contradicting. Is that lady not sacred leader's biological sister?" Han Sen frowned. He looked at 9,000 King's face, but it did not seem as if he was lying. If he was going to lie, he could easily lie about how many people were in sacred. He could have made up names and numbers because Han Sen had no way of verifying the information. Instead, he had given Han Sen that strange answer. She was his biological sister, but the sacred race only had sacred leader. That is all I know, believe it or not. 9,000 King did not say anything more. He approached the stone pavilion. If Han Sen was going to stop him, he was just going to fight. "I will keep my word. The thing in the pavilion is now yours." Han Sen picked up Bauer and left the stone pavilion. The nine-eyed sword was broken. The power affecting the eyes of the big and small goldfish and Yang Yunsheng was now gone. They were no longer damaged, but Yang Yunsheng's eyes, which had exploded, could not be recovered. Han Sen was not an enemy of Yang Yunsheng. Since he had a grudge against the Extreme King, he was not going to fix him. They left the pavilion and watched 9,000 King enter it. Han Sen wasn't leaving the pavilion because he wanted to keep his promise. It was because the stone pot was too weird. He and Bauer had eaten all the meat inside it, but more meat had appeared. Han Sen's deified genes had increased for a time, but that progress had been removed. It was hard to believe. So Han Sen wanted to see how 9,000 King dealt with it. At that point, maybe he could fight him. Han Sen only said he would let 9,000 King take the treasure. He never made a promise not to rob him. Upon seeing Han Sen leave, 9,000 King looked happy. He did not want to fight Han Senator. It was good for them to avoid a battle. 9,000 King walked in front of the stone pot and reached out his hand. A chunk of meat from the pot went flying out of the water and into his hands. "It really is the flesh of the holy Kirin." 9,000 King examined it. He excitedly swallowed it. After he ate it, 9,000 King's eyes turned bright. It looked as if he had received some benefits from it. Suddenly, 9,000 King opened his mouth. He faced the stone pot. The meat and soup in the stone pot all went flying into his fat gob. 9,000 King ate it all within a few seconds. Ha! Ha! The Holy Kirin's blood really is legendary. 9,000 King was cackling. Clearly, that pot of meat had provided him many benefits. Han Sen was just watching. He did not see anything strange. 9,000 King had eaten it all the same way he did. He had merely just done it faster. "You guys, since you kept your promise, are okay. I will let you go for now." 9,000 King left the pavilion. He was going toward the Holy Garden's back door. He was going to explore the Holy Garden. They watched 9000 King reach the back door. He opened it and left the place. Han Sen ignored 9000 King and looked at the stone pot on the table. He wanted to see if the meat in the pot appeared again. Han Sen heard suddenly some footsteps from the Holy Garden's gate. He frowned and asked, "Who is coming now?" When Han Sen turned his head to take a look, he was frozen. The person who emerged from the Holy Garden's gate was 9000 King, who had just left via the back door. "Why are you back again?" Han Sen asked with confusion. The back door and front door should not have been connected. It was unknown how he had come back so soon. 9000 King was confused too. "Weird. I left through the back door. Why have I come in from the front door?" Han Sen was shocked by his words. He went to look at the stone pot. He immediately had goosebumps. Within the blink of an eye, the meat and soup that 9000 King just ate had returned. He saw the pot was boiling with the meat inside. It smelled really good. That scene was supposed to be a delicious one, but Han Sen only felt an icy chill. What is going on here? Han Sen was confused. Chapter 2939 Space Cycle 9000 King saw Han Sen observing the stone pot. He looked at it too. After seeing the meat in the pot, his expression changed. He ran over to the stone pavilion and stared at the meat that had returned to the stone pot. The more he looked at it, the worse 9000 King's face appeared. After a while, he suddenly turned around and looked at Han Senator. He asked, "Did you guys eat the meat in the stone pot too?" Han Sen nodded, but he did not say anything. After 9000 King confirmed that, his expression grew even direr. He did not say anything. He quickly ran to the Holy Garden's gate and ran out. Once 9000 King ran out, he immediately returned at the back door. He looked at Han Senator. Han Sen saw that 9000 King's expression was glum. It almost looked like he was going to cry. "Damn it, I should have known that the Holy Garden was not a fine place to visit," 9000 King madly said. Han Sen picked up Bauer and walked out of the Holy Garden's gate. After walking out of the Holy Garden's primary gate, he noticed it was not the entrance they had come in from. They were still in the Holy Garden. Behind them was the Holy Garden's back door. Han Sen frowned. 9000 King was furious. He waved his hands to unleash a horizontal shockwave. It cut most of the grass and flowers in the garden. It was like he was a chef slicing and dicing chives. Shredded grass and broken flowers were everywhere. 9000 King's eyes suddenly opened wide as he observed the ruined garden. Han Sen knew what 9000 King wanted to do. He looked at the shredded grass and broken flowers in the garden. It was not long before a weird scene occurred. The whole garden returned to normal right under their noses. All of the grass and flowers, trees, and wood returned to normal. It was like it had never been damaged. It all happened within a second. Han Sen and the others watched as it happened, but they were unable to figure out how or why it was happening. The feeling was like watching a movie get trimmed. It was a ruined garden. After its trim, it connected with the perfect garden. The ruined garden suddenly became perfect and immaculate again. Damn it! It is a time cycle. 9000 King's face looked even worse. His god personality armament's eye opened. Seeing him from afar, 9000 King looked like a monster with green eyes all over him. The evil eyes were flickering with green lights. They covered 9000 King's entire body. BZZT. The eyes on the armor unleashed some scary power. It made 9000 King's body tear space. It was headed for space. In the next second, Han Sen and the others saw 9000 King come out of the other side of space. He was still inside the garden. Oh, no. Oh, no. It is sacred power. It is Mr. Sacred Leader's sacred power. 9,000 kings looked frightened. His body started to shiver and shake. He looked to be very afraid. Upon hearing 9,000 kings' words, Han Sen suddenly thought of something. While he was in the Geno being scroll fights, Little Flower used the name Sacred to join the fight. It looked like he used powers that could control time and space. Han Sen did not witness it personally, but he had heard about it. It was a power that was similar to Sacred Leader. The power Little Flower used could only change the movement of time. It was not like what they were seeing now, in which they were caught in an endless loop. Even 9,000 King did not talk about sacred power. The situation now only made people think of the time cycle. In a certain area, time kept looping, and time kept repeating itself. Time would not go forward. That was why the area around them kept on repeating. It was like the meat that was eaten. Because of the time cycling, it would return to how it was. The meat in the pot would appear again. Clearly, this was not just time recycling. There was space recycling involved too. Otherwise, if they walked out of the door, they would not come back unless the space around there was twisted too. It was like a Mobius strip that carried an infinite amount of space. The beginning and the end connected together. No matter how they entered or left, they could not escape the Holy Garden. Han Sen thought, if this really is a time cycle, it means that unless our power isn't enough to break the time and space powers in the Holy Garden, we cannot get out of here. 9,000 King turned pale. His body kept on shaking. Although he was now free and a top elite in the universe, he was a servant of Sacred back then. Sacred Leader was still a very powerful figure at the forefront of his mind. After he thought about the Holy Garden being controlled by Sacred Leader's sacred power, he felt utterly hopeless. 9,000 King, since we are trapped and cannot leave, why don't you tell me more about this sacred power? Let us figure a way out of her. Perhaps we can break through the Holy Garden's trap and escape this place. Han Sen wanted more information from 9,000 King. 9,000 King screamed and said, impossible. We cannot leave. Sacred Leader's sacred power can even trap a god spirit. We are all dead. Han Sen knew 9,000 King was freaking out. He deliberately sounded cold as he said, no matter how strong sacred power was, Sacred Leader could not keep that power entirely in the Holy Garden. As you said, Sacred Leader loved his little sister. Why would he use sacred power to contain his little sister? When 9,000 King heard Han Sen say that, his eyes turned bright. He said, right, Sacred Leader would not trap his little sister in here completely. That means there has to be a way for us to get out of here. What happened next made 9,000 King's expression change again. He looked even more scared. No. The leader's little sister did not have much of a lifespan. The leader used sacred powers to control the Holy Garden. It is because he wanted to freeze his little sister in this time area so she would never leave him and always exist in this loop. Han Sen shook his head. If that is the case, then what is in the Holy Garden? Isn't that a statue? That would be Sacred Leader's little sister. 9,000 King was frozen upon hearing that. He looked at Wanner's statue and said to himself, no. How could this happen? Why does a statue remain here? Where did Sacred Leader's sister go? The Holy Garden was not destroyed, and the sacred powers are still intact. If the leader's sister was trapped in here, she should still be around. 9,000 King, we are in the same boat now, Han Sen said. If you know something, please tell us. The more heads we bang together to figure this out, the better. It is better than trying to work it out by yourself. 9,000 King raised his head and looked at Han Senator. He gnashed his teeth and said, I already told you what I know. Regarding the other stuff, I don't really know much. There is a legend about sacred power. The legend says Sacred had a woman that figured out how to break the sacred power. Who was that woman? Han Sen asked with confusion. Han Yufei. 9000 King uttered a name that surprised Han Sen. Chapter 29:40 Han Yufei. Han Sen had seen that name before, but it was only once. He still remembered her. In that scroll, there were many names of god slayers. Han Yufei was one of them. Her crime was not that of a god slayer though. It was for her committing blasphemy against a god spirit. The punishment for blasphemy toward a god spirit invoked a punishment that was worse than killing a god. That was what Han Sen remembered. There was another reason he remembered. It was because the woman had the same surname as him. It was Han, so that was another major point as to why he recalled the name. Which race was Han Yufei? What was her position in Sacred? Han Sen asked. 9000 King shook his head and said, I don't know. No one knew what race Han Yufei belonged to. She was a very mysterious woman. Even Sacred Leader treated her extra nice. He did everything she told him to do. The leader had many secret experiments going on. That woman was in charge of many of them. The legends claim that Han Yufei researched the leader's sacred power and discovered a way to break it. But that is just a legend. There is no knowing if it is true. Even if it is true, it will not help out the situation as it stands. We cannot locate Han Yufei from here. What does Han Yufei look like? When Han Sen heard 9000 King's description, his heart jumped. This Han Yufei sounds so familiar. Could she be the woman trapped in Two Worlds Mountain? Han Sen thought that had to be correct. The woman on Two Worlds Mountain had researched with Sacred Leader, but she was trapped on Two Worlds Mountain. She was unable to die. The crime on the scroll was kind of hinting at something similar. I do not know. Aside from Sacred Leader and a few core people, no one was able to see her true face. She usually wore some weird mask. Even a true God-class see-through Geno art could not enable you to see what was behind the mask. Aside from Sacred Leader, who had seen her face, the most likely person who would have also seen her face was probably the General Purple Fight. Sacred Leader let Purple Fight protect Han Yufei. 9000 King stopped talking. He looked grumpy again. He said, it is useless to talk about all this now. Don't you have a Geno art that can downgrade a true god? Can you use this Geno art to break the sacred power? Han Sen shook his head and said, my power only works on creatures. The Holy Garden is not a creature, so my Geno art will not work. It was not that Xian Yellow Sutra was completely useless. Even if it was useful, Han Sen would not break the restrictions on the Holy Garden. He wanted to unearth more secrets from 9000 King. Han Sen did not know if 9000 King really did not know much or if he was simply too scared to blab about everything, but Han Sen had been unable to learn anything more useful from him. Yang Yunsheng's eyes had managed to get a bit better. Han Sen saw the holes in his eyes, which looked like bloody pits, and thought, it looks like the time and space loop only affects the items that are already in the garden. Outsiders like us are not affected by the time and space loop. At least our bodies did not go back to how they used to be. As for the meat we ate, the deified genes are all gone. That means if things are removed from here, they will be recovered. Han Sen looked at Wanner's statue. If this was built for Wanner, and she used to live here, perhaps she knows how to leave. Han Sen did not plan on waking up Wanner. He watched 9000 King on the sly. 9000 King was walking around looking all grumpy. He rushed out of the front door and came back in via the back door. The Holy Garden was like a scary prison. It was a prison they were never going to be released from. Suddenly, 9000 King was standing in the pavilion. He stared at the pot. He screamed as he stared at Wanner's statue. Have you found something? Han Sen quickly ran over. He looked at 9,000 King. He saw the statue was still the same. There were not any visible changes. Han Sen had been investigating that statue for a long time. He had not seen anything special about it. 9,000 King looked very excited. He pointed at the statue and said, "This statue. This statue could be the key to overcoming the Holy Garden's restrictions." "What makes you think that way?" Han Sen did not understand. "This statue is wrapped up in clothes. I did not notice them before. Now that I have taken a proper look, I can see her connected to the entire pavilion. And this statue. This statue," 9,000 King was too excited to say anything more. "What about the statue?" Han Sen asked. "If I am correct, this jade statue is made from the Holy Kirin's horns. This is not a statue. This is a true god weapon." 9,000 King looked surprised and went on to say, "In this holy garden, everything else can be normal. The flowers, grass, trees, and wood can be normal. Only this statue is a true god item. It could be the restriction of the garden itself." What 9,000 Kings said made some sense, but Han Sen did not agree with the theory. According to what 9,000 Kings said, Sacred Leader was very nice to Wanner. If things were that way, why would he make a statue of Wanner and allow others to touch her? If it was Han Sen, he would never make a statue of Bauer or Linger to be a trap. 9,000 King did not care. He thought the statue was the crux of their issues. He thought it was what was creating the restrictions. He did not dare touch the jade statue. He turned around and looked at Yang Yunsheng and said, "You. Move this statue. You can kill a soldier, but you cannot humiliate them. Kill me if you want. There is no way am I going to scout ahead for you." Yang Yunsheng stood his ground. His body had power. He was planning on fighting 9,000 King. "That is not your choice to make." 9,000 King coldly laughed. The eye on the dark green armor was opening. It was like a monster full of eyes. It was releasing some weird eye light. Yang Yunsheng was blinded. When the weird light shone on him, it was like he lost his soul. His power was gone. He walked toward the statue in the pavilion. Han Sen frowned, but he did not stop this from happening. Yang Yunsheng was not his friend, and he hated the extreme king. There was no reason for him to save his life. Han Sen thought, although Bai King gave me many benefits, he almost killed me. I am being nice enough by not seeking vengeance on the extreme king, so I'm not saving Yang Yunsheng. He just stood there and watched Yang Yunsheng walk up to the statue and almost touch it. Han Sen had not touched the statue before. 9,000 King was scared of Sacred Leader, so he had not touched it either. Yang Yunsheng was going to be the first person to touch the statue. When Yang Yunsheng's finger touched the clothes on the statue, he suddenly heard Yang Yunsheng scream. It was like his entire body was pushed away by some strange power. He flew upside down and hit the holy garden's wall. He coughed up blood. Useless crap. When he saw that, 9,000 King's face changed. He was definitely not going to touch the statue now. He looked at Han Sen and Bauer. He then looked at the big goldfish. He said to Han Sen saying, "Since we are in the same boat, use your pet to try. It is the only way." "Try it yourself," Han Sen coldly said. "I don't think the statue is the cause of the restrictions." 2941 1 second is 1,000 years. 9,000 King looked murderous. All of the eyes on his armor were opening. There was a weird god light in his eyes. It was like some green halo that looked strange and beautiful. It gave people a chill. Han Sen's heart felt that chill. It seemed like his eyes were shutting, and he had no control over them. It was different from how it felt when he faced the nine-eyed sword. This time, Han Sen not only felt tired, but his will also seemed to be blurry. It is no wonder that is a god personality armament. It is much stronger than that nine-eyed sword. Han Sen's will was like steel, so it was not easy for 9,000 King's god personality armament to try and control him. The big goldfish was affected by the rabid power. Its will was not so clear. It swam toward the pavilion. 9,000 King, do you really think I, Han Sen, am rubbish? Han Sen's face looked calm. Almost at the same time, he vanished. In the next second, he was in front of 9,000 King with his knife directly before his neck. Although 9,000 King was rather afraid of Han Sen, he was even more afraid of Sacred Leader. He would rather fight Han Sen than risk touching an object left behind by Sacred Leader. He did not want to get hurt by it. 9,000 King lifted his left arm to block Han Sen's knife. With the 1,000-eye battle armor, he did not have to be afraid of Han Sen's knife. The other fist gathered up some weird power and released some green light through an eye. He was attacking Han Sen's belly. 9,000 King suddenly noticed that his arm and his fists were still a foot away from Han Senator. He could not get close. Han Sen's knife slashed across his unprotected neck. His neck had a wound that revealed the bone inside. Han Sen thought, it is no wonder he is a true god that's top class. My full power attack only cut his skin. I cannot even break his bone. His hand did not stop. Han Sen was like a god demon as he waved the cause karma knife. The knife lights slashed across each other. Every knife slashed across 9,000 King's neck. 9,000 King's body kept changing. He was trying to block or dodge Han Sen's knife lights. He shockingly discovered that no matter how fast he was, he could not dodge or block the attacks. It was like he had been made terribly slow. Time area. 9,000 King shockingly screamed. He saw what power Han Sen was using now. Han Sen was so cold. He did not say anything. He kept on slashing and slashing. 9,000 King's neck wound was getting deeper and deeper. Even the bone had been given a few deep marks. God blood kept flowing. The purple fire on the wound kept spreading. That was Teeth Power's power. 9,000 King's armor kept flickering with a weird light. In the time area, although they were only a foot away from each other, nothing it did landed on Han Senator. God blood was oozing. 9,000 King was triggered. He madly asked, Han Sen, do you really think you can do whatever you want with a time area? Today, I will let you know why I am called 9,000 King. Han Sen's eyes moved. He saw 9,000 King had some weird shadow. That shadow was like some angry demon crawling out of hell. It looked extremely murderous. It made people feel a chill by just looking at it. When that mad demon shadow came out, 9,000 King's entire body was like an erupting volcano. He expanded a lot. Some weird atmosphere covered the holy garden. 1 second is 1,000 years. 9,000 King madly shouted. All the weird eyes on the armor opened. The eye lights went past the time area to strike Han Sr. Can it break the time area restrictions? What kind of Geno art is that? Han Sen was shocked. He teleported away from 9,000 King to dodge the light. 1 second is 1,000 years. I can turn 1,000 into 1 second. No matter how strong your time area is, you cannot black my 1 second is 1,000 years. 9,000 King coldly looked at Han Senator. His body exploded with light. This time, the light on his armor was like a weird and green sun. It shone across the holy garden. If Han Sen did not leave, he was going to be hit with the light. Han Sen knew that 9,000 King said what he did about 1 second being 1,000 years was most likely a bluff. He could probably only do 1 second for a year. Even so, it broke his time area, which was a difficult thing to do. When the eye light came down, there was nowhere to go to avoid it. Han Sen could not leave the holy garden. All he could do was rely on the shield of the Medusa's gaze to block the scary eye light. The goldfish family arrived at the stone pavilion, but the stone pavilion could not block the light. The two of them were controlled by the eye light. Their eyes became green light bulbs, and their bodies swam toward Wanner's statue. Han Sen frowned. He used the shield, but he could only protect himself and Bauer with it. He could not protect the goldfish family with it. The worst off, however, was Yang Yunsheng. He was already heavily injured and lying on the floor. He was unable to get up. Now, he was affected by the thousand-eye battle armor. His eyes became light bulbs. Ignoring his wounds, he somehow got up and flew to the stone pavilion. Pang! 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 There were 3 loud noises. The goldfish family and Yang Yunsheng had barely touched the clothes of the statue and been sent flying across the holy garden. Yang Yunsheng was injured. Even though he was controlled by the thousand-eye battle armor, he could no longer get up. He was covered in blood. The goldfish family was injured too, but their injuries were not as severe. 1 second is 1,000 years. 9,000 King shouted. The thousand-eye battle armor released a scary eye light again. Han Sen noticed that 9,000 King's silver hair was looking a bit white, and his skin had a few wrinkles. He suddenly understood and said, "This old man's 1 second is 1,000 years will speed up his own time too. The more he speeds up, the older he gets. This Geno art will spend his lifespan." It is no wonder he did not use it until now. He did not dare to use it freely. He only uses it during important moments. Just as Han Sen thought, 9,000 King's 1 second is 1,000 years sped up the time of others and his own time. If he kept using 1 second is 1,000 years, Han Sen would not even have to fight. The man would just grow old and die. Weird. 9,000 King's original power is not time. How can he use a time Geno art like 1 second is 1,000 years? Han Sen started to think it was weird, so he checked 9,000 King out. Under the power and influence of the thousand-eye battle armor, the goldfish family hit the statue again. This time, 9,000 King used more power. The big goldfish was not supposed to be controlled easily, but the big goldfish had rabid power. It meant its will was not so clear. It was worse than the small goldfish. It sped up to the statue. Pang! The big goldfish's body hit the statue. The statue moved a little. The big goldfish's body flew away again. At the same time, the statue had some holy light. 2942 Qin Xiu Han Sen was frozen as he looked at the statue. According to 9,000 King, it was not really a statue. It was made from the holy Kirin's horns. Supposedly, it was a true god weapon. No matter how good it was just a dead object. Now, the statue was full of holy light. Its face was like a jade stone. The hair and hands were a blood color. It was starting to look like a real person. It did not just look like one. It really did come alive. The statue's eyes were lively, and the body turned soft. She stood up and looked at everyone in the pavilion. 9,000 King watched as the jade statue was revived. His body shook. He did not look powerful anymore. The light of the battle armor quickly disappeared. The eye closed tightly. There was a thud as he kneeled in front of the revived statue. His head touched the floor. He did not dare raise his head as he said, "Servant number 9 is greeting Miss Wanner. Do you remember number 9, Miss Wanner?" Han Sen thought, this old man 9,000 King knew sacred leader's sister was called Wanner and he did not tell me. The statue saw 9,000 King, who was terrified on the floor, shivering with fear and not daring to raise his head. She raised the cup in her hand and drank all the wine it contained. Number 9, was that you who wanted to break the statue? After the statue drank the wine, it started to speak. It was not the voice of a female like Wanner. It was the voice of a man. When 9000 King heard the voice, he raised his head. He was scared. His eyes opened wide. He looked at the statue like he was looking at a ghost. He only took one small glimpse. 9000 King immediately slapped his own face and said, "It is my fault. I am a bad servant. I should die." Han Sen, who was standing nearby and seeing all of this, was frozen. 9000 King was not joking. He was really slapping himself terribly hard. His cheekbones were breaking. In just a few slaps, he was already covered in blood. 9000 King kept on hitting himself. He kept on hitting himself hard. It was hard enough to be considered a form of suicide. The jade statue did not watch 9000 King, who was in the middle of slapping himself to death. He looked at Han Senator. It made Han Sen feel a chill, so he secretly gathered up power. When he heard 9000 King speak after the statue came alive, he felt as if it was embodying sacred leader. The statue looked at Han Sen and smiled as it asked, "What is your name?" Although his body looked like Wanner, his power was too outstanding. One sensed that he was a very gentle man. One would not have thought he was a woman. Crystallizer Han Senator, what is your name? Han Sen thought that person was not hostile, but he did not underestimate him either. He remained in a state of caution. Name. That is a distant memory. I have almost forgotten. The man laughed. After a seriously long think, he said, "My name is Qin Xiu. I am the Kingdom's king." Xiu means fixing the country and keeping the peace. Before Han Sen could say anything, Qin Xiu was talking to Han Sen again. "Can you share a few cups with me?" Qin Xiu sat down in the pavilion. He picked up the bottle and poured 2 cups of wine. He raised one of them. "If you do not mind, I am willing to join you." Han Sen spoke as he walked into the pavilion. He sat down next to him. He raised the cup that Qin Xiu had poured. While they were talking, 9000 King was still slapping his face. He did not dare stop, but he looked confused. He was not able to confirm that the man who had been revived through the statue was his master. He also did not know if the man he served had truly come back to life or if this was some sort of shadow copy. No matter who he was, 9000 King did not dare slow down. People like Sacred Leader, even if he only had a sliver of life, he could not disrespect him. The master had invited Han Sen for a drink. 9000 King could not believe that this situation was happening. Although Han Sen was a strange character, compared to his master, 9000 King thought Han Sen was not even worth one of his hairs. In the universe back then, only God knew how many scary elites found themselves in the position of a servant before the glory of Sacred Leader. Very few God spirits were able to share a drink with Sacred Leader. Now, Sacred Leader was drinking with Han Senator. He also had addressed Han Sen by his name. 9000 King was in total disbelief. In that universe, whoever was worth the leader addressing them by their name was almighty. Does Han Sen really have what it takes? 9000 King was shocked. Qin Xiu raised his wine cup and said, "Cheers, my friend." "Why go cheers with me?" Han Sen was confused. He looked at Qin Xiu. It did not matter if this was Sacred Leader reborn or not, but there was a problem with his attitude. Has he seen the relationship between me and Wanner? Han Sen thought. Qin Xiu laughed and did not answer. He drank all the wine in his cup and said, "Back then, I made this holy garden and cut it out from space. I had it stop and remained fixed in a certain place in time. I made the holy garden cycle every hour. Here, you will never get old, and you will never die. This is a place in which you can live forever. Qin Xiu really is sacred leader, Han Sen thought. Qin Xiu looked at the holy garden and sighed, I wanted to keep Wanner here so she could live forever. She could watch her favorite views, eat her favorite meat, and drink her favorite wine. She told me she would rather die than live in an endless loop. Qin Xiu poured out some wine and drank it all. He closed his eyes. It looked as if he was trying his best to enjoy it. He was remembering the person he used to love it. So, I cut the holy Kirin's horn off to make a statue of her. If her soul was inside this statue, she could live forever and would still have her memories. She would just be unable to leave this holy garden. He put down the cup, smiled, and said, but Wanner said told me it was like being put in prison. She defied my wishes for her. Han Sen found this interesting, so he asked, and then? Qin Xiu looked like he was smiling, but he was not smiling. He did not answer Han Sen's question. He poured himself some wine and looked at the cup of wine in Han Sen's hand. Han Sen was fascinated by hearing the tale, so he had forgotten to drink the wine. He quickly necked it down. Qin Xiu was holding the wine bottle. He poured out another drink for Han Senator. He raised his cup and said, I will cheer you again. This time, Han Sen did not ask why. He knew that Qin Xiu must have known Wanner was being carried by him in some way. Otherwise, sacred leader Qin Xiu would likely not say cheers to a guy he did not even know. 9,000 King, who was kneeling outside the pavilion, was frozen. To be cheered by sacred leader, in that sky, on that ground, in that life, in that world, was something he had only ever seen performed to Han Sen. Chapter 29:43 One life is too short. When Han Sen downed his second cup, Qin Xiu gave Han Sen another refill. He raised his cup and said, I will cheer you with another cup. Han Sen did not say anything. He just drank the third cup he had been given. He understood people like Qin Xiu. If he was willing to talk, he would tell him. There was no point in asking anything. Deified gene +1. Han Sen's brain had the Geno increase announcement playing, but he did not care about it. In the next cycle, those points would be out of his system. Qin Xiu drank all the wine. He put down his wine cup and said, It is a shame that this body is just a spirit. I cannot drink a lot with you. I do not have much time. After I am gone, the Holy Garden's time and space loop will end. You can use this statue to go to the back door. Then, you can reach the Holy Palace. After that, before Han Sen could say anything, he turned around to look at 9,000 King, who was repeatedly slapping himself in the face while kneeling before the stone pavilion. His face was going to break. Number 9, from now on, you will follow Mr. Han, Qin Xiu coldly said. If he wants you to live, you will live. If he wants you to die, you will die. 9,000 King was shocked. He did not dare think about it. He just immediately answered, Yes, I understand. Qin Xiu said that, but he did not even look at 9,000 King. He looked at Han Senator. His eyes looked as if the man could see through his lungs. Qin Xiu sighed and said, It is a shame that this life is too short, and I could not take care of you. He looked at Han Senator. His body had a holy light leak out from it. As the light was fading, the life force on the statue became weaker. The body started to look like jade. The jade statue was looking smaller. After a while, the jade statue had no more life force. It became a doll that landed in Han Sen's hands. Han Sen was holding the jade statue. The holy garden felt a little different, but he could not tell what was different about it. 9,000 King stood up and looked around. He had gone crazy. He started running toward the holy garden's door. This time, when he ran out, he did not reappear via the back door. He was actually able to stand outside the door. The sacred power has been extinguished. 9,000 King was surprised and happy. When he looked at Han Sen, conflicted emotions shone in his eyes. How is this kid connected to the leader? What was the last thing sacred leader meant? Why did he say that? 9000 King kept thinking about what had happened. The restrictions of the Holy Garden are already gone. It is best that we leave. Han Sen waved his hand. He picked up the stone pot, wine bottle, and cups. Before, there was sacred power covering those items. No one was really able to consume the food and the drinks there. Now, things were different. Han Sen was not going to let the opportunity pass him by. After picking up the items, Han Sen held Bauer. He called the goldfish family forward to take them to the back door of the Holy Garden. Qin Xiu had said that the back door would enable him to reach the Holy Palace. That must have been the Sacred Races Hall. Han Sen was going to go there, regardless of the purpose Qin Xiu had. He had come this far, so he was certainly not going to turn back now. Han Sen had only just walked a few steps when 9000 King teleported behind Han. Senator Han Sen was suddenly alerted. He looked at 9000 King. He did not expect 9000 King to bow to him and say, "Sacred leader asked me to protect Mr. Han. That is what I am going to do. I am going to ensure your safety." That was just a spirit in the image of your master. Now that the spirit is gone, there is no need for you to take it so seriously. Han Sen did not think an old man like 9000 King would be so loyal, even when Qin Xiu was not around. How could you say something like that? 9000 King seriously asked. I am a servant of the master. If this is the wish of the master, even if it leads to my death, I will carry out my given tasks. You really do not have to do that. You and I both know that with you by my side, I will be in danger, Han Sen laughed. 9000 King looked serious. With a wry smile he said, "To be honest, if the master did not give the order, would try everything I could to kill you. Things are different now. No matter how much courage I have, I will never want to bring you harm." After pausing, 9000 King looked sincere and said, "Believe it or not, mister, but I would never disobey an order given to me by my master. Otherwise, the results would be worse than death. The spirit is gone. What can you be afraid of?" Han Sen frowned. He did not know if what 9000 King said was true. Judging by the way he looked, it did not appear to be a lie. No matter how you think or feel, I am going to do what the master told me, even if it involves me risking my life. 9000 King did not explain. He insisted on following Han. Senator Han Sen thought about how 9000 King behaved when the statue moved. He knew 9000 King was really scared of Sacred Leader, so perhaps this really was a genuine sentiment. It was not out of the realm of possibility. Han Sen did not say anything more. If 9000 King insisted on following, he would not mind a spare meat shield. He called for the goldfish family to gather around. As he held Bauer, they all left the Holy Garden. 9000 King knew what Han Sen was thinking, so he quickly said, "I will lead the way for you." After that, 9000 King went in front of Han. Senator he behaved just like a servant. After leaving the Holy Garden, aside from the two long, bright lanterns near the gate, darkness was all around. Han Sen asked 9000 King, "How did you walk through the darkness?" 9000 King quickly and politely said, "Mister, I have the 1000 eye battle armor. I can repel the dark power that seeks to consume. If we do not meet the space charm, we will not be in danger." What is the space charm? Han Sen frowned. The space charm is a xenogenic, but it is different when compared to the average xenogenic. This thing appears after a disaster happens to Sacred. It only exists within the darkness inside Sacred. It has incredibly scary powers. Even a top-class true god cannot fight a space charm, but the space charm only travels in the dark. A place with the long, bright lantern is a place they will not draw near. 9000 King looked at the darkness ahead and said, "It looks like the way ahead does not have long, bright lanterns. I will scout for you. If there is a space charm, you need to leave. Do not care about my safety." Han Sen thought 9000 King was honest, but he did not know if it was coming from his heart or he was just pretending. But 9000 King had the thousand-eye battle armor, which could repel the power of the dark. The big and small goldfish could not do the same, so Han Sen summoned the stone lantern and held it for travel. 9000 King saw Han Sen hold that stone lantern that could push away the darkness. It put him in awe. He thought, this stone lantern can push away sacred's darkness. This kind of treasure must have come from the leader himself. I was right. The leader's relationship with Han Sen is not something normal. Thinking of that, 9000 King's face looked weird. That was because he thought about the sentence Qin Xiu said before he departed. It is a shame that this life is too short, and I could not take care of you. 9000 King had a strange expression as he thought, is sacred leader gay? Chapter 2944 Fate Monument. Under the stone lantern's light, they were able to see broken buildings. Approximately 99.9% of sacred had turned into ruins from the battle. Only rare places like the Holy Garden were whole. Walking on black, destroyed ruins, Han Sen was doing just as Qin Xiu instructed. He kept walking on a straight trajectory from the back door. Building after building that he went by all looked like trash. After all that time, he had yet to come across Sacred's legendary race hall. Suddenly, amidst the ruins, Han Sen found a very well-preserved statue. It was the statue of a ghost car. Han Sen pointed at the statue and asked, "This thing? Is it one of Sacred's holy beast ghost car?" "Mister, this is the ghost car statue," 9000 King quickly answered. "This statue is supposed to be in the center of the Holy Palace Plaza. I do not know why it ended up out here." Sob. Sob. In the dark, the sound of a crying woman was heard again. It gave those who heard it a flare of goosebumps. Number 9, do you know where the crying sound comes from? Han Sen asked with a frown. On the road, he had heard a woman crying many times. "Mister, that crying sound comes from the space charm," 9000 King answered. "It is the sound she makes when the space charm is hungry. The space charm must be looking for us. Since you have the lantern, mister, she has not dared get too close." "What kind of xenogenic is space charm?" Han Sen asked. 9000 King smiled and said, "Regarding that, I have no idea. That thing only lives in the dark recesses of Sacred. It never gets close to the long, bright lanterns. Normal light can light up the darkness, but you cannot see Space Charm's body. All you will see is a shadow. It is like a fairy flying. You cannot see the details of its face. That being said, mister, your stone lantern is very good. I have never heard of something being able to light up the darkness that wasn't one of those long, bright lanterns." 9000 King carefully continued to keep licking Han Sen's boots. He wanted to find out where that stone lantern came from. Han Sen did not say anything. He only continued to go forward while holding the stone lantern. Suddenly, Han Sen saw a long, bright lantern up ahead. It was like a very big firefly, but there was still a distance between him and the light. Han Sen was happy. He hastened his passage to reach the light. 9000 King made sure to swiftly follow. When they got close to the light, Han Sen saw a giant monument. Each side of it had a bright, long lantern. Those two long, bright lanterns were much bigger than the usual ones they had seen. They lit up several hundred feet around the area they were situated. They felt like shields of light against the dark. Before the monument, Han Sen saw a few people were standing there. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster was there, as were 3 of the Extreme King deifieds. Aside from them, there was someone else. When Han Sen saw him, his body shivered and shook. It was the person from Sky Palace's first seat. Han Sen had seen him at the sanctuary's gate before. Back then, Sky Palace's first seat wanted to take Little Flower for a student in Sky Palace, but Han Sen was able to get away. Since then, Han Sen had not seen this person again. Han Sen had been to Sky Palace a few times since then, but he had never Sky Palace's first seat. He did not expect to find him, of all people, there. Han Sen wanted to hide his face, but it was already too late. Sky Palace's first seat, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, and the others were already looking in his direction. Han Sen frowned. Sky Palace's first seat knew Han Sen came from the sanctuaries. If he exposed his identity, that would not fare well for him. When Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others saw Han Sen and who he was with, they were shocked. They stared at Han Sen's stone lantern in awe. The stone lantern was similar to the long, bright lanterns that could light up sacred. It even provided more room around it than the other lanterns, so they were shocked. The first seat of Sky Palace looked surprised too. What surprised him the most was different from what surprised Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others. Han Sen led 9,000 King and the Goldfish family toward the monument. He put away the lantern. He was going to say hello to Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, but he shook his head and provided a wry smile instead. "Brother Han, you should not get too close." "What do you mean?" Han Sen asked with surprise. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said, "Although there are long, bright lanterns, this place is a trap. We are all trapped here, and we cannot get out." Han Sen thought, "Why couldn't you tell me sooner? What is the point of waiting for me to get this close before telling me?" Ancient Abyss Grandmaster was not really a friend, so he had no reason to warn Han Sen at all. Han Sen had not really expected that he would. He just coldly asked, "If it can trap you, a Grandmaster, what amazing thing is this?" Ancient Abyss Grandmaster pointed at the monument. "Once you look at the monument, you will understand." Han Sen turned his head and looked at the monument. When he looked at Sky Palace's first seat's face, he stared at him like his eyes were on fire. Yet, he didn't do anything. Han Sen looked at the monument. He saw two big words on the monument. Fate Monument. Han Sen read the two words on the monument, but he did not understand why they were trapped there. When Ancient Abyss Grandmaster saw Han Sen's face, he knew that Han Sen did not know what the Fate Monument was. He quickly said, "Fate Monument is Holy Kirin from the Four Holy Beasts Talent Gene Treasure. This monument can decide your fate." The Holy Kirin used his treasure. Not a single person in the universe could beat him. The monument ended up here. Although the Holy Kirin does not control it, the power of fate is still within it. If you enter the radius of the Fate Monument, you will be affected by it. Your life will be frozen in this place. If you stay away from the Fate Monument, your life will be gone, and you will die with it. Is such a thing possible? Han Sen looked at the Fate Monument in shock. "Yes, it is," Mr. 9000 King politely said to Han Sr., "If you look at the back of the Fate Monument, you will see your fate." Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others were shocked. 9000 King was accompanying Han Senator. It was something they were already surprised about. After hearing the way 9000 King was talking to Han Sen, it was like he had become a servant or something. 9000 King was leading the way. Han Sen led the Goldfish family behind the Fate Monument. An extreme king deified elite quietly said to Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, "It looks like 9000 King is with Han Senator. This is unbelievable. How can Han Sen claim such an old monster?" Ancient Abyss shook his head but did not speak. When Sky Palace's first seat heard what was said, his frown tightened. "This kid is the person I saw at the sanctuary gate. Even if he did come to the universe from the sanctuaries, he could not achieve much with the power he had. It was not that many years ago, yet he is already deified. He can also tame the old monster 9000 King. In the years I have been trapped here, what has happened? Sky Palace's first seat weirdly looked at Han Sen. Chapter 29:45 Call of Fate. Han Sen followed 9000 King to the Fate Monument. He saw a few black shadows on the back of the Fate Monument. It was like the shadow on the monument was cast by flickering candlelight. Han Sen had a closer look and frowned. The monument's shadow was obviously a big and small goldfish. As for the big and small people, their shape was obviously depicting him and Bauer. The others, like Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, Sky Palace's first seat and other shadows were on the monument too. There was not one less. Han Sen turned around and asked the Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, Grandmaster, with your power, are you able to break the restrictions of this monument? The Fate Monument is not a treasure that can be broken with brute force. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster wore a wry smile. Right now, I am waiting for my fate to be on the Fate Monument. If we use brute force to attack the Fate Monument, only our fate will be damaged. If we break the Fate Monument, our life will be broken there too. We will die. Is this treasure that magical? Han Sen looked at the monument with shock. Mister, he is correct, 9000 King said. The Fate Monument cannot be broken by brute force. If the Holy Kirin was still around, this monument could be broken. Now, the Holy Kirin is dead. The Fate Monument can do stuff by its own will, but maybe we can break it. When hearing 9000 King sound like a slave before Han Sen, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and Sky Palace's first seat looked very strange. What way? Han Sen asked. 9000 King did not answer. He looked at Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, Sky Palace's first seat, and the others with hesitation. Obviously, he did not want them to hear the solution. Sky Palace's first seat looked at him with disdain and coldly said, "You are just a servant of sacred. What kind of method or knowledge can you have? You only want to use the Call of Fate function of the monument, don't you?" 9000 King was not going to hide it. He fought back and replied, "If you know the monument has a Call of Fate, and you are still trapped here, isn't your life too cheap?" Sky Palace's first seat was not angered by this. He coldly looked at 9000 King and said, "My life is a very heavy one. It is 9818 kilograms heavy. I wonder how heavy your life is. We can see whose life is cheaper. How dare you?" 9000 King was furious. The eye on his armor opened. It looked like he was ready to fight. Sky Palace's first seat looked at 9000 King coldly. He was casting a power too. Han Sen looked at 9000 King and asked, "Number 9, what is Call of Fate?" 9000 King looked at Sky Palace's first seat madly. He then bowed and said, "Mister, Call of Fate is the base power of the Fate Monument. It is like a normal creature using gold or stone to suppress an enemy. If the opponent is more powerful, the requirement of gold or stone would be greater. You had to be heavier than the opponent to suppress them under the gold and stone. The logic of the Fate Monument is like that, but it suppresses a soul and not one's flesh. Ordinary powers cannot escape the Fate Monument suppression, but souls have weight. We cannot see or touch it usually. We can't measure it either, but the Fate Monument can measure how heavy your soul is. It uses kilograms to do it. Without the Holy Kirin controlling it, the Fate Monument can suppress souls that are 10,000 kilograms heavy or below. If your soul is heavier than 10,000 kilograms, you can escape the suppression of the Fate Monument. You might even be able to control the Fate Monument and become its new master." Han Sen thought this was funny. He laughed out loud as he asked, "Really? What determines the weight of the soul? Your achievements? Your talents? Is it your level, maybe?" 9000 King shook his head. "It has nothing to do with your achievements, talents, or level. The weight of a soul, for every creature, is fixed. It is there when you are born. It does not increase nor decrease. Even some cheap low-life creatures can have a soul that is 10,000 kilograms. Many true God elite souls might be as light as a feather. Oh, so what is the effect of the weight of a soul? Han Sen asked. I have no idea, 9,000 King quickly said. The soul does not affect your talent or your practice. It also does not affect your lifespan. It does not do anything about your leveling up either. Aside from affecting the fate monument, I have never heard of the soul's weight contributing to anything. That is because you are ignorant. Sky Palace's first seat behaved as if he had a grudge with 9,000 King. He looked at him with disdain. 9,000 King's face looked angry. The green eye on the armor stared at Sky Palace's first seat as he said, So, are you not ignorant? Then, what is the use of a soul's weight? Sky Palace's first seat said, The weight of a soul is the base of life. If it is light, your life is cheap. If it is heavy, your life is expensive. It measures your fate. How is that useless? 9,000 King looked disdained. He coldly said, You are exaggerating. According to what you're saying, the barons and viscounts that have a 10,000 kilogram soul are more important than true God creatures. Sky Palace's first seat squinted his eyes. The weight of life depends on your level. Commoners like you would never understand that. 9,000 King was going to argue with Sky Palace's first seat, but Han Sen interrupted them. How do you begin the call of fate? Is it dangerous? You only need to place a drop of your blood onto the fate monument, and it will weigh your soul, 9,000 King quickly said. Han Sen looked at Sky Palace's first seat, but he said nothing. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster did not say anything either. He supposed 9,000 King was likely correct. Han Sen did not try it himself. He received a drop of blood from the goldfish's wound and threw it at the fate monument. That drop of blood was like lava when it hit the fate monument. It spread like paint in water. The entire monument turned red. Han Sen suddenly saw the top of the fate monument spawn 4 number zeros. They started to jump, starting from 0001. Han Sen knew that each number meant 1 kilogram. 4 digits meant the maximum was 9,999. If it hit 10,000, which was more than 4 digits, that meant it reached the maximum of the fate monument. The fate monument would not be able to suppress the soul. Han Sen looked at the fate monument number keep jumping and thought, this fate monument works just like the law's eye. Han Sen thought the number on the fate monument would keep rising. After all, the life of a true god xenogeniac could not be too light. The number on the fate monument only reached 26 before stopping. It did not move anymore. Is the big goldfish's soul only worth 26 kilograms? Han Sen was shocked. That was unexpected. Sky Palace's first seat said his soul weighed 9,000 kilograms. The big goldfish was true god too, but it only had 26 kilograms. The difference was far too staggering. Chapter 2946 Expensive Life. So, power and level really don't correlate with the weight. Han Sen hesitated a moment before taking some blood out of the small goldfish's wound and throwing it at the fate monument. Just like earlier, after the fate monument absorbed the small goldfish's blood, the top of the monument displayed a bunch of numbers. The total sum rose quickly. Han Sen did not have many high expectations. After all, its mother had a soul that weighed a measly 26 kilograms. The small goldfish's soul would likely be less than half of that. But the fate monument's number managed to hit 3 digits, and it was increasing fast. The numbers were rising like mad. A second later, it hit 4 digits. The soul is so weird. They are blood-related, but the weight of the soul has a massive difference. Han Sen was shocked. 9,000 King, who was nearby, said, although the soul is very ancient, under ordinary circumstances, it is hard for anyone to see souls. Only xenogenic treasures like the Fate Monument can look into the soul you have. The weight of the soul is very hard to explain. Some low-level creatures have a very heavy soul. Some high-level creatures have a very light soul. Even if they are born from the same mother, their souls can be vastly different. It is hard to tell the rules and what determines the weight of a soul. Han Sen nodded. He looked at the small goldfish's number jumping up. After a while, the small goldfish's soul number came to a stop at 7,493. 9,000 King saw the little goldfish's soul test come to a stop and sighed. A 7,000 soul. It still has a lot to go before hitting 10,000. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said, what a shame. If one of us can hit 10,000, perhaps we can get out of this. Han Sen looked at Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and asked, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, have you conducted your own test? Our people have already tested. There have been a few hundred to a few thousand. No one reached 10,000. If one of us had managed to do that, we wouldn't have been trapped here. Ancient Abyss paused before saying to Han Sen, now, there is only you and your daughter that has not conducted the test. I hope one of you can have a 10,000 kilogram soul so we can leave. Otherwise, we are all trapped here. Han Sen nodded. He pricked his finger and drew out a drop of blood. He threw it at the Fate Monument. Han Sen's blood was red. It was red like a ruby. It landed on the Fate Monument and shattered. The Fate Monument absorbed it. The entire monument turned into a crystal ruby. The numbers on top of the monument showed up. They were jumping so fast. The numbers increased and quickly hit 3 digits. 9,000 King saw Han Sen's soul was over 1,000. He looked jealous as he said, Mister, you have an expensive life. You have reached 4 digits so fast. It looks like hitting 10,000 will not be difficult for you. You overestimate him, Sky Palace's first seat coldly said. The other people did not know about this, but he did. Han Sen was a creature from the sanctuaries, and he had seen Han Sen's talents. His genes were not stable, and his talents were just average. Although the weight of the soul had nothing to do with one's genes or talents, the rules of the sanctuaries would hurt the soul. Not many people knew that. Sky Palace's first seat wanted to force his way into the sanctuaries. He had been hurt before by it, so he knew all about it. Many race elites knew the crystallizers had escaped to the sanctuaries. Under the rules of there, they would not believe the soul of a crystallizer could be greater than 10,000 once they left. Ancient Abyss Grandmasters and the others stared at the Fate Monument's number. This could free them. They were hoping Han Sen's soul could exceed 10,000. 9,000 King heard Sky Palace's first seat and felt a bit angry. He coldly said, Mister's life is very expensive. Cheap people like you cannot measure it. Oh, really? I would like to see how expensive his life is. Sky Palace's first seat spoke gently, but his face made 9,000 King very mad. He wanted to kill him with his hands. 5,000, an extreme king could saw that Han Sen's soul weighed above 5,000, which gave them hope. 8,000, Ancient Abyss eyes started to change. After 9,000, even Sky Palace's first seat's eyes looked strange. Clearly, he had a hard time believing that Han Sen, a person who had come from the sanctuaries, possessed such a heavy soul. Weird. The rules of the sanctuaries claim they will reduce your soul. He comes from the sanctuaries. Why would he have such a heavy soul? Sky Palace's first seat frowned. The number kept on jumping. It was getting very close to 9,999. The few deifieds of the Extreme King held their breath. They stared at the number on the monument. They hoped the number would jump even faster to reach the breakthrough. Finally, as everyone watched, the 4-digit number reached nines across the board. It became 9999. At the same time, the number on the fate monument stopped. It had instantly stopped, but in the eyes of the deifieds, it felt like a century. In the next moment, the number on the stone monument jumped. This time, the number did not increase. Instead, the numbers returned to 0. Everyone was shocked. A deified extreme king said, "What is going on? I thought once you reach 10,000 kilograms you are allowed to escape the suppression of the fate monument. Why has the soul's weight suddenly returned to 0? There is no way Han Sen's soul is just 9,999. He only needed one more to reach 10,000. Go and look behind the monument. See if Han Sen's soul is there." Everyone went around the back of the monument for a look. Suddenly, the fate monument was shining brightly. The fate monument was dyed red because of Han Sen's blood. It released 10,000 bright lights. It was like 10,000 glistening water drops were flowing out. The whole ground started to shake. The 10,000 lights of the fate monument were rising. They left the ground and floated in the air. Roar! Everyone was shocked when they heard the fate monument make a sound like a beast roaring. It was like a tiger or a dragon. Everybody next saw the red fate monument turn into holy white. A white, jade-looking holy Kirin beast came out of the sky. The holy light on it was like a sun. It lit up the entire dark area. The broken floor. The ruined buildings. All the broken machines. With the holy Kirin's very bright, holy light, Han Sen and the others saw everything clearly. Aside from that, fairy-looking shadows were floating across the ruins. These fairy bodies were half-transparent. They looked like blue jelly. These are space charms. Han Sen suddenly remembered the description of them from 9000 King. Chapter 2947 Holy Kirin. The space charm was afraid of the long, bright lantern's light. Under the holy Kirin's light, it did not seem to be afraid. It actually looked a bit happy. It was showered in light and happily danced in it. A little further inside the fate monument of sacred, there was a dark area, but it was not completely dark. Old vulture, what happened outside? Why has the darkness around the holy palace lessened considerably? In the darkest corner of the palace, a beast, which looked completely red, had an eye that resembled a purgatory abyss, looked at the dark sky. On the roof, a giant beast, which had no eyes, asked, "Is your eye going funny? How can sacred be bright?" A weird, pitch-black bird stared at the darkness and said, "Things really do look brighter." It turned and spoke to a pretty woman. "You old horny woman, do you see what is out there? It is fine for you to call me a horny woman, but I will rip your head off if you call me old again." After the pretty woman said that, she peered into the faraway darkness. Weird, things do appear brighter. What is going on? Auntie May was surprised. It can't be my eye going funny. The darkness around the holy hall is much weaker. Something must have happened in sacred. It must be something huge. The angry red beast started to move. It seemed as if he wanted to go outside to take a look at what might be going on. Something big? So, what if it is big? Those god spirits wouldn't come here. What other creature could make changes to sacred? Auntie May had a look of disdain. She sighed and said, "Little Master has been gone for so long. Why has he yet to come back? Do you think something might have happened to him?" "You horny woman, don't you worry," the eyeless big beast said. "With Little Master's power, no creature in the sanctuaries could do battle with even his littlest finger. They won't be able to do anything to hurt him. Plus, Old Cat is following Little Master. Although that old cat is a bit lame and doesn't do much, he is one of the 4 holy beasts. He used to watch over the sanctuaries. He won't let anyone or anything bring harm to the Little Master. Humph, who knows if old cat is reliable? Auntie May coldly asked. That is not right. Why is it going so bright over there? I think I can see a light. The red beast with an eye was staring into the darkness. Old Vulture stared off into the distance too. Inside the darkness, there was a twinkle of light that was expanding. Although it was still unable to light up the holy palace and eradicate its dark, they could see the light. Auntie May looked toward the light and was shocked. What happened? That light can shine the darkness around the holy palace. What happened outside? Old Vulture had the best vision among them. While he was watching, he suddenly screamed. The Holy Kirin. It is the Holy Kirin. That is the Holy Kirin spirit releasing power. How is that possible? The Holy Kirin spirit. Isn't that inside the Fate Monument? Little Master did not go to the Fate Monument yet, so how could the Holy Kirin spirit appear? The red, angry beast let out a strange scream. Impossible. Aside from Little Master, no one else should be able to activate the Holy Kirin spirit. Auntie May's expression changed. Why are we still sitting here talking crap? Let's just get out of here. The Little Master's Holy Kirin spirit cannot be stolen by someone else. The red, murderous beast weirdly screamed and flew into the darkness. His body touched the darkness, which made some same sounds, mechanical and cogwheel-breaking sounds. The red flames of his body struck the darkness. Every step he took was like breaking the world. Goddamn barren power, the red murderous beast kept swearing as he went. No matter how much he swore, he could only travel through the dark. Old Vulture flapped his wings and soared into the dark. It looked like a sky full of dark clouds. After going into the dark, there were some thunderous noises. There were lots of sparks around him as he battled with the dark. Auntie May and the eyeless big beast rushed into the darkness too. They traveled slowly through the dark. They were in a rush, but they could not get out of the darkness to reach the shadow of the Holy Kirin. Deep Abyss Grandmaster in Sky Palace's first seat looked at the Holy Kirin, which was a transparent light. It did not have a body. Han Sen also stared at the Holy Kirin. The more he looked at it, the more afraid he became. The Holy Kirin was not a xenogenic right now. The presence of its body was more like beast's soul. Han Sen almost screamed. The Holy Kirin looked like a beast's soul and not a xenogenic. As the Holy Kirin body's light grew brighter, the Fate Monument's light became weaker. It was like the power in the Fate Monument was going into the Holy Kirin. It made its body more solid. Although it was not solid yet, it did appear to become more tangible and alive. What is going on? Isn't the Holy Kirin dead? Its horn became a statue, and its meat was cooked. How can the beast's soul still exist? If the beast's soul is a spirit, can the body be gone but the spirit remain? Han Sen had many questions flooding his mind. Voila! The Fate Monument lost all of its light. It shattered like a rotten hunk of wood. It turned into a sky full of dust. The Holy Kirin was looking very alive, but its body still looked like a beast's soul. It did not become fully solid. The light on the Holy Kirin started to become dim. The light, which had been so bright, turned dark. Only the two long, bright lanterns continued to glow with their limited range of light. One of the four holy beasts, the Holy Kirin, is not dead. An extreme king deified elite was utterly flabbergasted. No, the Holy Kirin situation does not seem to mean it is alive. The Deep Abyss Grandmaster stared at the Holy Kirin and frowned. Sky Palace's first seat stared at the Holy Kirin too. He pulled his hands into his sleeves and flicked. He looked like he wanted to attack, but he didn't. He seemed to be afraid. The Holy Kirin's eyes looked at Han Senator. Its four legs were moving toward Han Senator. The holy light was on his body. The scene was exceptionally strange to witness. Han Sen thought, what does it seek to do? Is it because I activated the fate monument? Does it now want to fight me? Does it want its Kirin horn back? While Han Sen was guessing, the holy Kirin came before him. It did not look as if it was doing anything. The holy Kirin stopped very close to Han Senator. It was so close that it made Han Sen wish to retreat, but the holy Kirin suddenly and quietly moaned to Han Senator. It lowered its head and placed its head in front of Han Senior. What does that mean? Han Sen looked at the holy Kirin, which was lowering its head. He had no idea what the holy Kirin wanted. The holy Kirin saw that Han Sen was not doing anything, so it moaned again. It then put its head closer to Han Senator. Han Sen finally understood something. He reached out his hand and touched the holy Kirin's head. Chapter 2948 Holy Palace Guardian BZZT. Han Sen's hand touched the holy Kirin's head. The holy Kirin's body melted. It turned into light that entered Han Sen's hand. It went up his arm and all the way up to his brain to enter his sea of soul. Holy Spirit, holy Kirin received. At almost the exact same time the announcement played, Han Sen heard an angry shout saying, "Stop it." Han Sen suddenly saw a murderous beast, which looked completely red, roar in the sky, which was very dark and burning red. It was heading toward Han Sen and looked murderous. It spat some red light out at him. The red light was not a flame. It was like a laser. It suddenly doused Han Sen in red light. "Red Ghost, you are still alive," 9000 King screamed with shock. In the next second, he flashed in front of Han Senator. The eyes on his green armor opened. He released a green light that fought against the red light. He kept fighting Red Ghost's red light while screaming, "Red Ghost, do not hurt Mr. Han." Red Ghost looked at 9000 King and coldly asked, "Who is this? Is it you, the servant Thousand Eye? Did you, servant, not die but found a new master?" His tone of voice was riddled with disdain. "Shut up. The master asked me to protect Mr. Han. Do not dare try anything." 9000 King spoke angrily, but people could tell he was afraid of Red Ghost. He did not dare attack it. Red Ghost laughed dimly. "Thousand Eye, don't do anything here. How old is he? When the master was here, his great-granddad's granddad was not even born yet. Did you say the leader asked you to protect him?" "Pa. You are talking way too much crap." 9000 King wanted to explain, but Red Ghost kept madly shouting. Some metallic sounds were heard that rumbled like thunder. The red light turned into darkness. The Red Ghost angrily looked at Han Sen and said, "Stop talking crap. I do not care if you have found a new master, you old servant. Have your master hand over the Holy Spirit. Otherwise, you and your new master can die together." After that, a red light emerged from its mouth. It tried coming for Han Sen, but 9000 King stood before it. "Red Ghost, do you really think I am going to be afraid of you?" 9000 King gnashed his teeth and did not stand down. His body flickered with a green light. The angry ghost shadow appeared. He used 1 second is 1,000 years. When he used 1 second is 1,000 years, 9000 King barely managed to block the red light. 1 second is 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is a second, Red Ghost said. Are you willing to use that many years of your lifespan for this moment? Let's see how long you can last. Its mouth was still full of red light as it kept attacking 9000 King. 9000 King's body's green light had the buffs imparted by 1 second is 1,000 years. Through it, he managed to stop the red light's attack. His face kept getting older, and his hair kept getting whiter. 9000 King kept blocking the red light as he shouted, "You should leave, Mr. Han." Han Sen was surprised. He did not expect 9000 King would go to such lengths to protect him. It did not look like he was just pretending either. He wanted to say something, but he saw something coming over from out of the dark clouds. It was circling them. It evilly asked, "Go? Go where? If you do not leave the Holy Spirit behind, you will all be killed." Fish bird. You are still alive. 9,000 King's face looked even more horrid. It is not us those who are alive. A very cold female voice sounded from the black. A very attractive woman came forward out of the darkness. On the other end, an eyeless beast crawled out. The four scary-looking creatures blocked the bright lanterns around. They blocked Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others, who were on the verge of leaving. "No, Demon girl. You guys are still here." 9,000 King was shocked. He looked at the four creatures. "Yes, we are here, and we are in charge of maintaining the Holy Palace. The Holy Palace is still here. How can we die?" The demon girl rolled her eyes. She looked at Hansen and said, "You are a servant, yet you are also still alive. It looks like you have a new master too. That is surprising." 9,000 King kept blocking Red Ghost's red light while shouting, "I have not betrayed the master. The master asked me to protect Mr. Han." Old Vulture coldly asked from the air, "How can you still be so stubborn? I will kill you, the servant, first. Then I will deal with the kid that dared to steal our Holy Spirit." It quickly spat out some black smoke. The black smoke was not very strong, but it was weird. It was like a black, toxic snake heading straight for 9,000 King. 9,000 King tried his hardest to block Red Ghost's attacks. He did not have spare power to fend off the black smoke too. He looked scared, but he still did his best to block it. Suddenly, 9,000 King felt as if his shoulders had been pulled back by a certain power. He dodged the black smoke and left the red light's attacks. He turned his head. 9,000 King saw that Han Sen was in front of him. The red light and black smoke were headed for Han Sr. "Careful, mister." 9,000 King was shocked. He wanted to go up and help Han Sen block it, but he felt as if space around had some weird changes. The red light and black smoke started to strangely slow down. They could not get close to Han Sr. Time Ghost's time area. Red Ghost and Fish Bird sighed with shock. They put away their powers and stopped attacking. "Time area is not that good," Fish Bird coldly grunted. It wanted to flap its wings and go straight for Han Sr. Old Vulture, "Stop it, Auntie May," the demon girl said. She stopped Old Vulture from proceeding. Old Vulture rolled its weird eyes and asked Auntie May, "What is it?" "Get rid of these others who are disturbing us, and then we will get rid of him," Auntie May coldly said. "Okay." Old Vulture rolled its weird eyes. It flapped his wings and spat out black smoke. It was going toward Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the other three Extreme King Deifieds. The big eyeless beast on the other side was moving its giant body. It rolled toward Sky Palace's first seat. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster's body rose like a cloud, but he was unable to block Old Vulture's black smoke. He kept falling back while shouting, "Stop it. I have something to say." The three Extreme King Deified Elite were not as strong as Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. The power inside their bodies was shattered by the black smoke. It was like they had lost their souls as they dropped to the floor. "If you have something to say it in hell after you have died," Old Vulture spookily said. It flapped its wings and flew toward Ancient Abyss. The big eyeless beast was like a rolling knife going toward Sky Palace's first seat. He saw Sky Palace's first seat clap his hands. The direction in which the big eyeless beast was rolling changed. It turned 180 degrees and rolled into the dark. "My name is Sky Palace's first seat elder. We are not here to offend anyone. Can you please hear us out?" Sky Palace's first seat was very strong but did not dare say something reckless there. He was being polite. No one cared about him. The eyeless big beast emerged from the dark again. It was headed for Sky Palace's first seat.